in the World Wrestling Federation, the Macho Man is running around wearing a crown now. Kurt Hennig has an absolutely perfect record. A huge man in a sailor outfit who would soon shock the world is running around his tugboat. Seeds are being planted for Hulk Hogan to face the ultimate challenge, but in WCW. A copious amount of Pepsi is being consumed. A little bit of acid indigestion. What was the diagnosis again?
It was extreme acid reflux, and when I quit the booking committee, I got off my prescription Zantac.
He needs no introduction. He was on camera. He was creative. And we're going to have some fun tackling 1990. Let's jump right in. On January 6th...
Wait a minute, he needs no introduction, so you don't give me one.
Absolutely not.
I'm Jim Cornette. Hi, how are you?
Absolutely.
Who are you again?
Fuck, man, if they bought it, they know. Who the hell pays $25 for a DVD today?
By the way, unlike other people who just make this shit up out of their memory, I've got all the documentation, we got the paperwork, we got the contemporaneous notes. I was James Comey before Comey was cool. And of course, you can't get this anymore. Try it on eBay if you're lucky.
Now, if you have the 1989 edition and also the WWE timeline from 1997, you know that these are the authentic articles here. We have formats, we have payoffs, we have the road schedule here in the date book. And before we went on, I said to Jim, you're so fastidious with this. Were you fearing a lawsuit someday? What was it? And your answer was?
Anal retentive and obsessive compulsive, and I always needed to know these things. And plus I paid $36 for the motel that night in Atlanta. The boys got a rate because it was an income tax, because I always paid mine, unlike a lot of the other boys. And I have every book since 1983, et cetera, et cetera.
For your edification.
For your edification, enlightenment, and entertainment.
George Bush is in the White House. The San Francisco 49ers and Denver Broncos are headed to Super Bowl 24. Another Day in Paradise by Phil Collins is the #1 song on the radio. Gas, $1.08 a gallon. Average American household income, $14,770. So of course we're in 1990. And our guest today really loved us. We would see his red face coming into our television sets, but he was also working behind the scenes in an important capacity for the company that would come to be known as WWE, working closely with Pat and Vince, I assume?
Well, at that point, I was more on the television side of things, and it was Vince and Pat and JJ and Howard kind of over in the creative, but...
That's Bruce Prichard.
That was me, yeah.
And he's here to take us
I'm
back
Bruce.
In the time machine.
I'm Bruce.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. The old school in me, that was kind of you call wrestling fake, you get shown that it's not, by God, even though what guys do is not necessarily 100% to go out and kill someone and choke them out at the time. But yeah, you prove to them that the business was real. So the old school in me was cheering Hulk on. Yeah, you show that skinny little buggy whipped arm comedian who's boss. So I was cheering for it at the time.
But maybe don't do it on national television.
Yeah, maybe don't do it on national TV.
What preparations were happening in the company at the time if this was going to go a bad way? Were they talking about how much money they would have to? What are you hearing?
Not a whole lot. I think that it was more, especially at that time, more of the onus was on Hulk than it was the company,
right,
per se at the time. So it was his decision to do what he did at the time, and I'm sure that Vince probably helped take care of a lot of that. But at the same time, so much of that decision and onus was put on Hulk because it was his actions that got him there.
these guys who just show up, disappear, and never be heard from again, right?
Never.
Tell me the circumstances of his coming into the company.
I called Dutch Mantell. I said, "You got a 7-foot guy?" He said, "Yeah, I got." Well, no, seriously, because we had the skyscrapers, right? Spivey and Sid, and which one got hurt then? Who did Mark replace? Was it Mark replaced Sid? Because Sid was hurt that time.
Yes.
And so we had no skyscrapers. And I, of course, got all the territory tapes. I was the only one that was actually watching the other wrestling programs. And the Master of Pain, Under the Mask, was in Memphis, USWA at the time, and Dutch was over there. And I called Dutch. I said, "Who's the big guy, and is he any good?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "He's green, but he's a great kid. He's going to be great. You know, he's got a wonderful attitude. He listens." I said, "Can we have him?" He said, "Fuck to make that much money." He said, you know, Dutch had the famous line one time when Jerry Jarrett said, "Boys, don't be on those steroids. We're going to work with Vince." And Dutch said, "Hell, Jerry, the way you're paying us, we can't afford to be on food." So, you know, Dutch's word was good enough for me, and we brought him over, and Terry Funk named him because Mark Calloway, you know. And we were thinking, what can we call him? What can we call him? And Terry Funk said, "What about Mark Callous? Like he's callous and cruel." And, you know, it's okay. Works for us. And so at least we had one skyscraper that would fucking listen.
Remember what happened with Sid?
Not that particular time, honestly. No, Sid,
Okay.
there was always an injury or something was hurt or it was softball season or whatever the case. But. Ric Flair wanted to work with Bobby Eaton. He'd never had a singles match with Bobby. And he specifically, because Flair was the booker at that time, I guess we should preface this by saying that Ric Flair had demanded the book the previous August or September of '89 because things were in such dire straits. And that's when he asked me to be on the committee along with Kevin Sullivan. And the people that were on the committee that were already there and we couldn't really do anything about was obviously Jim Hurd. Barnett was on it. Jody Hamilton sat in on the meetings. Not knocking Jody, but he's primarily he got the rings places and booked the job guys and everybody. And plus he was a wrestling legend in the Atlanta area. So, and then there were some other rotating members at Jim Ross because he was working in the office. He was always in the meetings. And then when Hurd retired Terry Funk after the I Quit match in New York the previous November on the Clash, he retired Terry without asking him if he wanted to retire first. And so they put Terry on the committee, and we'll talk about the committee dynamics here shortly. But anyway, Rick wanted to work with Bobby Eaton, and we wanted to put it on the main event. So we did the first match, and Rick didn't want to beat Bobby, so we did a DQ. Well, when we did the DQ, Hurd went ballistic because how did Bobby Eaton get a world title match? What, he drop in out of a helicopter and Ric Flair can't even beat Bobby Eaton? And he just made such a goddamn stink about it that Rick said, okay. He said, we're going to have another one. And this time I did the finish. I said, okay. In this match, Rick and Bobby had another great match. And then Stan tried to interfere, and Rick foiled Stan's interference, threw him out of the ring, jerked me in the ring, grabbed my racket, knocked me out the ring with my own racket, then beat Bobby 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring and stood with his hand up in the air with all three of us laying out there. And I said, okay, let the fucking bastard bitch about that. And he did, of course, because he did, we covered in the previous volume, Buy It, that he didn't like the Midnight Express, he didn't want to use them, he didn't like me, blah, blah, blah. But here's the problem. The problem is that the first Sunday night main event on TBS on December 3rd with Ric Flair versus Bobby Eaton did a great rating. And the second match that aired on January 7th did a 3.2 rating and a 5.0 share. That was 1,667,000 homes. I have the official TBS printout, by the way, here, which was the highest rated Sunday night TBS main event show since, you guessed it, the December 3rd show, were the first Flair and Eaton match. So he was doing these numbers, and the fucking bastard couldn't get over it and wouldn't stop bitching.
But does no one say to him?
Yeah, I did all the time. That's why he didn't like me. Sort of like when everybody tells Trump you're a fucking lying sack of shit, that he is. And, you know, he doesn't like it because truth hurts.
why was the decision made to go from Muda to Arn?
Well, there was just no particular reason otherwise than try to get some heat on the heels, I'm sorry, not heat on the heels, but at that time Arn was a babyface, try to get some heat on the Horsemen, because as you will recall from 1989, you got to package these things. So if they don't have 89, they can buy the set. Herd had fucked the Horsemen. Flair had made the arrangement for Arn and Tully to come back to WCW from the WWF. And they had agreed to for $250,000 a year apiece. And then on the way out, when they were finishing up, Tully flunked the drug test.
Right.
Because he didn't give a shit. So when Herd heard about that, he rescinded the offer to Tully. So Tully had quit his job in the WWF and on Ric Flair's say-so, because he had Herd's word that he could offer these guys this money. And then Herd pulled that back, so that effectively ended Tully's Major League Wrestling career because he'd quit on Vince and couldn't go to WCW. And since Herd said that Tully and Arn were more valuable as a team than individuals, he dropped Arn's offer to $150,000.
Yeah, I remember.
So all of a sudden, Arn left a job where he was making really good money to come back for a job that he's now making $100,000 a year less at. And that pretty much effectively ended, for at least the next couple of years, anybody coming from the WWF to WCW, because now they had established that Herd's word and the word of the people in Atlanta was no good.
Where do you place Arn in the lineage of NWA TV champs?
Arn Anderson is one of the greatest talents that ever worked anywhere. I think he probably gave more prestige to the TV championship than the TV championship gave to Arn. It was something that we had, so we were trying to. At least it was still, that hurt was still fresh, that we couldn't put the Horsemen back together, which we all thought would be somewhat of a difference maker. So we're trying at least to give as much credibility to Arn as we could, because we needed to build up some stars. We needed some stars, and they were not only one of the greatest tag teams in the history of wrestling, but also they had drawn some of the biggest houses that Crockett had ever drawn. They had drawn some of the biggest ratings that TBS Wrestling had ever drawn, and we got the chance to get them. And as a matter of fact, it would have been wonderful to have. Not only were we able to have the Rock and Roll Midnight revived again, but also we would have had the Rock and Roll versus the Horsemen revived again. And as you will see here shortly, the Rock and Roll made a tremendous difference coming back fresh after, however long they've been gone. They made a big difference in the ratings. And at that point, nothing was going to make a difference in the house show numbers.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Was the luster still there for a Rock and Roll Express in 90, or had some of the popularity waned? You got the numbers to prove it, so I guess.
Wait till we get to February.
All right. In February, on February 3rd.
Oh, wait a minute! Don't jump ahead that quick, because we got to do a few things here. For example, wait a minute now. Let's see. Hold on. January 16th, Atlanta, TBS Television. The taping was canceled because we all showed up to Center Stage in Atlanta to do the national television Saturday night TBS show, and the idiot named Don Glass that Herd had hired away from the WWF. See, Don Glass worked in the event booking department, and he was a stooge coffee boy for Ed Cohen, who was the genius who booked all the tours and the buildings and had all the relationships with the major arenas. Well, this Don Glass worked in the department, so Herd hired him away thinking, well, we got all these buildings, right? Well, he was the fucking coffee boy. So one of the things that he booked was this Center Stage taping on January 16th. We got there.
Chairs.
Center Stage was in the middle of renovations. They had concrete ledges. There were no seats in the building and concrete dust all over. And they actually thought for a second about letting the fans in and letting them sit in the dust on the ledges. And then finally they said, no, let's just, we'll do the taping tomorrow.
There was simply a lot of back and forth as far as the cut and the cut that the company was going to make, and the company wanted a larger cut than they had been receiving prior to that, and Viewer's Choice wasn't willing to give in. But WWF, being the largest pay-per-view provider at that time, Vince was standing firm, and he wanted a larger cut. Raymond was ready to retire.
Yeah.
And Raymond was doing, for a long time, he was doing the Rougeau tag team as a favor for his brother. Raymond didn't like being on the road. Raymond was a homebody. He liked to fly, he liked to hunt and fish, and he was ready to hang it up.
Wow. Was it unexpected, or is this something that the company saw?
No, they knew. I mean, Raymond made it clear that he was tired, and that it was something, he didn't need the money. Gotcha. He was wanting to stay home in Montreal. Sapphire, first of all, was a way to enhance the common man persona of Dusty Rhodes. And, you know, he was the American dream. Dusty saw himself as a kick-ass babyface. Vince saw Dusty as an entertainer and a fun-loving, everybody could relate to Dusty, and he saw him as that fun-loving entertainer. And he felt that Sapphire kind of softened that badass that he wanted to be, and provided a little bit more entertainment for Dusty. But this was something that we did that was kind of I think this was one of the kickoff points where I spent a lot of time on the road with them, and they had mixed tags with Sapphire and Dusty against Sherry and Randy. I was in one corner and Liz was in Dusty's corner, and we got to go around the horn, so it was a lot of fun.
Where'd they find Juanita? She was a stripper, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. No, Juanita was a super fan from Kansas City. And Terry Garvin actually brought her up when we were looking for someone to manage Dusty, and Vince's idea was he wanted someone that would embody, you know, Dusty, a female counterpart to Dusty. And he wasn't looking for a worker, even though Juanita had worked a little bit. And yes, a little trivia fact for you. And Terry Garvin was like, I've got just the person. And when Vince met her, fell in love with her, and the rest is history, as they say.
How stiff is she with the slap?
A little snug.
A little snug.
Cemento.
This is the first appearance on today's discussion of the brother love character. So I want to talk to you about the construction of that first. The origins of the character. Proposed to you, you propose it. How does that happen?
I proposed it. It was an alter ego of mine. And going back to just my childhood, being raised in Texas, right on the way to school, there was a Baptist church. And every once in a while they would have these tent revivals. And I remember we would go in and watch some of the people that they would bring in, and it was a lot of hallelujah this and hallelujah that. And I didn't grow up as a religious person, and I have my own views on organized religion that we'll go ahead and skip at this point. But growing up in the South, on Sundays, you had the choice of, in Houston in particular, you had the choice of watching Houston wrestling, or you had the choice of watching church. So you had a lot of church to choose from, so no matter what channel that you tuned into, you're getting church. You're going to get religion one way or another. So that just always stuck, and I always loved the cadence of the preachers, and it was something that kind of mesmerized me, how they could mesmerize people and how they could get people to do things that maybe they ordinarily wouldn't have done. I was fascinated with people like Jim Jones and the Guyana Massacre, and how he could manipulate people into doing the things they did, take their own life, drink the Kool-Aid. Jim Baker was fascinating to me on the 700 Club, and Oral Roberts and Jimmy Swaggart. My favorite was Robert Tilton, a guy out of Dallas, Texas, who was the all-time greatest, had a show called Success in Life. The show was Success in Life, and his pitch was simply, brothers and sisters, while you sit there at home and you're watching me on TV, and you're saying, Bob, I'm just not successful. All I've got in my life, I've got $1 left to my name, I'm going to tell you what you do. You send me 50 cents. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You will be rewarded with, let's say, $3. You take that $3 and you send Bob 2. You're right back where you started. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All of a sudden, you're going to find yourself, you got $5. Of that $5, you send me 3. You've got 2. You've doubled your money, folks. That's what I call success in life.
Now, was it that blatant? Or you mean 100%. That was the overtone?
No. That was the pitch. I kid you not. This guy had you essentially building up to where you were making hundreds of thousands of dollars from that $1 that you sent. And your faith in the Lord Jesus Christ will reward you. And folks, that's what we call success in life. I don't like to talk about religion, but that's what we're here about today. But I'm talking about success in life, and it goes much further than the dollar bill. And your success in life, your marriage, your family, your job, all comes back to your faith. And I would sit there and listen to this guy go, man, this is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. But I was mesmerized. Yeah. And Eddie Gilbert and I used to sit in Bixby, Oklahoma at the Comfort Inn or whatever the hell it was there. And on Sunday nights in Oklahoma, man, you've got Oral Roberts, and that's all you've got. And there was a series of them that we would eat pizza, inhale, and watch TV and prepare for promos the next day. And it was just such good stuff, but it was kind of an alter ego. When we would be on the road, from time to time, I would just go into
a preacher character.
A preacher character.
But now there's a genius to this that I was always very aware of when I was a younger man watching this, that you couldn't touch religion.
Well, okay,
so
but
how
there
do
was
you do a preacher.
You
must have had that very specific discussion with.
No, I 100% did, because I didn't want to go there. I knew that was a lightning rod.
Right.
And like I said, I always did the character. I would always do it in the car with Vince, and Vince used to joke, when the business goes south, by God, we're going on the road and pitching tents, and we're gonna make some real money then. So I'd always done this character, and I went to him one day and I pitched the character. I said, man, this, we need this, and I did it for him. He says, God damn, pal, I love it. Find me somebody to do it. I said, it's me. I want to do it. Can't do it with that face. And I said, I'm not going to use this face. I'm going to change them, slick my hair back, glasses, different suit, different look, different presentation. And he said, all right, let's see it. And we set up the studio, did a little pink curtain and everything. I got in the suit, did my whole hair and look.
So you're doing like a test?
Yes.
A test
We
shot.
did a camera test, yeah.
Okay.
And he loved it and said, okay, start in 3 weeks. But then as we laid it out, I talked about, he calls me and says, what's your name? I said, I just thought, in going through this, got to be brother something. The idea, I don't want to talk about the Bible.
Right.
I want to have, everything I talk about, instead of religion, I want to talk about love. So we never say religion. Every time that you would talk about God or something like that, you replace the word God with love.
Right.
Instead of talking about the Bible, you talk about the book of love. And as I'm going on, I said, it's Brother Love. I love it. What do you wear? And we went through the whole thing. I came up with the white and the red because I had seen a minister on TV, I shit you not, that morning in white and red.
Oh, that's great.
And I said, white and red. And I love it. Let's do it.
What about the red face?
The red face was a rib. The red face, we talk about the deal in the studio where he wanted to see it on camera.
Yeah.
He told the makeup artist, make his face bright red. Oh. So she put all this red makeup. I didn't know. So then when we watch it back, and I've got red makeup all over me. And I watched it, and I said, oh my God. I said, that's awesome. because Tammy Faye Baker had done an interview with Maureen O'Boyle on A Current Affair. And Tammy Faye Baker always used to have all the makeup, and her face would run, her mascara would run, and she would cry. And Maureen O'Boyle says, Tammy Faye had made a comment about fake people. And Maureen O'Boyle says, well, what about you and all the makeup you wear? She says, I don't wear makeup. I'm looking at her, the eyelashes, here they go.
Right.
And so, and I actually got interviewed by Maureen O'Boyle at NATB at a television convention.
Sure, yeah.
And she asked me the same question. She says, who does your makeup? And I looked her right in the eyes and said, I don't wear makeup. And that was one of the highlights of my career, being able to relive my aha moment with the person that had done it. And
That's great.
It was crazy.
But the thing that gets messed up is you're now committed, much like Gene Simmons, to having to put the full face on.
But it was great, because I could walk into the arenas as Bruce. My hair was down to here, and I pulled my hair up and everything, and put the makeup on and walk out and go out, hang out in bars, and nobody knew who I was.
You're doing some double duty here, so tell me what you're doing with TV, and obviously we know what you're doing on TV. What are you doing in the office?
Essentially, I am in charge of the television studio and all of the television production at that point. Syndication, cable, I wrote all the cable programming, and then I oversaw pretty much everything in television.
So like the face-to-faces that the guys would have to come in and shoot, promos, all that stuff?
Yeah, I oversaw every bit of it, and I ran the TV studio itself.
Now, are you able to do that when you go out on the road? Still?
I was able to. It ran itself. So, no, it was. I was able to, yes, because everybody knew their jobs. They had such a great crew there that, yes, I could. Goes back to the New York philosophy of booking. It's babyface territory, and leave the audience happy. So that's basically it. You know, you're looking at, we didn't have monthly pay-per-views.
Right.
You had WrestleMania, you had SummerSlam, you had Survivor Series, and you had Royal Rumble now. So it wasn't, you didn't have to worry about that monthly storyline, and this was an opportunity to leave the audience happy.
Ted DiBiase can maybe be considered like the MVP of the match, because I think he was out there for something like 48 minutes or something like that. Why didn't he ever, I mean, they did that $1 million belt thing, but why was he never able to hold a belt alone without having to create a new one? Why not just go with Ted?
Babyface territory.
Right.
Just a different philosophy, different way to go. Vince like babyface champions. I remember Scott Hall coming to try out several different times.
Okay.
And it just was kind of a lack of, at that time, a lack of character and a lack of charisma, which I think he more than made up for in later years. But at that time, he was, you know, his gimmick was big Scott Hall. What's your gimmick? Well, I'm big. And he was big, but a big, good-looking son of a bitch, looked like Magnum P.I. And I thought his work was real good. But it just, he was lacking that personality at the time. It's natural. I mean, they've worked forever, and be it Mid-South and in Texas, ever since they both first broke in.
Right.
So I thought that their stuff was absolutely magical. I loved the simplicity of, here's your belt, it's in the bag, and Jake taking the $1 million belt, putting it in the bag with the snake, and it's right there, take it. You know, it just, the simplicity of angles that we were able to get away with then compared to now, and the longevity. You know, when you were able to start an angle, you were able to map it out for 6-9 months at a time. So I loved it. I thought it was tremendous.
Bossman does become a babyface here. Why the decision to turn him? Was the evil prison guard thing not working?
I think it was just time. I think that his natural personality of this big, everybody loved Ray Traylor. So somebody that was that nice of a guy in the back, we felt that you could get that in front of the camera and be able to tell that story. Which brings me to, you talk about why we turned him. When I went down to shoot Big Boss Man vignettes, the real people, he was a real prison guard in Cobb County, Georgia. The real warden, the real people he worked with were like, everybody loved Ray. Y'all present him as just a bad guy, just wrong. He's the nicest guy. You know him? Because he's our prisoners loved him. And y'all just doing him wrong.
That's funny.
So it was, let's present that. Let's present that nice guy that everybody loves in real life.
More effective as a heel or babyface, the character?
I thought he was better heel.
Okay.
The nicest guys usually are the best heels.
Why is the decision made to turn the Horseman heel again?
Well, it was always going to head in that direction because we knew that especially if Tully and Arn had come back, the people would be so glad to see him, especially after some of the stuff they had seen the previous year, that they would go crazy and they would cheer him and they'd be baby faces. But then Rick always wanted to be a heel, and Tully and Arn's best use was as heels. And once again, you could have Tully and Arn in the rock and roll, and et cetera. So it was always going to go that way, but we knew that there was an initial settle-in period, and with Arn, it was the same thing. They were so happy to see him back. And the reason why Ole was back, he was doing a favor because we were short a horseman. Because Ole, he had his money and he had his business, and he didn't give a shit to get back in the wrestling business. But he did it as a favor. So that was the way, because Flair wanted to eventually put the belt on Sting and had promised Sting the belt, and it was going to happen at that pay-per-view at Wrestle War, that this clash was the go-home clash for. Pay-per-view is going to take place in a couple weeks, so that was the big angle for it.
He tears his patella. And
No, ACL.
Okay.
It was so goddamn, the deal was Sting was trying to climb the cage to get in after the Horsemen had basically what turned into a heel versus heel match with Gary Hart's crew. And the Horsemen, they put the exclamation point on that piece of business and beat Gary's crew. But Sting, they've turned on him previously in the show, and he's going to try to climb the cage and get to him, and security's supposed to hold him back and everything, and that's the way we're going to go off the air, right? Well, we sure went off the air. Doug Dillinger, love him to death, former Charlotte cop, Crockett cameraman that they had hired to be the head of security, grabbed Sting, and he didn't know how to work. Doug wasn't a worker. He really pulls fucking Sting off the cage. Sting drops, tears his fucking ACL. Oh, Jesus Christ. And now what do we do?
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
How fucked are you at this point?
We were fucked.
Yeah.
And what happened basically was that, we knew that it wasn't good that night. I mean, if you're one of the boys, you know what it's like to, you know what it looks like, you know what it feels like, this guy ain't going to be able to go in 2 weeks. So Flair told me, and Kevin said, well, because I was going to drive on the next night to where the fuck were we? In someplace in Texas, to Beaumont. I was going to drive on that night, and he said, stay over, fly the next morning. Loved that. He said, we'll talk about it on the plane. I'm going to figure something out. So next morning, we get to the airport. He said, well, I can't remember what his exact words were, but basically, unless one of us can squat down and shit out a top babyface superstar, we're switching Luger. Okay, that's what we got to do. So that's why we switched Luger. But then that was a short-term Band-Aid fix because he wasn't going to drop the belt to Luger like he was Sting, because he had promised the belt to Sting. And in those days, that was a big deal, who got the belt and whether,
Even under these circumstances.
Well, Lex wasn't ready for it. Sting was.
Okay, well, that's
and
different.
And Lex was a better heel, to be quite honest with you. but we needed to salvage the ratings of the Clash and the cards for the next however many months Sting was going to be out. But that's why that Luger did not win the belt that night, because he had promised it to Sting and he was going to keep his promise. And also Lex wasn't ready for it. It just didn't fit, but we had to put a patch on the tire.
This is the night that the Ruse ads appeared all over the fucking ring. New concept for wrestling. Right? We'd seen it in boxing.
Well, that would have been fine. Ruse were shoes for your feet, pockets for your stuff. These fucking off-brand tennis shoes. The corporate was in St. Louis, because Jim Herd didn't know anybody unless they lived in St. Louis, right? And he was able to get a sponsorship from these shoemakers. Do they make Ruse anymore? Have they made Ruse in 20 years? I don't know. But not only that, but he told the company that the guys would wrestle in Ruse. And it was tried a few times, and you can go back and you can find tape from about that time where there's, and I mean, you know, everybody said, fuck, we're not wrestling in tennis shoes because you could break your fucking ankle. There's no, it's not wrestling boots. And so it happened for a while, but that was quickly canned. But that's the only sponsorship that Herd could get, because he knew some guy that worked with Ruse.
It was an over-the-top presentation. I mean, you could do a bumper before and after a match. You can have Norman the Lunatic standing there licking the shoe. Like, you could do something.
Yeah.
Instead of covering the ring all night.
Yeah.
With them.
Everything, everywhere. That's probably, everybody had talked about Mike Shaw, Muckin Singh in Calgary, his great promos, and you know how that he was a tremendous heel. So they bring him in, and I think Kevin was trying to make chicken salad out of chicken shit in that instance, because later on, well, at least Oldie would make him Trucker Norman or whatever. He was he went from a fucking Arab or Hindu sympathizer to a guy from a lunatic asylum to suddenly they gave him a CDL license and he was driving trucks. I don't fucking know. But that's, Herd wanted, and this will be a recurring theme, Herd wanted kids' characters and stuff. So it was a wild brawl. Mike Shaw, for that size, was a good worker, but we were dealing with what we were given.
How does Mill come to be on the show, first of all?
Well, Jim Barnett, and let me explain. When I talk about Jim Barnett later on, Jim Barnett was one of the 2 or 3 most powerful, most influential men in the wrestling business of the second half of the 20th century. He won promotional wars. He had contacts everywhere, not just in wrestling, but in politics, and he got people out of trouble, and he moved money around, and he's the one that got Roy Shire San Francisco TV and gave him Ray Stevens to go and make San Francisco the biggest drawing wrestling city in the country in the early 60s. And I mean, it can't be understated how powerful, how brilliant Jim Barnett was at one point. However, this was a time where in 1983, when Ole had sort of strong-armed Barnett out of his piece of the Georgia office, and Barnett responded, he didn't cross Jim Barnett, by going to Vince and making it known that Vince could buy the shares of the Briscoes and himself, right, and Jim Oates, Barnett's friend. And that's how Vince got control in 1984 of the Georgia office and the TBS time slot. Barnett worked with Vince up through WrestleMania 3. As a matter of fact, he told me himself that he wrote Hogan and Andre checks for $250,000 apiece as payoffs for that night, and Vince tore them up and wrote them $750 apiece, because that's what that meant to his company. But, and maybe we need to get Bruce in on this, because he was probably around or almost around at that point, Vince fired Barnett. There was a split in late '87. Barnett at that point tried to, and possibly it wasn't a legitimate attempt, but he tried to commit suicide, possibly a cry for attention. Crockett brought him in as a consultant, And when the sale was made to TBS because of who Jim Barnett was, because he pretty much saved wrestling on the Superstation in the 70s when he won the promotional war with Ann Gunkel, etc., Barnett got an office spot. And Barnett knew that that was his last job in wrestling. At his age and the fact that all the territories were going under and Vince wasn't going to take him back. So at this point, unfortunately, and I mean, Barnett would say what he thought in certain circumstances, and God, I wish he'd have written a book before he died.
Yeah.
Because he was one of the guys with Sam Muchnick and maybe one or two other people that knew where everybody was buried and knew everything that went on and all the intrigue behind the scenes with every promoter in the world. He booked the world champion for years. He knew everything. But at this point, he's taken his consultant's check because he was not the, I'm not saying he was broke, but he was not the multimillionaire that he lived like all those years and gave the impression he was, and this was his last job. So basically, where I was going with this, Barnett's job at that point was to, a lot of cases, say what Jim Herd wanted to hear. So, one of the things, because we were in Corpus Christi, Texas, which is deep South Texas, almost to Mexico, Jim, still living in the 70s, said, we got to have a Hispanic superstar. And of course, the biggest Hispanic superstar is Mil Mascaras, according to Jim, who, you know, when he woke up that morning, it was still 1973. So they booked Mil Mascaras on the Clash of Champions to draw a house in Corpus Christi.
He knew the television went everywhere in the country, right?
Yeah, but we needed a live crowd in Corpus Christi that would make it look good.
Right.
So who's he going to work with? And Cactus actually didn't know this until last year when I told him on one of his, we were doing one of the Q&A after one of his comedy club
On
shows.
WWE TV?
No.
Okay.
It was on one of his club shows. He didn't, because he was offended that he was booked against Mascaras, because Mascaras not only wasn't going to do the job, he wasn't going to sell, and he wasn't even going to give him anything. And that's the day I did see Mascaras at the airport without his mask. And that was, I still get goosebumps, right? You know, but that was unusual to see.
No cell phone cameras in 1990, guys.
No, you never saw. No, he couldn't be on the plane with his mask on.
Right.
And when he got off, Flair told me, that's Mascaras. Oh, shit, man, that's cool. Fuck. Of course, he looked like a 60-year-old Mexican businessman at that point, but when he put the mask on, he still had the body at that. Anyway, I booked Mick in that on purpose, because Kevin and I, as I mentioned on the 1989 version, we had backdoored Cactus into a job by making him one of the job guys, because we could book anybody. Flair didn't see in Mick at that time what we all did. And that's where there's some lingering heat over that for quite a while. But Kevin and I loved Cactus. So we booked him as one of the job guys in those matches where the Steiners, whoever, would beat Cactus and the partner, and then the heroes would leave, and then Cactus would drop the elbow. And then after 3 or 4 weeks, people were waiting, the stars, get the fuck out of the way, we want to see the guy drop the elbow. We got him over backwards because we had the power to book anybody we wanted as job guys, or to do jobs as long as they weren't winning, right? So that, anyway, I took it a step further. If we got to have Mascaras on this fucking thing, I said, let's put him with Cactus Jack. Because I had seen in Memphis, Cactus did this bump, the Nestea plunge bump, where he got drop kicked and he took a flat back bump off the apron onto the concrete floor. It was the goddamnedest thing I'd ever seen. And I wouldn't want him to do it every night, but we were trying to get this guy over. And I said, I went up to him that night, and he was like, Mascaras got there late, and he was just blowing Cactus off. He didn't want to do it. You know, he didn't want to talk about, when Cactus said, what do you want to do to me? He didn't want to talk about it, right? I said, can you take that bump? He said, yeah. I said, all right. So that's the way we set it up, is that Mascaras would drop kick him. And we didn't explain to everybody. Me and Cactus were the only ones that kind of knew what that bump looked like, right? So we didn't really tell anybody because I was afraid somebody would ixnay it. We told Mascaras, you drop kick him, he takes a bump to the floor, he'll crawl back in, you hit him with the cross body, 1, 2, 3, you get your hand up, yay, boom, and Mascaras like, okay,
Happy
right?
about that, yep.
I knew I was doing the commentary. Boom, drop kick, Cactus takes that fucking bump. We felt it in our feet back at the broadcast desk, and I screamed, Cactus Jack is dead. It was the early version of, as God is my witness, he's broken in half, right? And the people fucking blew. They'd never seen anything like that. And they heard him hit the floor. And then as he crawls back in, we're able to say, once again, look at the fucking goosebumps, seriously. We're able to say, my God, can any man, how in the world is he's still living? And he crawls in and Mascaras hits the fucking very anticlimactic crossbody, boom, and 1, 2, 3, and people are like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. And then the fucking band, who was it? Whatever the band was, the guy that was the lead singer in the band that was played was J.T. Southern. He'd worked Memphis also. He was a guy that worked. And they TBS booked this band, or her, I don't know who, it wasn't even heard, but just whatever. But the deal was that the guy in the band was a wrestler and he wanted to get in on some shit also. So I said, then immediately afterwards, we're gonna have Cactus Jack go over and get in a fight with the goddamn band guy. And whether he wins or loses that fight, it doesn't matter, because all the attention everybody is gonna take away from this thing is that goddamn Cactus Jack is insane. And that's exactly what happened.
Now why couldn't he make it in WCW?
Well, he did eventually through his own hard work, despite every obstacle. And see, once again, Flair was going to be gone in a couple weeks, and I was going to be gone shortly after that. And then he didn't have as many, supporters.
Well, at this point, he does some jobs for Norman the Lunatic in the weeks after, and then he's gone.
Yeah, I think that was the point where he decided to leave on his own.
Okay.
He did that a couple of times because Cactus was so smart and so confident in what he could do that when he saw, I think he did it another time on a big contract, that when he'd finally gotten a big contract, but he saw that they weren't using him right, he left and went and did Japan and whatever the fuck, until he could come back with a spot, because he would rather lose the short-term money instead of being completely devalued on television, and he was right every time. He had great instincts with that. But yeah, that clash, so the thing was blah, 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 the emergency plan. But Corpus Christi did a sellout, 3,000 people paying $30,000. The Clash did a 4.5 rating, 6.7 share, 2,425,000 homes. And the main event peaked at a 5.9 rating and nearly 4 million homes.
Remember this?
I do, yeah, in the hotel room. It was in San Diego or San Francisco, I believe it was out in California somewhere. Might have been San Francisco at the old AmFac. Could be wrong, probably am. But yes, I do. And they just got into it, being on the road all the time together, and they didn't always get along. And they just got into it and beat the shit out of each other and beat the hell out of a room. And
they supposedly show up to tapings and they're covered in bruises, the two of them.
Yeah.
Do you remember Vince's reaction? Well, they're sent home, so it's obviously not a good reaction. But
what are you going to do with them? They're just beat up. We thought about, well, we could have the Islanders say they beat the hell out of them and what have you, but no, it was not pretty.
Was this something that they were prone to? Getting into to physical altercations with each other?
I don't know that they necessarily were, but they definitely could get on each other's nerves. It's going to happen. You're on the road. You think about that. These guys are on the road together, traveling every single day. They're together more than most people are with their wives or their own work partners. You go 8 hours a day and you get to leave and go home and get away from them. Here, you're on the planes, you're in the cars, you're at the arena. You can't get away from them. You're at the hotel. Yeah. You maybe get away from them for 8 hours if you're lucky, but you're around the same group of guys. Right. And just after a while, personalities wear.
It is said at this time that a rocker split was discussed, and Vince wanted Marty to go heel. Do you know if this is true?
I know that there was a rocker split that was definitely talked about, and I think it kind of went back and forth. I think that at that time that more people thought that Marty would be the star to emerge, and I think it was just simply out of his maturity and age more than anything.
Right. That
they thought, well, Marty's got a little bit more time. I think he'll be the one to emerge first. We might get something out of the other kid, but it was strange how things actually work out.
He actually resigns on the 22nd, but let's first do
Yeah.
the Flying Brian thing.
Well, Rick wanted to work with Brian Pillman.
Right.
And he specifically said, I want to, he booked 2 matches on that taping session. He said, I want to work a single match on a Saturday night show with Brian Pillman, and I want me and Arn to work with Rock and Roll Express on a Sunday night show. Okay, that's what we did. And basically, let's see if I got anything, any other details I don't have here. The Saturday night show on February 17th, 1990 with Ric Flair versus Brian Pillman in the main event did a 4.0 rating, a 7.8 share, 2,130,000 homes. It was the best rating on TBS for the Saturday night show since February 1987, 3 years. And an all-time high in viewers because of the increasing availability in cable homes. February 18th, Sunday night main event, it did a 4.4 rating, an 8.2 share, 2,324,000 homes, about 5 million viewers, because at that point, the homes, they figured about 2 viewers per home. That
Right.
was the formula then. So that was about 5 million people. That's for the Sunday night TBS show. It was the best Sunday night, or the best TBS number since December 1985 at an all-time high for the Sunday program. And right here is the specific, wait a minute, where'd we go? There you go. There's the specific numbers that backs it up. This is TBS's own printout. So here's what had happened. When Ric Flair demanded to be made the booker, the previous, I guess it was August, because of the shit that the company was in, George Scott had destroyed everything. And that's the reason they fired him when he didn't promote that Flair and Steamboat match in the Superdome as a Clash of Champions, because he thought it would hurt the house shows.
Right.
He's working for the TV company. He didn't, anyway. So then that was the first part of April. They fired George Scott. But as everybody knows that bothers to follow this shit for any length of time, when you change bookers and you change talent and you have a switch like that, things still keep going south for a little while. They didn't hit the bottom until June. That's when there was a booking committee of, and I'm not knocking anybody on it, but it was Jim Ross and Jim Barnett and Jody Hamilton and Jim Hurd and a few other people. And June of 1989 was the bottom. June 1989, WCW Saturday Night did a 1.9 rating on June 10th. On June 11th, the Sunday Night Main Event did a 1.1. And on June 14th, the Clash of Champions did the lowest rating ever, a 3.8. 8 months later, Ric Flair as Booker had taken Saturday night from a 1.9 to a 4, Sunday from a 1.1 to a 4.4, and the Clash from a 3.8 to fucking, and so,
Yeah.
and Jim Hurd would still not leave him the fuck alone. So that's what I mean. That was the final straw that weekend when the ratings came in, and Hurd still wouldn't leave him alone and was still getting under his skin and was trying to second guess everything he did, which is why he wrote this letter on February 22nd, 1990. He had called me and Kevin and told us he was going to do that. I'm like, oh, fuck, right? I think we were the only ones that knew until we all went into the booking meeting, and Flair was the only one that was not there, but this copy of this memo was sitting on everybody's chair. I have tried very hard to make the committee work and have spent many long hours analyzing the internal turmoil and the reasons for the turmoil. This is from Ric Flair to Jim Hurd. I have come to the conclusion that your interference in the planning of the committee and constant changes exercised by members of the committee without my approval is not workable. You had promised me full control and you have not kept that promise. Please accept my resignation from the committee, effective immediately, and rest assured that I will conduct myself in the same high standard that I have throughout my career. As he was not quitting as a wrestler, but just as the head booker.
Was he justified? You understand?
Yes. Yeah. If I'd have been Rick, I'd have knocked Hurd out. Fucking, I would wanted to knock Hurd out, and it wasn't even. He was reflecting on all of us, but it was Rick's name on it. It was Rick's reputation in the locker room, in front of the boys. See, at this point, and you can go back and we'll see there were guys on all these guaranteed contracts, and we can get to the money in a minute. It's a list of what everybody was making at that point in time. The guaranteed contracts, guys were calling in with hangnails. Say, I can't work. or guys were bitching about their spot or their money or their finish or what. There was always substitutions or no-shows, or guys weren't taking it seriously. A couple guys had substance issues because they respected Flair and his ability, but they all knew that Herd was an idiot and didn't know what he was doing. And conversely, they knew that the company, whether it's wrestle in tennis shoes or the ding-dongs or the fucking hunchbacks, all this shit was getting around that Herd was doing. Don Glass, who booked us Easter Sunday in the Hemisphere Arena in San Antonio, in a predominantly Catholic town, for an afternoon show, and there was 500 people in a fucking 17,000 seat building, and the routing in the towns we were running, the boys had no confidence whatsoever in WCW as an office, not the booking office, but just the office.
Right.
So it was everything was always falling apart. Then Sting gets hurt. It was just we were snake bit, but a lot of this reflected on Flair, because if the numbers weren't good, if the houses were the shits, he's the booker, he still had that old school mentality, even though most of the guys realized it wasn't his fault. He was still taking it personally, and that's why he finally said, well, how much more can we fucking do?
Right.
And you still won't shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about this. You're fucking with everything we try to do, so all right, I'll just be the champion and I'll go out and have my great match, and you find somebody else you think can do a better job and see what the fuck happens.
Who takes over for Rick as the head of the committee?
Another committee. Because before it was Ric Flair was supposed to be the booker, and as he said, he was promised control of the booker and had his assistants. Now, I think Terry was there, and poor Terry Funk, he would sit in the meetings, but he had been retired against his will. And then he neither was fish nor fowl, because Jody Hamilton was going to, since he had to sit in the office with Herd, he was not going to argue with Herd. JR was trying to do what he could, because JR kind of liked Herd as a person, but realized he didn't know shit from apple butter about what he was doing. Flair thought that the only people that he could trust were me and Kevin. Barnett was going to say whatever Herd wanted to hear, so all of a sudden Terry's in there, and we all liked Terry, but Terry couldn't even pick a side because he didn't have a side. He was just trying to do what the fuck they asked him to do. So he's sitting over there saying some really great things, but nobody's going to listen to it. So it was just a mess. You can't have a booking committee. You can have a team of writers, because writers can't fucking book wrestling anyway. So it doesn't matter whether there's 5 or 50 of them; they're going to do shit. But you have to have a booker, and you have to have a assistants that are going to follow what he says. Follow me through the fucking gates of hell without question, because that's what a booker does.
We got bit all the time.
By the snake?
Yeah. Snake would get pissed.
Yeah.
Snake's in the bag.
Yeah.
Snake would get pissed being thrown around all the time. So.
And who thought it wouldn't happen that way? Exactly.
Yeah, no, he got bit all the time. A lot of
Was it
people
always
got
the
bit.
same snake, or did you have to switch up some snakes? I know at one time you used the cobra for the one thing, but
No, it would be, he would take a snake on a tour, and then he would send it back, and sometimes then they'd have to feed it, and then they send him another snake. And
who were the snake suppliers? Like,
one snake supplier, the guy's name was Albert in Connecticut.
just run up.
Snakes are us.
Right, exactly. Need another one of those.
Yeah.
Kamala stepped on it.
If you go and watch the match, when he and Bobby go over the top rope at the same time, his arm gets hooked under the bottom rope as he's taking the bump off the apron, tore his pec. I don't think he took a day off.
Wow. How do you keep it fresh? Same territory. Here we are, like 5 years, midnights, rock and rolls. What do you have to do to make something continue to work?
At that point, and I said I was going to get into the money, because of the previous contract discussions we had had with Herd, Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane were making $2,250 a week. Tom Zink was making $3,000 a week. Jim Herd, and nothing against Tom Zink, I'd never had a crossword with him. He was a good-looking guy and a good athlete. He could work. I mean, he could have a match. He wasn't a star, wasn't never going to be a star. He didn't have it here or just whatever. He didn't have it.
Right.
But because Jim Herd paid guys who looked good versus people who could draw money and perform, it was an insult that Tom Zink was making $750 more a week than Bobby fucking Eaton, right? And Stan Lane. And so was a few other people making. Sid Vicious and Daddy Spivey were making $2,500 a piece a week, more than Bobby. Point is, whereas everybody else was no-showing or selling an injury to get time off and get that mailbox money or griping and grumbling, the Midnight and the Rock and Roll felt the same way because they came in right after that list. I don't have them on that list, but I don't think they were making any more than the Midnight, maybe not quite as much, because they were brought in by Flair and heard, wow, these guys are old news. And they do the big ratings. We channeled our animosity toward that raccoon skin capped motherfucker into going out and saying, okay, whatever we got to do, if we have to fucking, and I used to use this phrase, but now I hate to use it in wrestling, we have to light ourselves on fire, but now people do that, so I don't want to give that impression.
There was a time when that was ridiculous.
That was a time when that was ridiculous, and it was an exaggeration that you would use, but we decided we were going to go out, and no matter what we were, if we had, give us a goddamn crack in the fucking door, put us on national TV, give us a spot on pay-per-view, give us a promise, whatever, we're going to set the fucking building on fire, we're going to leave it in flames, and we're going to come back and say, follow that, motherfuckers. And they couldn't. And that was another case of it. The Rock and Roll and Midnight, there was a 4-star match, back before they gave 5. That was the 4-star match. That was, Meltzer even wrote, these guys were wrestling like their jobs depended on it. Our jobs didn't depend on it, but our pride did. And that's when I did the referee boxing with Nick Patrick, and the Rock and Roll pulled out all their old shed, and the Midnight with Double Team and whatever the fuck. But that was to basically show that, motherfucker, you may not pay us what we're worth. I was making a little more money because I guess I was on a committee, and also I was, Herd had given me, and we talked about this, I'm not going to chew my food twice on the whole 89 thing, buy the DVD. I was making $3,000 a week plus the $300 for the booking committee because Herd gave me, I wanted the same money as the boys like we always had, and I wanted all of us to make $150,000, but he stopped at like whatever $22.50 a week is for the boys, but I even said I'll accept $100,000 when his offer was $100. Mm-hmm. I said I'll accept $100, but the boys have to have $150 because they're taking the fucking bumps, right? Sure. Bobby's got a family. He wouldn't budge, but because I did commentary and did the hotline, he kept upping my offer every time he would up the boys' offer. So he gave me $50,000 that I didn't ask for. Anyway, that's how stupid he was. So we went out there to prove a point every single time. But here's the thing, even though the ratings were up, even though the talent level was up, they had done such damage, especially to the Carolinas. As soon as TBS bought the company, they pulled out most of the Carolinas' live dates. Greensboro for a pay-per-view only did $86,000. Which 2 years before that wouldn't even have been a good house show.
Yeah.
Greensboro, Starrcade, 86 did 360 whatever thousand. It did $86,000, and we got a $300 payoff and then got a $1,500 pay-per-view bonus, but this was all against our contract pay anyway. Nobody at that time was making more than their contract money because that, like, the next night we did TV taping in Beckley, West Virginia, we got $200. A taping in Altoona, which we'll get to in a second, $275. Fort Bragg, North Carolina did $42,000. They actually gave us $250. But Amarillo, we went to Amarillo for $22,000. The houses were horrible compared to what they had been until, TBS just screwed the whole thing up. So, we figured we'll prove a point. That's how we kept it fresh, because If Ricky had to if his arm had come out of the socket and ripped off and the bloody stump was hanging there, he would have finished the match.
Kept going.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. He was a sub for Spivey because I think then Spivey got hurt. And so here was the thing, everybody had high hopes for Sid because of the way he looked. I mean, you couldn't draw a guy, that looked like that. But Spivey, the problem with Spivey had been, not only did he was huge, but he had no discernible physique, no muscular definition. He just took up space. And his work was okay for a guy that size, but he had injuries even at that point. And I guess he's had everything replaced since then. But I don't know why he had injuries. He never took any bumps. But he was working like the fucking Road Warriors. And with Sid next to him, somebody has to sell. Somebody has to be vulnerable. Somebody has to just have a match with the baby faces. Later on, when they had the skyscrapers with the dudes, when it was actually Sid and, it was earlier, it was Sid and Spivey, the previous fall. And they put him with Johnny Ace and Shane Douglas. They just ate those fucking guys up, right? And, you know, I knew they weren't going to listen to me. So I went to Ole, because that's when Ole was starting to agent. I said, Ole, can you talk to, and he knew Spivey. I said, can you talk to these fucking guys? Because, you know, they've got to figure out a way to have a match, you know, with guys that we're trying to use. So Ole gets Shane Douglas, Johnny Ace, Spivey, Sid, they're all together. Of course, I'm there because I was at the time was in the dudes' corner. That's when we were doing the thing with the dudes in the midnight. And of course, afterwards, Spivey knew who stooged on him and everything. But Ole says, all right, guys, he said, fuck, he said, Danny, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at Johnny Ace. I only see 2 or 3 inches difference in about 30 pounds. So, you know, what the well, that, you would have thought he'd sodomized Spivey's fucking mother as soon as he illustrated that Johnny Ace, who was actually fucking the Road Warrior's brother, an animal and fucking Hawk, either one could have goddamn picked her teeth with Danny Spivey. But that he was so insulted by that he should sell for either one of these two fucks. And after they all agreed to it, right? And then Ole walks off and everybody shakes hands. I went to shake Spivey's hand and he just looked at me like, and walked off. So I'd just like to say to you now, Danny, I've never seen you since then because you're nobody, nowhere, but fuck you just for being a fucking prick to everybody you were working with at that point in time because you thought you were goddamn Superman and the matches fucking stunk.
Let's talk Teddy Long for a minute. Now he's paired with Doom. What do you think of the
that was the magic thing, because once again Teddy at that time had just started managing. Teddy had refereed and you know Teddy's story. He worked on the road with James Brown and he had been a radio guy and he could talk and he was funny and entertaining. And with the skyscrapers, they weren't going to listen to anything he said and it wasn't a match. But with Ron and Butch, you know, they all got along, they were friendly with each other, and plus you had Butch was a veteran and Ron was a hoss, and they wanted to get over, and so that was a much better pairing, and they had good matches with guys, and they I can't say anybody drew money necessarily at this point, but that was a much better usage of Teddy and a much better team all the way around.
Is it a blow when something like this would come into mainstream television?
It was always a blow, I think, whenever someone would come out with their expose of things going on, and because you have to comment, you have to defend it, and anytime something like that happened, you know, there was always a little bit of an uproar in what you say and how you respond.
Would you agree with the assessment that 90% of the workers on the card in 1990 were on the gas?
1990, there were a lot of guys. I don't know, it was 90%, but there were
the obvious, like anyone could just say, oh, Fuji's clearly on the gas.
Yeah.
But
Kamala.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Earthquake. Yeah. I think Typhoon was there too. Bruno, Billy, are these guys that are truly concerned with the health and well-being of their brotherhood, or do they have axes to grind with Vince?
I believe they all had axes to grind. And, you know, especially Superstar, you look at Superstar, I think a lot of people could make the argument that Superstar was the one that introduced steroids into the wrestling world from the bodybuilding world. Right. Not that it wouldn't have found its way there. I'm not blaming Superstar. I'm just saying he was one of the first.
And there's a period, a long period of time where they were legal.
Sure.
Yeah. This doesn't do Mike any favors whatsoever, right? I mean, this is more kid-friendly stuff that
I think so because, well, Rick was gone. I certainly didn't come up with it. I don't know. I don't actually. I have not committed to memory after 27 years where Captain Mike Rotunda came from. I had no problem with Mike Rotunda as a talent, but as the captain of a ship with the yachting cap that I used in my rookie year, you know, to get heat. You know, and he came out to the music, the Romantics, who were Midnight Express fans, by the way. That's what I like about you. You really tell me. I don't know what the fuck it was.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was all over the page. I don't know what the fuck it was. And then they stopped, at least in that case, when they stopped using commercial music, it was a boon.
Well, clearly someone was a big Gilligan's Island fan working on the booking committee. You know, Mike's a guy that did heel and babyface back and forth. Was he a better heel or a face?
I think I enjoyed him in the Varsity Club. I think he probably was a better heel, although he and Barry Windham were a good team as baby faces. But Mike was a legitimate amateur wrestler and a good talent and could work, and they never found the one thing that would make Mike Rotunda himself be a star. You know, he was in a couple of good tag teams and a couple of good groups, but it just maybe it wasn't meant for him to be a single. I don't know. This illustrates, and it's not just because I'm in it, but I can tell a story firsthand, but this illustrates how you couldn't fucking get anything accomplished with the talent that you knew could get over and you wanted to use. Flair, thank you very much. Flair had already said we all thought Brian Pillman was going to be a star, right? And that's why he wanted to work with Brian Pillman on that show that did a tremendous rating just a few weeks previous. And he, at one point, had thought of working a long-term singles program with Brian, but Brian needed to be ready because he hadn't been there long, and he wasn't really over as a top guy. Mm-hmm. And I sat down with him right about the time. As a matter of fact, this show was probably written right before Flair quit because we taped it a week later or whatever. I sat down with Rick. I said, all these fucking guys, all the programs we try to start, somebody has a problem, or Sid gets hurt, or Spivey gets hurt, or somebody no-shows or whatever. Give us Pillman. We'll get him the fuck over. And I'm not saying that Brian, we had to lead him around like a child, but that's you took established talent and you used them to get new talent over. I said, give us Brian Pillman and we'll get him over, and then we'll hand him off to you, and you do your fucking thing like you did with Sting, and you make him a fucking star. Rick said, okay, yes. How do you get a babyface over? You find a weakness or an Achilles heel, and the heel wrestlers exploit that weakness surreptitiously with criminal methods and fucking do him wrong, and then the babyface has to fight using his guts and his courage and his superior intellect and his never say die attitude, and he overcomes the insurmountable odds and gets his revenge, right? I found out that, you know, the scar that Brian had on his throat and his raspy voice. Brian Pillman was born with a rare form of some kind of throat cancer. And by the time he was 3 years old, he had 24 operations on his throat, which is what left that scar and led to the raspy voice. And I said, what? Because we're going to get some death threats with this. I want to get more death threats than we got when we set Ronnie Garvin's face on fire, right? That's why in Altoona that night we had a simple match with Brian Pillman and Z-Man. I think it was for the U.S. tag title at that point. And in the match, at the end of the match, all kind of shit breaks loose. And you know the Midnight Express Vegematic, where Stan lays the guy out in the bear hug and Bobby came off the top with the leg drop. I fucking put my racket on Pillman's throat. Bobby does the leg drop. Pillman sells it like crazy. Then we have a bunch of people panic running in, and it was an old Mid-South or Memphis angle where guys are running in and we're hitting them with the racket. We're nailing them off. We're playing King of the Hill. We're trying to get some fucking fans to come in. I wanted some people to fucking hit and help, right? Because we got to have some fucking chaos here. I want an element of danger. I want to make people think that Brian Pillman is fucked. And then the story was going to be that we had re-injured and re-damaged the restorative surgery that had been done to him as a child, and that he, as a result, may never speak normally again and may have to undergo all that shit again. And we even did interviews. This was why I called it the Phantom Angle, because this shit didn't air, and I'll tell you why in a second. We did interviews with Brian, unable to talk, doing this. And Zink having to talk for him, which that was only going to be temporary. But the whole thing was Brian's voice and what we had done to him, and we were going to run this program because Flair knew that Midnight wasn't going anywhere, and I wasn't going. We could count on us. We were going to run this whole fucking angle where we had these return grudge matches with Pillman and Zink over the U.S. Tag Team title, culminating with a big blow-off where if they won, then Brian would be able to get his hands on me or whatever, the old 5-minute deal. And in my mind originally, before that match would happen, we would bombard fucking Zink and put him out of the picture. So now Pillman has no partner. So I guess that match ain't gonna happen. You ain't gonna get your revenge. And Pillman would insist on fighting both the members of the Midnight Express rather than give up his chance. And he would beat both members of the Midnight Express in a handicap match and then jerk me in and beat the shit out of me and beat me. So in one night, in one match, Brian Pillman, this new up-and-coming star, would beat one of the most decorated tag teams in NWA history, former world tag team champions, both of them by himself, and then kick the shit out of me. And then, here you go, Rick, now you take him and do the Sting Clash of Champions thing. That's the way you make a fucking star, by the way. Guess what happened? After we tape all that shit, and you get started with the stuff that was scheduled to air on the formats that Rick, as Booker, had blessed and that we had written, we go in the next week in the committee meeting and Barnett says, well, we're not going to do that. What? I think it will make Brian look weak. What if we want to do the thing with the throat, we can do it with top guys. So basically, he had, like that, saying Midnight Express weren't top guys. And it was because Herd had, I don't know, somewhere or another, either he was saying what Herd wanted to fucking hear, or Jim was enamored of Brian, or whatever the fuck. But they let the angle run, but they took out the whole throat injury thing, and just fucking everything was normal from then on out. And Barnett looked at me and said, if it doesn't draw, blame me. And I told him, I think about 6 months later, Jim, it didn't draw, and I blame you. Right? So at that point, that's when I'm starting to percolate about I got to get out of here too, just like Rick did. But that was, you got all these things they're doing to try to get some of these fucking schlubs over that we'll get to later on in the year, and giving them fucking all this money and everything. And a guy like Brian Pillman, we're letting him do everything but sodomize us with rusty fishing knives to get him over, and they ixnayed it and even took back some of the shit that was taped. Because Herd didn't like the Midnight Express and me, Barnett liked Pillman. I've never got a suitable explanation, but it will make him look weak. He knew better than that. He'd been in the business for 30 years. He invented the fucking wrestling business. He was Herd's hitman in that. Herd didn't want us, because our contracts also were coming up in April, and Herd didn't want us in a main event position.
Well, I was going to say, because it was you guys is the reason.
Yes, and also because he was trying to, when we get to May, he was trying to split the Midnight up, and didn't even want to re-sign them, and he knew our contracts were up in April, and because Herd was, in kind of a way, he's kind of like Heyman. He always thought there was an ulterior motive to something. Instead of us trying to get Brian Pillman over, he thought we were trying to get ourselves over when contract came up so we could hold him up for more money. That's the only reason that's the only thing I've ever been able to figure.
In helping Brian and helping Rick.
Well, because it's putting us on TV, and Herd is not smart to the wrestling business. He just thought it was, we're putting ourselves on TV because we're on the booking
They're
committee.
going to be beat by one guy.
Well, he didn't even get that far. We didn't even make it past the goddamn angle.
Silly.
Try and do a little bit something different with them, and we had Warlord, I believe, go with Mr. Fuji, and then Barbarian go with Bobby Heenan. And it was a way to take these guys and hopefully try and make them big single stars to go with Hogan and to go with whoever that big top babyface was, because it had always been a monster factory up there. It's a heel factory.
Right.
You build the big monster heel to go against your big top babyface and gobble them up.
Was there an expectation that they would find a degree of success as a single, or were they really just cannon fodder?
No, we thought so. Yeah, definitely thought so. They both had the look. this was Roddy's idea.
Clearly.
He thought that this was obviously controversial, but he also felt that he himself looked at himself as a minority, being Scottish and Canadian, and felt that he could get away with it, and that no one would really come back on him, and felt that people would accept it. I don't know how true that was, because people are still going to look at the promotion and kind of come back and question everybody and everything. But I don't think it was the best choice. I don't think it was the best thing that he ever did.
Yeah. Was Piper ever all there, or was always something a little fucked up with dealing with Roddy? Like, was anything a straight deal, or was there always a little agita involved?
I think it was, again, when you, it's funny that people talk about, this guy was a pain in the ass to deal with. When you go into a situation and your job is to deal with traditional pain in the asses, then you go into it expecting that, and you don't look at it as dealing with the pain in the ass, if that makes any sense.
It does.
Because it's your job, it's what you do. So their responses back to you and the way that they play off of you and work off of you, you just deal with it. Roddy could be challenging, but always found a way to work through it with him.
Did Bad News have a problem with those? I mean, there was racial undertones to every promo. Did he have a problem?
No, he didn't. And that was number one, I think, on Vince's agenda was, look, we're not doing this if Alan has a problem with it.
Okay.
And so it was presented to Alan up front, and he did not have a problem with it. At least he didn't say that, to them and us at the time.
He always appeared cranky was he tough to get along with, or?
Very serious. Took himself very seriously. I remember in a airport newsstand one day, walked by, and I would sometimes say, it's like I'd see you in the hallway, "What's up, Gimmick?" and keep walking. And I saw Alan, and it's like, "Hey, Gimmick, how's you doing, man?" And kept going. And he pulled me off to the side before we got on the plane and says, "Hey, man, I just want to let you know I'm not a gimmick." I said, "I beg your pardon?" And he says, "You called me a gimmick in the newsstand." I said, "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just, hey, buddy, hey, gimmick. I didn't mean anything by it." And he said, "Well, I'm not a gimmick." I said, "I'm damn well aware of that." He was the real thing, and he let you know it. He was serious.
Right. Not the type, like you couldn't walk in like in a huge afro wig and get a pop out of him, right?
No.
Right.
No.
Well, he'd promised the belt to Sting, and he thought Sting would be the guy. He thought Sting should be the guy. And Lex was a better heel, to be honest, I think. And at that time, since he had just quit as the booker, Ric Flair wanted to get away from Jim Herd, basically. And he saw that this was not going to get any better. It was probably going to get worse. And so he wanted to go up north. And Herd wouldn't let him out of his contract, and so Flair said, "All right, you don't let me out of my contract, what are you going to do? Find somebody that's going to fucking take it, because I ain't going to drop it."
This must have happened last minute, right? Because a whole camera crew's flown in. This is at the UIC Pavilion in Chicago, so
Well,
they're there to capture something.
It happened last minute because Herd had the camera crew and all that other shit go up without bothering to get Flair to say yes first. Flair sees all these fucking people walking in, and what the fuck? Well, we need you to drop the bet. Fuck you. And that's another thing. And they did it to us later on this year. In those days, you gave a champion of any major promotion the respect of, when it was time for them to drop the belt, you told them in advance, you told them what you wanted to do, you got their input, you gave them the date. I mean, Vince Sr., remember, he gave Billy Graham the date he was going to win the belt and the date he was going to lose it a year and a half later or whatever. And, can you imagine Ric Flair when in Chicago? Then fucking Flair sees the goddamn camera crew walking in, and what's that? Well, then we need you to drop the belt. Fuck you. He said, you let me out of the fucking contract, I'll drop the fucking belt.
Right.
Otherwise, if I'm going to be here, I'm going to be the fucking champion, and I'm going to fucking do the business I want to do with Sting as soon as he's ready.
Does Lex have anything to say? Is he disappointed? Not that it matters, but
You know, at that point, I hate to put words in people's mouth. What is it at the hearing? I hate to project onto them, but at that point, I don't think Lex gave a shit whether he was champion or not. I don't think he wanted to be the champion, because then it would be his fault that all the houses sucked in everybody's mind. So I think he probably was like,
yeah.
I'm just over here. I'll do whatever the fuck you want. He wasn't going to argue. He wasn't going to argue with Ric Flair.
Talk to me about Wayne and Mike, the Minnesota Wrecking Crew 2. The gimmicks, the masks. I mean, is this a rush job?
Yeah.
Not much time put into this one.
Well, Arn was hurt, right? Arn got hurt.
He's recovering, yeah.
Yeah, basically it was, who the fuck are we going to put against the Steiners? Because and that was another angle that we had, that when I said that everybody was getting hurt or holding up or whatever the fuck, and the only angles that stayed consistent from start to finish were the Midnights. So that was another situation where all of a sudden now we got nobody to work with the Steiners.
Right.
So let's get these two guys and put them under masks. And
They were the current AWA champs at the time. Do you remember that?
yeah, but that was
How'd that happen?
that
How'd
was
you get
like
them?
being the nicest guy in prison at that point in time. No, it was 1990.
1990, you're right.
I mean, it was 1990 in the AWA. Those guys were working for ham sandwiches and a fucking Coke, and but that's why, as a concession to not, make Vern and his whole territory look like shit, they put him under masks.
Right.
WWF has like an on-again, off-again history with allowing their talent to go do mainstream stuff. What's the determinant factor whether something's encouraged or discouraged by Vince? Is it just how badly he needs the talent to be in-house? Size of the name? What is it?
I think the reality of the project and how the project is going to portray the company.
Oh.
So if the company and the talent's going to be portrayed in a light that he feels is positive, then he's usually good for it. It's going to be good exposure, then he's all for it.
Did you ever see this pilot?
I believe I have. I don't really remember, but I'm pretty sure I have.
And there's the commentary on how it was.
There you go.
It looked like Arsenio had no idea what was going on either. So should there have been some prep work? Should somebody have sat there and said, listen, this is what it's going to be like out there, so that it doesn't become a mockery?
Yes, to answer your question, yes. But I think that Warrior, who also took himself probably too seriously and wanting to protect the Warrior gimmick and what have you, there comes a point in time you have to understand your surroundings. You have to know your audience.
Right.
And that audience wasn't into, let's throw the couch over and,
Right.
right. It just didn't play.
Engelbert Humperdinck was just out there, and now he's the Warrior.
Exactly, and,
Right.
and it just didn't play. And I think that rather than someone smarten Arsenio up, I felt someone should have smartened Warrior up is to go out there and go, man, tone it down. Go out. It's okay to give them a taste of Warrior, but we need to have Jim Hellwig here.
Do a fucking interview.
Go
for
out,
10
yes,
minutes.
and sell for a second.
The company would have a bunch of people on Arsenio over the course of time. Did they have a relationship with the company, or was it just...
with Arsenio himself and the
Oh,
production company.
okay.
And Arsenio liked our guys, and he was very kind to us.
Anybody that comes out of a box gets over.
Did this guy really say anything that comes out of a box gets over? I remember someone recounting that story.
I did. I said that. And it's true. If you go back through history, and especially since Abby at that point in time had not been on TBS television in probably, what was the last time he worked for Crockett? 85? So 4 or 5 years. And who would expect that? And nobody looked like Abdullah the Butcher. No human being walking the planet looked like Abdullah the Butcher. And he had a history, and people could buy him. His shit was very believable, especially, you know, sometimes when you worked with him. That was JR's deal. It was not mine. I love people coming out of a box, but that was JR shepherded that Abbey thing because he had faith in Abdullah the Butcher's aura. He wasn't there for 3 years. He wasn't going to have long programs with Ricky Steamboat or whatever.
And he's only there a couple of weeks. And then
to make an impact and dress up the TV show.
But as a face.
Because, once again, theoretically, if Kevin Sullivan who's in Kevin's group at that point? What the fuck? Who we got here? I got formats, contracts, booking sheets. Point is, Kevin works well with freaks. He just does.
Yeah.
And it's the flavor of things. So when Kevin has this fucking group, here comes it was Cactus. Yeah,
he's Cactus and
Cactus
Kevin,
is now buddied up with Kevin because Kevin went to take Cactus under his wing, help get Cactus over, and Cactus had an affection for Abby. They could all work well together. But here comes Abdullah the Butcher as an impact because if the heels have any heat, if a heel has any heat, then the people want to see somebody that's more evil, more nasty, bigger, stronger, dirtier, more bloodthirsty. Give the heel a taste of their own fucking medicine for a couple weeks. It wasn't like we were going to goddamn, like when George Scott came in and signed the Iron Sheik to a 2-year contract that he worked 3 months of, and then they sent him home and then forgot to fucking send him his notice, and it rolled over for a second year. He made more per match than fucking Flair did.
You're a purist.
Yes.
And there's Norman the Lunatic with the beanie and the propeller, and Abby's in this now. What are we doing?
Well,
Do we shit on the legacy of Abdullah the Butcher? I mean, there's the Sheik.
No, Abby didn't. Abby didn't
now
come out. Abby didn't come out speaking normally, and suddenly having gone to college, and and trying to get kids to fucking eat right and stay off drugs. He came out as the madman from the Sudan that's now going to give that fucking nasty Kevin Sullivan a taste of his own medicine for a couple weeks, and maybe he'll get some ratings.
His contract was up.
Oh.
Vince didn't like him. No. It was.
Is that true?
Vince didn't care for his commentary, no. And Vince felt. It's funny. Linda hired him, and obviously with Vince's blessing. But I think that in the WCW or NWA, whatever the hell they were at the time, era of Tony's commentary and his play-by-play, you don't notice Tony's Southern accent in that genre, okay? And that when you're surrounded by a bunch of other Southerners, your Southern accent, like when I am in Texas, when I lived in Connecticut for many years and I would go back to Texas, people would say, "Oh, you sound like a Yankee." I come back to the North and people, "Oh, you damn Southern drawl."
Right.
So when you took Tony out of that element and brought him to the Northeast, his Southern drawl, which I don't think Tony has a Southern accent, but I'm a Southerner.
Right.
When he came in and Vince heard that, it was like, ugh, and had him going to dictation classes, and speech classes,
gosh.
And he just did not care for him. And then when his contract was up, Vince didn't choose to continue.
Wow. He'd been so tied to Crockett, though, also. It's like, at any point do you get the street creds of, despite what the accent is, I've established myself as a credible voice of this sport. Like JR. You didn't care when JR got up there, but because it was JR. Shivani didn't have that sway.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
No, he didn't. And it just didn't, for whatever reason, just wasn't a fit.
Yeah.
at the time. And I liked Tony. I liked his commentary, and I thought he did a good job. But
And so telling that once again, Linda hires Tony. Tony comes on TV, talks as he's been talking for 7 years on, and Vince has
Who
never
hired this hillbilly?
Exactly.
No,
He's
he
never
knew.
seen the fucking broadcast at a TBS. He's too ensconced in his own thing. Listen, at this WrestleMania, let me just tell you something here. The average age of your celebrity guests, do you want to take a guess? I'll give you the actual age.
61?
58, bitch. What's going on?
Bob Goulet, come on, man.
We don't want the kids anymore.
Bob Goulet. Well, you know, for years, and when I say years, I'll go up until 1995 at least, when Pat Patterson was still involved and stuff. Pat would always, we have to do the WrestleMania with the big stars like Steve and Edie, and you know,
Right.
and the big and the glamorous, and it was like, Steve and Edie? I shit you not. For every year, Pat would talk about Steve and Edie. The big, the glamour, the big star. That's what the WrestleMania is for. No one has ever heard of these. The
Right.
youngsters coming in.
Robert
But
Goulet, Rona
Bob Goulet-
Barrett, Steve Allen, Mary
And-
Tyler Moore.
Mary Tyler Moore was just a fan there that night.
Right, who was on TV 12 years before that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Robert
great.
Goulet,
It's a great Pat story, by the way.
Gotta get the big star.
Why wasn't Brother Love part of the show?
That's what I say.
Just wasn't, man. You know, the
Too soon? Had everything been set in place by the time they involved you in the Sapphire thing? And
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't happen, and I was busy enough backstage anyway.
I was going to say, so what is a Bruce Prichard doing at WrestleMania 6?
Yeah, I'm running Gorilla at that point, just making sure that the show's running and the whole 9 yards. I'm producing the show at that point.
Always wanted to know. When Gorilla got the name Gorilla, was Gorilla there?
Yes, Gorilla was one who ran Gorilla for years.
But
which
was
is-
it referred to as Gorilla when Gorilla was there? Or was that a posthumous thing?
No, it was referred to as Gorilla because Gorilla always ran it. So people would say, "Go to Gorilla."
Right.
So go to Gorilla.
So he was
meant
alive
go to the
see
entrance.
that it
Oh
was-
yeah, no,
Oh,
it was
okay.
it was called Gorilla apparently way back in the day because Gino always sat there with the stopwatch and
Right.
and things like that. So when you tell talent, "Hey, go to Gorilla," they knew that you went to the entrance because that's where Gorilla was.
Right.
And then we kept the name. I did it after Gorilla. Louis Dondero did it for a little while, then I did it. And I did it for a long time. And
Well,
then-
that was a great idea because he could give you a little haircut before you went out, right? Give
Yeah.
you a little trim and then send you through the curtain.
Exactly. Got a honka burning love.
Who said?
Got a honka honky love.
That's it. One of the great showmen, Wayne Farris, of course. And then who said, let's put Greg Valentine next to him with the dyed hair and give him a guitar and make him the Vegas show act?
I think Vince was looking for something for Greg to do, and he had kind of run. You know, Greg Valentine had been there for a long time, and he was looking to help reinvent that character and come up with something new for Greg. So change his look, change him up a little bit, and put him with a honky tonk man, and let's see what we got.
Yeah.
It was such a departure
Yes.
that, you know, give it a try.
Maybe it would work because it was
Maybe,
so
yeah.
left field, right? What'd you think of Rhythm and Blues?
I thought it was absolutely hilarious because of how much Greg hated it. And I remember Greg walking around like just a dead man walking.
Right, in that Greg pose,
All,
the Greg
all-
demeanor.
Yes, all day long when he was supposed to get his hair dyed black and just Kind of like Frankenstein, you know.
He does do some corner work after this, I think, but this is the last time he's in the ring, and he's in very bad shape. Right?
Yes, he was, and it was hard just kind of getting him to the ring,
Right.
getting him in and out. And as you notice, I don't even think he tagged in for the match. Came in at the end, and that was about it. And then did the spot with Heenan and Haku at the very end.
It's said that his demeanor was also starting to deteriorate with the wasn't as patient as he used to be, maybe.
He was in pain.
Yeah.
Andre was in pain, and had his patience was deteriorating.
Yeah.
So, with his patience, his demeanor, and he just became the big, nasty, grumpy giant.
Right. The decision to babyface him here right before he's taken off, is that just a proper send-off for
Yes.
the character of Andre the Giant?
Yes.
Take him
And
off at
they tried again after WrestleMania 7 to kind of resurrect that a little bit, but his health just wouldn't allow him to do anymore.
You said she was a worker, so she had some training prior.
Very little. She worked independence. Yes.
Was she then given some more for WrestleMania?
No, Sherry beat the shit out of her during the summer months, and just
Elizabeth was gone for a while at the start of '90. Elizabeth,
Right.
do you remember why?
Just take some time off the road,
Okay.
and
Is she
give her
married to Randy
character.
still?
Yeah.
And their relationship is, because I know by the time they do the in-ring marriage, they had already split up.
No, they were no.
Right.
See what? No, when they
I
split
got it
up.
all wrong.
Yes, when they split up,
Mhm.
they in front of the camera. Okay, when Randy and Liz split up in front of the camera.
Mhm.
Randy and Liz, Randy being the consummate professional. This only happens in the wrestling business.
Said I have to split up with you in real life?
Got a legal separation.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
But
So that
precipitated
no one-
by something else, though.
No, simply so that people couldn't come back and say you're
You saw them
married
at
in
the
real.
mall or
You're married in real life. We looked it up. You're married in real life. They looked it up and say you're married in real life. He says no, we're separated. Still living together. They were still married, and they were never they weren't divorced.
Right.
But Randy did a legal separation for the business. That's how dedicated the guy was.
That is remarkable, and the first time I've heard.
So no, they weren't having problems. They weren't having issues at that point. And later on, they did, of course. But at that time, no, that was Randy.
Putting
Crazy.
Randy with Sherry, did that cause any tension with the real life Elizabeth Randy relationship?
No, they all got together. Man, we all traveled together. So it was not at all. They were totally cool. Time for Terry to go away and make a new movie, and he was going to make Suburban Commando. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Correct.
And was trying, Vince felt that Hulkamania, time to give it a rest. And we had this new up-and-comer, Ultimate Warrior, and the audience is always looking for something new. And felt that Hulkamania had its run, and it was time to give them something else. And this would allow Hulk to go away for a while and get some rest and go do his thing and build a new star.
So this was not just the stopgap to eventually bring Hulk back on TV and get the title. You were testing the waters with fidelity that Warrior would be the way to go.
Yes, exactly. They're looking for that next big thing.
A lot's been said about Hogan stealing Warrior spotlight after the match, going back to the ring, and is that something Terry would do? Not just-
That was all laid out. That was planned.
Okay.
I mean, that was all something that was planned out. And the whole idea wasn't to steal the spotlight from the Warrior. It was essentially to endorse the Warrior and say, hey, here's the new guy. This is your champion. This is your guy.
Right.
And I didn't look at it at all of him trying to steal the spotlight.
Why didn't Warrior work out on top?
I think that eventually people,
Too one-dimensional?
maybe, but it also wasn't, I'll go out on a lie, it wasn't real enough, I guess. When you look at the Ultimate Warrior, what can you identify with?
Nothing.
You look at Hulk Hogan, and he speaks to you. He gets you excited. He gets you motivated. And then you look at the Warrior, and he's talking about the cosmic moon and stars and this bullshit and that bullshit, Destrucity and all this other crap that makes no sense. I'm intrigued,
Right.
but after a while, what is there to hold on to? What is there to make me want to be that warrior? And I think that people, they got connected, but they couldn't. You couldn't get that last step. Steve Austin, he was every man.
Yeah.
Every guy wanted to tell their boss to go shove it up your ass, and they could identify with him. I can relate to that guy. John Cena, I can relate to that guy. Even The Rock, I can relate to The Rock. But Warrior was so out there and left very little opportunity to come inside that after a while I think people got tired.
Yeah. That's insightful. Should work in creative someday. What were the amenities needed that necessitated the buying of the huge complex?
Well, originally we were going to buy IBM, which had their headquarters in Stanford. And it was a big sprawling complex. And it was probably 2 or 3 stories, but it was 3 or 4 buildings. So we were going to buy that and put the studios
Right.
in there and the offices and a training facility and make this one big complex. We had invested so much already. The studio was still new. The studio, was put together in 1987, and we opened in 1988. So the studio is still new. And to have to move all of that again, and this opportunity came up for this building where it is now on Main Street. It just was. Vince wanted everybody to be together. And we were spread out. We had a warehouse one place. We had
Right.
all this other stuff. He just wanted to bring it all together.
Any interesting tidbits about the facility that would interest one?
No,
Anything?
not really. I mean, it's a beautiful building, and built it out and put in a gym that would rival, any gym anywhere in the world. But the Linda's office, Pat's office, and Vince's office all had windows that would open, which were interesting considering that Vince could throw somebody out of them. But
Those days are over. That was the 70s when the promoter would hang someone out by their ankles.
Take me through the contract issues you're having, and what are the negotiations like now?
Well, basically, I believe that was the time, and I'd have to read my book here real quick, but I came in with a stack of papers. Imagine that. Here's the ratings. Here's the numbers. Every time Bobby Eaton's in a main event with Ric Flair, it's the highest rated show of the month. Every time the Midnight Express is on the show, by the way, we haven't missed anything. We're the only ones that haven't missed any dates, that have consistently performed. Everybody raves about the matches. They tear the house down. All the statistics and all the facts. Herd's response was he wanted to make me an announcer, sign Bobby Eaton to a contract for less money, and put Stan on a per week verbal deal, and split them up as a team. You can imagine what my response was to Jim Herd. That's when, as the time JR told me in the corner one time, he said, well, because he every once in a while would tell me what Herd said behind my back when I wasn't there. Herd said, talking about me in the Midnight, said, I haven't seen such loyalty since Korea. I was not interested in breaking up the greatest performing tag team at that time in the business. I was not interested in not managing them, and I was not interested actually, and if that was the case, in working for WCW anymore. We would do something else, whatever that else may be. And as a matter of fact, when was it? It was February 11th in Knoxville, Tennessee. We had a match with the Rock and Roll Express, did $37,000. It was 4,000 people. That's when I said, Knoxville, these people are still coming. This is one of the only good houses we've done in I don't know how long, and they love wrestling. There could be a territory here. So in the back of my mind, I had, as soon as I can get the fuck out of here, right? Because I'd already met Rick Rubin.
Right.
So I was just, at this point, I was marking the time off on, on the contract and everything, right? Because I wasn't going to turn down 150 grand yet. So anyway, that was the negotiation, and I was like, fuck, we ain't going to get anywhere with this fucking guy, so tell you what, we're probably going to be done. But then I talked to Rick. I said, wait a minute. How about this? Because the Four Horsemen was 2, because Ole was
Right.
in the office, and reluctantly at that, and wasn't going to wrestle anymore, so it was Flair and Arn. We had nobody else. The roster was coming and going, and as you can see, starting to go to shit. I said, all right, how about if we put everybody in the place they want? I will retire as a manager, and I'll just do the announcing on TBS. Sign Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane to another contract for the same terms, and we will make them the other 2 of the Four Horsemen. And Flair was all over this because woman would use her womanly wiles to make this negotiation. Mm-hmm. That way, the Horsemen could be restored to at least where the not only were the Horsemen best friends in real life and a great group, but also they were known as being the best working in-ring heels in the company. That's what made the Horsemen. Mm-hmm. So now you've got the 4 best in-ring working heels, again, as a group of horsemen. And the Midnight Express has a pedigree. It's not like we put 2 schlubs in the fucking Horsemen. They've been World Tag Team Champions, U.S. Tag Team Champions. It gets Bobby and Stan another contract. It gives Herd what he wants, which is, for whatever reason, to just break us apart. And it benefits the company and the product. It benefits the boys, and then we can last out our contract, is what I'm thinking. The next one we sign in April, and then wherever the fuck we go, we go. Because I was, in the back of my mind, I thought, Herd can't last forever, because nobody can fuck shit up like this bad. Because, I mean, shit's dropping like fucking flies, everywhere. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking maybe if we stay a year like George Scott, we'll outlast Herd.
Well, the committee approves this.
Yes.
Why does Herd not?
He did. More on that. Hold on here. Okay, the negotiations I had were after the March 13th TV taping. Or during that period of time, because on March 14th, I went to Hawaii with my wife at the time. And I was gone because I had to get away from these fucking people. And I was gone until March 22nd. I came back in Toledo, Ohio. I had gone to Hawaii. This was the deal that we had made. And then we were going to re-sign the contracts. Everybody's going to be happy. And this show was written. I get back from Hawaii, and JR is at the show, and he says, Jim, I need to talk to you. What's the matter? He said, Herd's decided not to do the deal. I said, what are you talking about? He said, he changed his mind. He doesn't think the Midnight should be members of the Horsemen, so he's not going to do it. And I'm still a member of the booking committee at this point, right?
Not for long, but yes.
Exactly, for about another 13 seconds.
Exactly.
Because I said, this is fucking it. This is fucking it. He said, no, he said, because, JR's always tries to be diplomatic and professional. He says, Corny, he says, come to the booking meeting in Chicago on the 23rd, I believe it was, at the airport somewhere, and before our show, and plead your case. I said, JR, let me tell you something. And this is I swear to God, I remember this better than I remember anything in my life. I said, I'm not coming to that booking meeting tomorrow or ever, because if I do, I will plead my case by taking these 2 fingers and putting them 2 knuckles deep in Jim Herd's eye sockets. I quit the booking committee, and when our contract is up here in 4 or 5 weeks or whenever it is, we're done. We'll be out of the way, and that motherfucker can take this company and shove it up his fucking ass, and it'll rot. It'll rot there, like bad beef in his fucking colon, right? And that's exactly what I did. And by the way, if you'll notice, when I get my payoff, no, you know what? It was Canton, Ohio at the taping. It was Canton, Ohio, not Toledo. I knew it was Ohio, but we came back and worked this weekend.
Yeah, the handwriting gets more maniacal.
We came back and worked this weekend, St. Louis and Baltimore and Johnstown, and then in Canton, Ohio. That's when he told me. I knew it was Canton. But anyway, if you will notice, the next time that I get a booking committee, remember I was supposed to get $300 a week? Yeah. And they paid you every 2 weeks then on your contract and everything. So like we were getting these drizzly payoffs, like Philadelphia, April 7th, did $40,000. That wasn't even 4,000 people in Philadelphia. We got a $250 payoff. Atlanta, I didn't even have the house recorded. It was so shitty. Our contract payment for the 2 weeks, which basically made up what we were supposed to be making from the payoffs, was $2,869, but the booking committee fee, $128.58. He prorated it. He didn't even give me the whole week. He prorated from the last period until the 2 or 3 days or whatever it was that I said, fuck you, and quit it. So I got $128.58. That was my last booking committee payoff. But at any rate, and we're working every night now, by the way. We still have never missed a fucking match. We're working with Brian and Zink, but just regular matches and, doing a finish or whatever. They're winning almost every night. So it's basically when he told me that, yes, arriving at the taping, I said, it's in the book. I should have read my own book. Herd vetoed everything. I worked the tapings that night. I did color on both shows. So anyway, at the booking committee meeting, which was on fucking 28th in, before Harrisonburg, Virginia, after the TV, they all flew to Atlanta and did the booking committee meeting. So we go to Hampton, Virginia. I stay on the road. We go to Hampton, Virginia on March 29th. We walk in the Hampton Coliseum, and there's Wahoo, because Wahoo now is one of the agents.
Okay.
And they put him on the committee also. We passed in the night. I loved Wahoo, but we didn't even get a chance to work together because he started right as I quit. He told us, he said, boys, we had a meeting in Atlanta today. And every single one of us overruled Herd. Jim Ross and myself and whoever else was on the committee. Everybody said that he should renew you guys. And so you're renewed at the same terms for another year. And I pitched my fucking bag of crap. And Stan Lane kicked his goddamn suitcase and his gun. And of course, Bobby never gets mad, and he just sat down. And Wahoo's like, what the
Thanks, Wahoo.
I said, we were wanting to fucking leave. We couldn't wait to get the fuck out of this goddamn zoo. He had never seen anybody be greeted with, we've all got you 6-figure contracts guaranteed for another year, and we're fucking pissed, right? So that was one of the worst days of my fucking life.
Does Eddie, when he's in WCW, is he suggesting things like that, creative ideas, or is he just one of the rank and file?
Here's the problem. And I loved Eddie. He's a month older. He was a month older than I was. And we grew up, we were photographers together. He was down on the Memphis end. I was in the Louisville end. We used to keep in touch. When he first got into business, he loved his dad. He first started as Tommy Gilbert Jr. And he wanted to be just like his dad, and he grew up wanting to be like Jerry Lawler. And sometimes to his detriment, he did a little too much of it. Even like in Philadelphia, he was trying to be the king and et cetera in Eastern Championship Wrestling. But Eddie was a great worker, great promo. He had two problems. He wasn't as big physically as his talent was, and secondly, he had that car wreck, fucked his neck up early in the WWF, and it never... If you notice the way he took bumps and the way he sold, he never had full motion, and it caused him problems with, different things. But he had been on the committee the previous summer. And I replaced him. And I'd never had a booking job at all, right? So it's not like I'm just going to say, well, I'd like that spot. You know, he got sideways with Flair because they ran a show in Memphis, and it was Eddie Gilbert versus Ron Simmons. And when you look at it, Eddie's 6 feet tall maybe, and 215 pounds, and there's Ron fucking Simmons. And Flair wanted to, he thought Ron Simmons was a hoss, and he wanted to use him. And when Flair had just taken the book, they have the show in Memphis, Flair wasn't there, but Eddie, as a member of the committee, had the finishes. And the story I got was basically that Eddie thought that, well, he's got Ron Simmons beating me in Memphis. This has to be some kind of mistake because it's Eddie Gilbert and it's Memphis. Mm-hmm. And Flair didn't give a fuck about Memphis because he never watched Memphis wrestling, and I love Memphis wrestling. And so I didn't have a dog in that fight. I wasn't even there, as Davey would say. It was Owen. I wasn't even there. Eddie changed the finish, and Flair heard about it. And that's when Flair had called me, and it was like August or whatever, and said, do you want to be on the booking committee? I said, God, oh my God, does Pope shit in the woods? And I said, Rick, I'll do anything for you, right? And he said, well, the other guy, he always said, whenever he didn't want to mention somebody's name, he was pissed at, he'd call him the other guy.
That's
the other guy.
defacing someone.
There's going to be an opening pretty soon because the other guy's not with me. He's not loyal. He's not on the bandwagon, whatever the fuck. So the reason I'm telling this is because Eddie had one time told a story, and I'm sure he remembered it that way, and I'm sure he was pissed off about it. But he had told the story that he walked in the booking committee meeting one time and I was sitting in his chair. And that's the way he found out about it. That was not true. For one thing, we didn't have assigned seating. And for another thing, Rick asked me if I wanted to be on it and said, keep it under your hat and don't say anything, and I got to do some things first. And Rick arranged to put Eddie off the committee and then brought me on. So it wasn't a situation where I didn't replace Eddie. I came on, he went off, but it was unrelated. So I just wanted to clear that up. But so since then, he had been one of the, it's awfully hard to go from being in a booking position to being one of the boys. And especially when Eddie knew he could book fucking wrestling and he could get a lot out of a little, and he was frustrated. He was as frustrated, probably or more frustrated as we were. We knew we could perform better. He knew he could book things differently is the way he saw it. So he pretty much wanted to get the fuck out of there too.
I recall bringing Paul's name up and them having no interest in him.
Oh, you? What did you see in him?
I liked Paul. Paul and I were friends. I thought Paul had a great gift of gab, and bring him in as a manager. Bobby Heenan liked him. Had seen him. He was working on the independents, and Vince just didn't care for him.
You showed him some tape or something?
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember what was said? What were some of the words that might have been that he was shot down for being too
Wrestling. Vince didn't like wrestling, and felt that Paul was just too much of a stereotypical, wrestling manager. But we also tried Paul out on color commentary and different things, and he just didn't care for him.
Horseman to ring, Sting at ringside, close, cover shot of ring as wrestlers attend to Sting and Luger. So
they don't even make mention in the format.
no, because then somebody, if it was a surprise, somebody would have seen it.
Well, the match was Flair, Luger, and then Wyndham was the surprise run-in at the end.
All right.
Ah, well then in that case, it was a last minute deal. See, here's another thing, and you'll see this on the video when you B-roll. These formats are not like this fucking hokey horseshit that you see leaked on the internet now, where the format for Raw is even when it was a 2-hour show, is 13 fucking pages. This was the 1-hour show, this page.
Right.
Because you had the matches and the interviews, and if you're going to go to the announce desk or whatever, that's all we put on paper.
You guys did the rest.
Because if you put the shit on paper that would indicate that this shit isn't real and somebody's got the paper, then they would know that the shit wasn't real. So you didn't write finishes down, shit maybe. And this was actually pushed it a little bit. Cover shot of ring as wrestlers attend to Sting and Luger. That would allude to there was some reason to be attended to. So even that sometimes, that comment wouldn't have gotten by a year or two previously. And this was, we did the rest verbally. You sat everybody down and you fucking told them what was going to go on. And the director kind of knew sometimes, and the cameramen didn't need to know, because if it's happening in front of them and they don't fucking shoot it, get new cameramen. The blank spots were for guys, job guys to be filled in, because you basically, here's the list of pre-tapes once again, that would happen. That on the different shows, and what we needed. And then here is the order of live events for the entire night, so that you could put this on the wall. We would fill the job guys in. Since I was not on the booking committee anymore, I didn't fill these job guys in. But you'd fill the job guys in and you put that on the wall, and that way everybody would know when they were up. And otherwise, here's the format for the NWA Power Hour. That was a Friday night TBS show. Louisville Slugger with guest Lex Luger. Luger discusses cage match for world title versus Flair at Capitol Combat Saturday, May 19th. That was the script.
That was it. So everything discussed would then come from you guys entirely.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if you put it on paper, somebody might get it, and then that proves the shit's fake. This was high-tech wrestling formats at the time, because a lot of times, most territories didn't want to put this much on paper. Because even if this shit was found, people could insinuate that there were, things going on. And there's the set close with Jim Ross and Gordon Soley, and that's the bullet points that the announcers would talk about. And then everything else was gone over verbally with the guys as they sat down. Here's this is the NWA main event. This was kind of a kabuki-ish type of format, because there was two main events at that time. There was the TBS main event and the syndication main event. And the commercial breaks were slightly different. Even though most stuff was the same, you would put maybe a few other pre-taped interviews in, so that was a double format show. See this, the total runtime, 54:50, total runtime 58:57.
With the commercial minutes.
Commercial 14:20, 14:12, show 40:30, 44:45. And, and there's syndication. Here's center stage. Here's what the job guys filled in.
So you'd have them blank when this was typed.
Yeah, and because you didn't know who was going to show up.
Right.
It's fucking job guys. And then, once again, there's your matches. There's the bullet points over there with the towns that are coming up. Plug the Power Hour Friday night. Here's what's on the main event tomorrow. Just because one piece of paper, the announcers can look down at the desk and refer to that and see exactly where they are. And the reason why I like this also is because it starts at the top and finishes at the bottom. So instantly, if I'm calling this wrestling match in the middle of the ring and it's in segment 3, then I could look down segment 4. Okay, that's next, boom, boom, and I see it. And it's like drawing a picture of the show as it's going to air, as it happens. If you've got all this goddamn gaga and all this stuff that's going to go on, and most people don't need to know that shit anyway. And if you have it written down where there's one segment is this much writing, it just on a glance, how are you going to look down and go, wait a minute, where the fuck we at?
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Gotcha.
So anyway,
Excellent.
Wyndham came in as a surprise. So there's the Capitol Combat typed out format for May 19th, which we'll get to here shortly, I bet you.
So his coming back is the brainchild of whom?
Whoever was able to make at that point in time, JR was probably the lead on the committee at that point, because this was probably right before Herd made Ole the guy. So it was just, once again, is talent available? I can't remember whether Barry had just been in the WWF and had left there, or whether he'd been off for a while. I know he was injured at one point there during that period of time. That had been the fall of '89. Kendall Wyndham was working with us at the time, doing some underneath matches. And I got a call from Kendall saying, well, not going to be able to make the shows because me and my dad got popped with some counterfeit money. And I said, what? And at the time, bless him, Kendall said, well, we worked an independent show and the guy paid us in counterfeit money. Well, come to find out, it was like $2 million in counterfeit money. So I said, Kendall, next time I saw him, I said, Kendall, what'd you fucking sell out the Orange Bowl to get that payoff? What the fuck? So since I was the only member of the committee that, for whatever reason, I wasn't on the road that day, they got me from the office, or he got me on the phone at home, and I called the office and I said, take out Kendall Windham on these cards and put in whoever's not working, whatever. So the next time we have the fucking booking meeting, Herd starts off on a rant, and I'm gonna tell you what, we're gonna stop having all these card changes and all these substitutions. And I'm looking at you, Cornette, when I say that. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, you just changed the cards. I said, the fucking guy's in jail. What do you want me to do, bake a cake with a fucking file in it? And he's yelling at me because I took the guy off the cards that's fucking in jail. Motherfucker. So anyway, yeah, so that was, Barry coming back, Barry at, primo worker, at 2 years previously, 3 years previously, he'd been the best in-ring talent in the business. Mm-hmm. So, we got Barry Windham back. And Tony Schiavone. I told Tony, when Tony came in, he had a book, the big book, just like Vince, uses for the booking book, and he had all his paperwork together, and he had all his pens and everything, and he was ready to go to work. He'd gone up to this big company, seen how they did it, and he's going to come down and he's going to make a difference. I said, Tony, in 2 months, your hair will be falling out, and you will hate the wrestling business. And the prophecy came true. And he has recently said that leaving the WWF was the worst mistake he ever made in his life.
Now, how about JR? I mean, was there tension between the two of them still at this point?
I don't know, and once again, I don't want to read either guy's mind. I didn't sit down. I'd known Tony since we started working for Crockett, and I'd known JR before that, so I didn't sit down and ask either one of them if there was heat, and I don't think there was on JR's position. I think also at the same time, once again, Herd probably, instead of looking at Tony Schiavone like he's over with our audience, he's been on TBS before, he knows the guys in the NWA style. I think he was just thinking, we stole somebody from the WWF. So that'll be a big deal. That was the last thing we wanted to do was do anything like the WWF. We should have been different, and Herd continued to try to do everything like the WWF and fail miserably. Listen to this loop. They sent us, starting May 4th, Boston, Massachusetts, right? And Bobby loses to Johnny Ace. And Stan beats Dutch in a single match with a small package. It wasn't in the Boston Garden. It was in this goddamn college gym that we couldn't hardly even find. We had to stop a cop and ask him how to get to this thing. And actually, I got trapped. Dutch was in the back seat. And I started to make an illegal left turn to get in the back of this fucking college gym parking lot. And I didn't know the Boston thing because I wasn't really New England savvy. And I'm straddling a fucking train track in the median of this road in the middle of town is train tracks. Yeah. And as I'm trying to turn, here comes a fucking train. And Dutch is trying to get the goddamn seatbelt. He's, oh, Jesus Christ, he's stuck. And I hit the fucking gas and off we go. So we almost got run down and killed. Then the next day, we are off, but we can't go home because the next day we're in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Oh. So here's what happened here. We go and have this horrible show where the boys are in 2 single matches and underneath matches. And then we're sitting in what was the hotel in Boston? It was like a Super 8, only not as nice. Stan cracks up. And the mirror cracks, right? Stan says, fuck it. He goes to the airport, gets on a plane, flies home. The first time the Midnight Express has got the disease that everybody else had, right? So he called us and told us, he said, I'm going home. Oh, fuck, all right. And at that point, I think he intended never to come back. But he went home. So we go to Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's Bobby Eaton and Kevin Sullivan against the Road Warriors. Guess who won that fucking match? Then we go to St. John, New Brunswick. Now, Fredericton, we got a $200 payoff. I think there may have been 300 people there, right? In St. John, we're driving a rental car, and I'm sick as a dog, but now I can't go home. I mean, I've literally 103-degree fever, and I had to go to the doctor and get antibiotics in the next few days, but I can't go home because Stan already has. And in fact, I can't leave Bobby up there alone, and Dutch is traveling with us, and he's fucking miserable. So we're all fucking sick and miserable and everything. We drive to St. John, and there's a huge line of people outside the building. And our hotel is right across the street, so we're thinking, fine, at least we'll have a good house. So we fucking see this headline from the newspaper, wrestling card gassed. Please shoot that, wrestling card gassed. We get our bags and we leave the hotel and we're walking across the fucking street, right? And we see David Crockett, and David Crockett's waving like this. Go back, go back. What are you talking about? It's a hockey arena. There's an ammonia leak from the ice freezing apparatus. And there's ammonia in the entire arena. You go in, your eyes water. They've got big industrial fans. They're trying to fucking blow the... So they said, we're keeping the people out here. Just go back, come back in 30 minutes. We go back in 30 minutes, and we go in the building, and as soon as you walked in, your eyes watered and your nose started to fucking melt. And Bobby goes in the locker room and sets his bag down, starts taking his shoes off. I said, Bobby, fuck, we got to get out of here. It's going to kill us. Well, corny. We got a crowd, you know. So they canceled the show. The only good house we had, they had to cancel the show. And this was the new headline in the newspaper next day, wrestling card gassed. I said it was a mercy killing, right? So the next day, we go to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and now I'm just down to Bobby, and he puts Animal over, because I think then Hawk had left and gone somewhere, because he was cracking up. And then finally we come back to Syracuse, where I went to the commission doctor, got some antibiotics, because I was about to have to go to the hospital. He said, you're days away from fucking pneumonia and death. And actually, I think Stan came back. We talked Stan into coming back because we beat Johnny Ace and Johnny Stewart, because Shane Douglas somehow he was either hurt or cracked up or whatever. Then we go to Rochester, then Saginaw, then Detroit, then Chicago. Okay, so now bear in mind, we left home. I'm building to something here. Bear with me. We left home on Friday, May 4th. And we went through that whole goddamn thing, a day off in Boston, the cancellation, all these fucking horrible shows. It's a week and 3 days later, we go to Indianapolis for TV on May 14th. We have gone through all this shit, and we haven't been home and fucking seen our families in 10 days. And we walk in, and Herd comes, because it's a TV taping, and he walks down the hallway, and there's me and Bobby and Stan coming in. He's coming this way, and he's got a fucking manila envelope in his hand. It's our new contracts that he'd agreed to, that the agents overruled him on, right? He hands them to me. He says, you know what he says when he hands me our new contracts? He said, you know I was against this. I said, motherfucker, so were we.
So let's tear this up and go home.
So were we. And I swear, if Bobby Eaton hadn't had 3 children, not only would we have torn the contracts up, I believe at that point Stan was even going to just fucking punch. And Stan, we know from that lawsuit in Beckley, one shot will crush your fucking orbital socket. So that's the way Herd was treating the employees. And then we went back to Battle Creek, Michigan, and Dayton, Ohio, before 2 weeks later, we got to go home. That shit.
No, that was a grind.
Fucking
that was
prick. So they've revamped this fucking Glow Wrestling.
What was your opinion of Glow at the time? I gotta know.
Well, my opinion of the revival of Glow Wrestling is what Dennis Miller once said about the reunification of East and West fucking Germany. I didn't enjoy their previous work, and I'm not anxious to see the new stuff. It was a goddamn joke, embarrassment, hoo-ha, cartoon fucking wrestling, even though it was girls, and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It was obviously phony fucking wrestling at a time where real wrestling was not supposed to look phony. And as soon as I saw it, it gave me fucking sour belches, and I was horrified that they would show it on TV.
Is it possible that, I'm just gonna take devil's advocate here, Glow was a sitcom about something serious, not unlike maybe,
what was that show about football? The First and 10 that was on HBO. The comedy show about...
Sitcoms are funny. This was just bad. It wasn't funny. It just made wrestling look bad and made TV look bad. I don't know. Whatever it could be.
I think it wasn't
made look
supposed
bad.
to be wrestling. I think it was supposed to be...
Then they should have stayed out of the fucking ring.
Okay, very good.
Goddamn. Okay, if I'm fucking Gordon Ramsay, do I want some fucking jack off in fucking a Ronald McDonald outfit fucking cooking in the goddamn kitchen on a fucking cooking show and he's killing my fucking business or what? As poor analogy. You've got me so frazzled I can't form a cogent simile. Fuck Glow and anything it looks like Glow. It was fucking cartoon bullshit fucking wrestling. Same fucking situation we're in here right now today. Oh, good God. Well, there you go. There you go.
Why is this decision made?
Why not? No, I mean...
Is it the hope that putting him with someone talented will
Yeah,
get him
well,
to that
and
next...
that's the thing. No human being looked like that.
Right.
Right? So if you put him with Ric Flair and with Arn Anderson and Ole, they badgered Ole to get back on camera about that point. They had high hopes. And Sid made a lot of money in the wrestling business. And I mean, right now, as Ole said about me one time, I'll say the same thing about Sid. Ole said, Cornette, I used to think you were a dumb fuck, but so many other dumb fucks have come along worse than you. You've moved up the ladder without doing anything. Sid would be one of the better workers in the business these days.
So, what did Rick and Ole think of Sid?
I once again, I don't want to reflect. Everybody was, look at him, But, and plus Herd was pushing for it. And, Sid, if he had just understood how to work like a giant but be vulnerable sometimes, he had the promo, it just something didn't, but he wasn't ever dedicated fully. I mean, I've told the story on another one of our releases where when he was in the WWF, he was making $400,000 a year, he fucking got hurt or whatever and he went home and Vince finally was fed up and said, tell fucking Sid he's got to be at Raw on Monday. He doesn't have to wrestle, but he's got to do a promo. Paying him $400,000 a year. So I called his wife. He was playing softball. I'm not lying about that. And I said, Sid's got to be there. Well, he hasn't worked out in a couple weeks. And he hasn't tanned. I said, Vince says he needs to be there to do a promo in San Antonio at Raw. She said, sometimes Sid feels like he'd be happier if he went back to selling farm chemicals. Maybe we all would too. So he goes to San Antonio and comes out on the stage with all the other big baby faces at the start at Seg 1, and then in Seg 7, we supposed to do the interview. We're looking around for Sid. Here comes fucking Bruno, Harvey Whippleman. Said, so where's Sid? He said, I just took him back to the hotel. He thinks he's having a heart attack. So you didn't take him to the hospital? He said, no, he wanted to go to the hotel. So he thinks he's having a heart attack. And he didn't show up. He went back to the hotel, didn't do the fucking promo. And that's when Vince told him that he was going to prorate his contract. He was only going to pay him for shows that he showed up for, and he wasn't going to get paid for shows he didn't, and that's when Sid never came back. But also, I told Herd one time, because Herd loved Sid. He just loved the way he looked and everything. I said, Jim, you'd rather have Sid Vicious than Arn Anderson, wouldn't you? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, Sid Vicious is the kind of guy that would make you $1 million in one night on pay-per-view. He said, well, what's the matter with that? I said, because after the people see it, they never want to see it again. I said, but Arn Anderson will draw you steady money for 20 fucking years. He couldn't get it.
Didn't. So does this mean there's no more committee? It's Ole in the driver's
Well, there
seat
was still a committee, but Ole took the Flair spot in that there has to be a guy, head booker, right? So Ole was named the head booker, but he still had to talk to Jim Barnett and Jim Herd and Jody Hamilton and Jim Ross and whoever else at the time. I can't. So many people came in and out. Whoever else at that time, but they gave Ole actually. When you think about it, as you'll see with the talent that comes in, and the things that go on, he gave Ole much more freedom than he'd given Flair. And the talent roster and the numbers show it. As a matter of fact, by the end of April, remember that 4.0 on Saturday night that Flair got? Down to 2.6. Remember the 4.4 on Sunday? Down to 2.7. Nearly in half.
What's your reaction when you hear Ole's given control?
I didn't really mind at that point because I figured, Jesus, anybody knows more about wrestling than Herd, and I didn't know what Ole was going to do, and I've made amends with Ole since then, but it was brutal. It was brutal to fucking watch because, and once again, people accuse me of being behind the times or stuck in the past or whatever. I want to do angles and logic that worked 10 years ago, but with guys that were, I said one time in OVW, I tried to do wrestling logic from the 80s with guys that were born in the 80s, when that was 20 years ago or whatever. They were 20-something years old. I wanted to use new talent, but have wrestling make sense like it did. Both George Scott and Ole wanted to use the same guys that drew them money 15 years beforehand. Instead of doing the same things with new talent, you've always got to get the new talent over, but you can recycle the angles, but you can't recycle the fucking talent.
How's he to deal with if you have a concern about something?
Easy. Say, Ole, I'm really worried about this. Well, fuck off.
That's it, right.
Why are we going with perfect?
Because he's perfect. Just time. I mean, it's Kurt was the consummate professional, and you'd be challenged, especially at that time, to find a bad match with Kurt with anybody. So it was looking for a heel. You've got your babyface is the WWF champion, and usually would have a heel, working heel underneath in the Intercontinental spot.
Heenan and Perfect seem to click really well and work as the
Perfect manager with the perfect talent. Yeah.
Right. How was Kurt behind the scenes? Was he well liked by management and talent?
Yeah, Kurt always had a smile on his face and was always fun to be around, was always ribbing, always joking, always laughing. So yeah, it was a blast.
Funny tidbit,
the
an interview
voiceover-
with a fan at home in Philadelphia watching with his family, turns out to be Todd Gordon.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I never knew that. Son of a bitch. The reason why he was referred to as a pretender to the throne of Hulk Hogan is because at that point, Vince had convinced everybody, especially in the news media that centered in New York, that he was wrestling and that he was, I mean, it's not like it took much convincing. He was, at that point, the #1 company by a large margin. And it was like, instead of going into like most everything you see on the news, instead of going into the depth of things to find out the details and the truth, they could have said, well, this company was hugely successful and was competitive with Vince only 3-4 years ago, but after Turner Broadcasting bought it, it's fallen in a fucking hole. How would that have looked? And now they're trying to climb out. So all of a sudden they just presented it like it was this new company that was trying to take over this established, you know. I was actually still, this was planned so far ahead, I was still on the committee. Because, now, bear in mind, a guy like Barry Windham returns and it's fucking last minute and all this other shit happens last minute, but this fucking stunning angle was planned 3 months
in
out.
the works.
Months and years in the making. At one of the last meetings I was at, they said, wow, we're going to have RoboCop, the real guy. What? They'd made arrangements because the movie was going to be coming out. It was going to be a tie-in. The posters, that's another thing. If you go back in the ad, as a matter of fact, do I have an ad in here? Yeah, no, that's the Clash. Shit, I didn't reprint the ad in here, but it was like a movie poster. The Return of RoboCop. It had a big picture of RoboCop. You wouldn't have known it was a wrestling card. So maybe the RoboCop fans would have fucking bought it. They said, we're going to have the real RoboCop on, and we got to figure out something for him to do. And they said, but now here's the parameters. In the guy in the suit, and it might not have even been the real, maybe it's the real RoboCop suit, because somebody said maybe it wasn't Peter Weller or whatever.
Peter Weller would have been the actor.
Well, I don't know who the fuck Peter Weller was, and fuck Peter Weller,
Fuck
anybody
him
looks
too.
like Peter Weller, right? But it was the real RoboCop suit, and they said the deal was he can't fall down, because if he falls down, he can't get back up. And he can't climb stairs in this suit. And he can't run. He moves. Basically, he can walk at a slow gait forward.
So
is what he can do.
So he's Abby at this point.
See, you. So we had to figure out something. Somehow he could be involved in a meaningful way, and they came up with the idea that there would be a cage at ringside because he could spread the fake bars. So that's why I ended up getting put in that fucking cage at ringside. So there would be a cage sitting there. There was a purpose for the cage sitting there. They fucked our match up.
You were there to get RoboCop.
I was there to get RoboCop over. And my thing was always I would fucking try to get out of the cage and everything. I said, no, don't touch the fucking bars, because the bars were gimmicked. Because he couldn't really pull fucking bar. So I couldn't touch the cage and do all this shit and everything. And so, already now the Midnight Express match is handicapped because I'm stationary. There's no good reason for me to be in this cage because Pillman and Zink had been beating us like fucking redheaded stepchildren and government mules for the previous 3 months. But now to keep me from interfering, I'm going to be in this cage that I can't fuck with. And just to make sure that it doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever, guess what the finish was? We won the U.S. Tag Team titles.
Yes,
we
you
beat
did.
Pillman and Zink in the complete opposite of a fucking blow-off. They've been beating us for 3 months, and now the manager is neutralized, and the babyface is in an even fight.
Yeah.
I honestly think Ole felt sorry for us and just threw us a fucking bone. Because that's the only explanation I've ever had for why that we beat them and won the belts when the one match they should have won, and they didn't.
The thing is that there's a DQ in a cage match.
Yeah.
This violates some kind of religious order in professional wrestling, does it not?
Here's the thing. Well, it didn't used to. Because in the 60s and 70s, when people were more forgiving and before they get smart, you could do things like that if you could either blame the heel for something bad or the babyface could take credit for something good, the fans were fine with it. This is 25 years ago. It's even worse now in that, how can I explain this? In the days of territory wrestling, if the babyface won the worst match that they'd ever seen, the people left happy. But if the heel won the greatest in-ring match of all time, they were pissed. So Ole had, even though things had gotten about halfway or not even to where they are now, Ole still thought that people would be happy if you could blame the heel for something bad or give the babyface credit for something good. It didn't matter, whatever the fucking DQ and blah, blah, blah. I've been accused of doing these things. I figure if it's a real good finish, you can get away with it, no matter what it is. If it's a bad finish, like that was, you can't get away with it, no matter what it is. That was a bad finish.
What's the outfit? What kind of getup is George in here?
Jorge
Yes.
Gonzalez. He was a nice man, and
Yeah.
it was not his fault. He was not cut out for this. I remember I was walking through CNN Center on the way to the office with Jim Ross, and he said, look, he said, there's our new giant. And I looked over, and there was a guy sitting in one of the seats at the lobby of the Omni Hotel. He was so tall, when he was sitting in a normal chair, his knees were up over his head. And he looked like $1 million, and he'd played basketball in Argentina, but he was not by any stretch of the imagination athletic enough to be a wrestler. He could have got by with it because of his size, but there was the language barrier. He had never seen wrestling before. He totally didn't get it. He was a nice man, but it was another investment they made that just did not pan out. He was legitimately 7'7", or close enough to where you didn't really want to argue with it. And he was, you know, he was great. He was a great guy. Just, oh God, it hurt the fans' feelings to just watch him walk. You can tell when a guy don't know what he's doing when he walks.
Dressed as a space age samurai too.
Yeah, well, it's because they had a fucking creative department that, you know, wow, this would be a nice looking outfit. And this now here, but they gained a giant. But guess who they lost? The Road Warriors. Because the Road Warriors, where is it? I know it off the top of my head, but I'll prove it. The Road Warriors were making $10,400 a week each, and Paul Ellering was making $5,000 a week. And that was a holdover from the contracts from Crockett when they were the biggest tag team box office attraction in the business, and they were drawing that money. And there was two things about the Warriors that people never got. Number one, they always tried to match them with like Warlord and Barbarian or some team that was going to be physically, so it was like the irresistible force and immovable object, which
Similar. Yeah.
didn't work because the only way the Road Warriors, and I love Hawk and Animal, I'm not knocking them, they were huge draws and this was the key to them drawing, and I'm about to put them over. They had to be against heels that had so much heat that you wanted to see those heels killed. Whether it be the Midnight Express thrown off the scaffold, or whether it be the Horsemen like Tully and Arn or Flair, whatever combination of the Horsemen, that could take bumps for them and make them look like they were unbeatable. And then they would sell in the context of the match, but then they would go over and triumph in the end. When you put them with two guys that were just as big and just as strong, it was just this, and it didn't fucking work. Yeah. And secondly, at this point, Herd felt they were making way too much money, and to be quite honest, for the shape the business was in,
Yeah.
The Rock could not have drawn for this fucking company. But they wanted to get away from Herd. And the contract negotiations, well, it didn't go anywhere because Herd wasn't going to anywhere near that amount of money, and I don't think they wanted to stay even if they got the same amount of money. So they finished up on May 25th was their last day, I believe, or 26th. But we worked with them in Memphis on May 24th and St. Louis on May 25th. And here's once again how fucked up Herd was in the head. They come in Memphis, and Hawk and Animal both said, Bobby and Stan and me, and said, you guys are from here. Why the fuck are we beating you? We're leaving. You guys are from here. We'll put you over. Okay. And I mean, there was interference, and there was racket, and there was chaos and everything, but that 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the ring, I think the Midnight Express are the only team that ever beat them by pinfall in their NWA run. Find me another instance of that, right? But they did it voluntarily to return the favor to us for what we'd done for them in our hometown of Memphis. And the next night we go to St. Louis. Of course, it wasn't on TV and everything. It had pay-per-view, been a different story. Next night we go to St. Louis. Herd had found out that they switched the finish, and the team that was leaving put the team that was staying over. He got hot, and he demanded that they win. Yes, motherfucker. So Hawk and Animal got together, and they had negotiated the deal for Paul also, because he was part of the team. So they got together and said, all right, motherfucker, we will win, but we're not going to beat the Midnight Express. So they did a finish where even though me and Paul were just the managers out on the floor at ringside, they jerked me in and Paul pinned me because they refused, the Road Warriors, and I give them all the credit in the world, the Road Warriors refused to win a match for the only time in history.
Wow.
But that's how fucking far off Herd was in his fucking head. And then they were, so we got El Gigante and lost the Road Warriors. So now the talent that is over, he's denied the people Tully Blanchard. He's marginalized the fucking Horsemen. He's run off the Road Warriors. But we're getting El Gigante and JYD and things.
How did Paul come to return here in 1990?
You know, I don't really. It was on the, as a matter of fact, it was on the Louisville Slugger, on syndication. I interviewed Teddy Long and Mark and Paulie. I don't remember how the deal was made for him to come back. I was off the committee by that point. I don't remember where Paul had been.
Did you guys get along?
Yeah, you see, we actually, the boys thought we hated each other long before we actually did. And then since we've I got, and we've covered this, or maybe we didn't in the preview, because actually it was 88, but Paul Lee and Dennis Conrad and Randy Rose would not have come to the NWA to begin with if it hadn't been for me and Bobby and Stan begging Dusty to bring him in. Because he had switched us babyface, and then we lost Tully and Arn. They went to the WWF, September of 88, put the World Tag titles on us. Then he switched to Road Warriors heel, and they beat us for the belts and did the double turn kind of thing in New Orleans. But we had nobody to work with. We'd been making these huge checks against Tully and Arn and drawing these tremendous houses, 140 grand in Richmond, whatever the fuck, and all of a sudden we got nobody.
Yeah.
So I had seen that Paul E. was with Randy and Dennis in the AWA, and I came up with the idea where he came out on TV, surprise, hit me with the phone, I get the juice, the angle, right? Which, of course, got butchered that was Dusty's, last month as Booker. And then Jimmy Crockett took over and didn't like fucking Randy Rose.
Yeah.
And then George Scott came in and didn't like us.
We did
and
that
then
in the 89, yeah.
Yeah, so so that had been all fucked up, but basically, no, I liked the idea of having Paul Lee to work against, and when he came back here, I didn't have anything against him being there because fuck, it's not like he's going to take a spot away from me. I barely had a fucking spot. All they were doing, at that point, the Midnight were barely working, when Ole marginalized him even further because he wasn't going to die on that hill, as JR would say, against Herd. So he just left the Midnight Express off most of the time, or had him do jobs on TV, and I was just doing commentary. So there was no problem with me and Paul. The legitimate problem, we worked the boys a lot. They thought there had to be animosity and there had to be hatred going back to that first angle, and we kept it kind of that way because if they believed it, then the people would believe it. But there was never animosity between me and Paul until ECW and Smoky Mountain when he screwed me on the Gangstas. But that's a whole different story for another day.
What do you think about his pairing with Mark?
I think it was probably one of the best things they could have done with Mark at the time because you put that guy, he could get anybody over with his promo, and at the same time, he probably imparted a little bit of psychology. As long as Mark was there, he wasn't going to be there too long before Vince saw talent and stole him and made him the greatest star in the history of wrestling.
Who says that, God, this big angle should happen on the Brother Love show?
Where else would you do it?
Well, you could do it in the center of the ring after a match. You could do it on the on the walkway.
Yeah, but you want people to see it.
You wouldn't see it in the middle of the ring?
Well, yeah, but they would watch the Brother Love show. No, it was, man, that was the place to do your angles, was on that dastardly bastard show.
This is a big push for Earthquake. He had come in, I guess, the year before. What was John like in his first year there? Monster territory, so gold when he walks in the door, right?
And he was a big bastard that could go. Could move amazingly well for his size. Well over, he's pushing 400 pounds.
Yeah.
But God, he could run. Had great stamina, had great wind. When he first came in, I'll never forget, Vince, they'd heard about him. He goes, I don't know, the guy can talk. Go see if he can cut a promo. And we were in Niagara Falls, I think. I remember walking to the back and saying, hey, John, can you cut a promo? And son of a bitch stood up and cut a promo on my ass. And I remember sitting there going, okay, you can cut a promo. Thank you very much. I went back and said, big man can talk. And great. Put him with Jimmy Hart.
Right. Give him a mouthpiece.
Yeah, give him a mouthpiece. But John was just one of those big, nasty working heels that was believable. And he was a former sumo, former amateur wrestler, legit badass. And one of the nicest guys you would ever want to meet, man. Just you get him outside of the ring, and very soft-spoken. And that was Vince's concern because he had all the conversations he
Right.
had had with
He had
John.
seen that John,
He
yeah.
was like, yes, sir, and he would sit like this and okay, yes, sir, and then you get him out of that shell, man, and he could go.
And now,
Tell
wait
me
a
how
minute,
you
now,
pulled
wait a minute.
that off,
Don't
but-
gloss over that fucking mentally handy. Here's what happened. We're working with Pillman and Zink, and in the finish, I jump in and go to hit Pillman with the racket, but he ducks it and he slaps a sleeper on me.
Okay.
When he did, he cross-faced my nose. My nose started bleeding a little bit. Well, as soon as the boys glom him and I roll out, I've got the belts in one hand and the racket in the other hand. And this guy, he's about 40 years old. He's about 6'3", rangy guy, probably about 180, 190, gets up and from the front row and swings and punches me in the back of the head. Well, I turn around and there ain't no cops anywhere around and I'm fucking pissed anyway, right? So I whack him one time with the racket, which he don't sell. There's still no cops around. Well, now I've committed. And if you hit a motherfucker once and ain't nobody to break it up, you need to keep hitting him because when you stop hitting him, he's going to start hitting you. So I proceeded to, I threw the belts up in the air and I took both hands. And then he sold a second one and he goes down in the front row and I just keep whacking him until somebody gets there to get in between us, right? So I fucking then grab the shit and we go back to the locker room.
Now, before you get back to locker,
Okay.
when you're squaring off with him,
Yes,
do you have
yes.
any indication that he's mentally handicapped? Or do you
No.
just assume that all wrestling fans are?
Well, no, he's a big fucking 6 foot, 190 pound fucking 40-year-old fucking
Okay.
redneck from Columbia, South Carolina. It's not like he's visibly.
All right, that's...
I later found out he was mentally challenged, let's put it that way, according to the newspaper. But he was, at that point, he was somebody just punched me and I'm,
Right.
I'm in this thing. And as I said, one of the eyewitnesses said it did look like an axe murder. But anyway, we go back in the locker room and my nose is bleeding anyway, right? So before anybody else gets in there, I whack it another time, right? And it starts coming. Well, then here comes the athletic commissioner. And he says, "Jim, are you all right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." Yep, he sure did. Then here comes the cops. And the cops work the matches all the time in Columbia. Here he comes. "Jim, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." Third guy to walk in the locker room, Mike Campbell, the son of South Carolina Governor Carroll Campbell. We're in the state capitol, and he's a huge Ric Flair fan, and he always comes to the matches. "Jim, are you okay?" "I saw him. He hit you right in the nose." "Okay, I'm good," right? I said, "I'll be all right." I said, Charlotte's an hour away. I'm going to go to the hospital there. So I went home. By then it stopped bleeding, obviously. I hung upside down off my bed till I got it bleeding again. I went and I looked in the mirror and I fucking hit the nose 2 or 3 more times to get a little swelling going. Went to the hospital and got the x-rays and they see the swelling and they packed the shit and everything. So I got the fucking paperwork. And so then, where's the letter?
Such a work.
I thought I reprinted it in here. I have the memo where it says, I think it's in another section. Well, anyway, the memo from Hurd said the evidence at hand more than substantiates that you were attacked by a fan. However, we will agree to beef up security if you, here we go. No, that's when I quit. Anyway, they agreed to beef up security if I wouldn't fucking axe murder any more of the fans, which, all right, very good. But, sorry, shit happens. He shouldn't have punched me in the back of the fucking head.
Agreed.
If somebody should have been watching him.
Agreed.
Generally, when that had happened, many of the numerous dozens and dozens and dozens of times to me in the past, that was the idea. We need to get the fucking people fired up. So,
nowadays they're told, as far as the workers today tell me, in the big companies, maybe one that's publicly traded, that if someone runs into the ring,
Yeah.
you are to do this and not touch them and allow security to come in and remove them.
But you have to remember that in some of these, there's been several times, a couple times in Smoky Mountain, definitely several times in Louisiana, the cops are on their side because the cops ain't smart either and the cops are mad at us. Bobby and Dennis were actually detained and Dennis's van impounded by the fucking Coushatta, Louisiana Police Department, where the sheriff demanded to know what that was that they used on TV last week to beat the Rock and Roll
Foreign
Express.
object?
We put the ether on them. And the sheriff was fucking hot. And he said, "What was that you used on them boys at Rock and Roll Express?" And Dennis said, "Ether. What about it?" Bobby's like, I want to go home to my children. And then the sheriff says, I got a guy down the cell block, thinks he's a pretty good wrestler. We got him on charge of murder. Dennis said, bring him up, I'll wrestle him. You know, it was that kind of fucking thing.
God.
But, you know, the guys have had the guns pulled on by cops, you know, in the past, etc.
You're on your own.
You were on your own, yeah. And one time in Richmond, this fucking guy ran in the ring on the Horseman and fucking right as goddamn Arn, he had tried to tackle, I think, maybe Tully, but Arn got him around the fucking neck and had his fucking hand like this and was pulling him up in the nose like that, and JJ with his dress shoes kicked the fan in the face and broke Arn's fingers because he was... Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Guys have been cut, guys have been stabbed, guys have been shot. Bobby Heenan's been shot at a number of times. It was better deal with the shit there, don't get cut and don't get shot, and in court, at least they ain't gonna cut you and shoot you, so you can deal with it later. The second lowest rated Clash of the 11 broadcast to that point, doing a 4.1 rating and 7.5 share. It beat only the June 1989 Clash that I believe I mentioned earlier was coming off the disastrous George Scott debacle.
Why is the Junkyard Dog here? Why is he in the main event of the Clash of Champions?
Dog, at one time, was one of the biggest box office attractions in the business. For Mid-South, under Bill Watts, and was huge on TBS, and was enormous in Houston, and Ole remembered that, and especially because we were still primarily, our stronghold, if we had one, was in the South, and Dog was a huge name and a childhood hero of many people, and that was 6-7 years before that, and he had gone to the WWF, and he'd gotten personal problems, and he had gotten out of shape, and he was never a great worker, but he was an incredible personality. But at that point, even Rick could not. As I told Rick one time about a match he had on a Clash with Lex Luger, I said, Rick, you stole the show. And he smiled. I said, but it was petty theft.
Well, he's only got to go 6 minutes and 11 seconds here.
That was 6 minutes, 11 seconds too long.
Anything else you got to say about Dog?
I loved him as a person. We made a lot of money with him, and I miss him, and I'm sorry he passed away, but that was not a good match nor a good choice of things to do on television.
This is from The Observer.
By the way, Sprite Zero, baby, no caffeine. Never had it, never will.
Jim Cornette had a heart attack scare this past week, but as it turned out, he simply had a gastrointestinal attack and was back in action by the end of the week. Jim Cornette was hospitalized Monday night in Charlotte.
By the end of the week?
And in the
oh, that's right. Well, we were booked off 4 days, so I didn't take any time
It's not a challenge
off.
to your manhood.
I'm just saying.
You're in the intensive care cardiac unit. Doctors eventually diagnose your cause of your internal problems as acute Pepsi overdose. He apparently consumed 62 ounces of the dreaded drink in the hours before his body revolted on him. Cornette is
no, my body was revolting, is what it. And it's not actually. It was never measured, actually. But here's the thing. For some time, I had been having what I now know to be heartburn at night in the hotels. But since I'd always had a cast iron stomach and I'd never had that problem, I didn't know what heartburn was. So I was drinking more cold drinks to fuck it because I was always thirsty and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, fuck. And at the time, my drink of choice was Pepsi. So we do Marietta, Georgia TV, where I did color on a couple of matches. Stan was there, and I don't even know why, because they didn't use, I don't think, the midnight that night. But anyway, we drive back to Charlotte, and we used to meet at a place where we would drive down the same road for a little while, and Stan go that way, and I'd go this way to go home, Bobby go, whatever. So we all get our cars, and Bobby's gone, and I'm driving down the road, and I'm right behind Stan, and all of a sudden, it was like somebody was sitting on my chest. I was having trouble breathing. And my dad died of a heart attack, sudden heart attack in the middle of nowhere, bird watching, right? 53 years old. I can't fucking breathe. I'm getting lightheaded and dizzy. I pull up next to Stan. I roll the window down. And I said, Stan, I think I'm having a heart attack. He said, fuck. He said, and Stan's real medical phobic too, right? He said, go to the hospital because there was a hospital right up the road, right near our house, right? On the same road we were going. I said, fuck it. I'd take off and I run the red light. Well, Stan, the only thing he's more than medical phobic is he's law enforcement phobic. He wouldn't run the red light. I'm about to fucking die, but he's sitting there in 3 o'clock in the morning. There's not a car in sight anywhere. Stan will not run the red light. So I go to the fucking hospital, and when he gets there, I'd actually pulled in sideways right in front of the emergency room, and my fucking driver door was still open, hanging open, right? And he drives in behind me. I went to the desk, and by the time that I got there, I couldn't talk, I couldn't draw a breath enough. All I could do was point to my chest, and they grabbed me and they rushed me in the fucking deal, and they're hooking me up to all this shit, and they're giving me nitroglycerin, and Stan calls my wife, and I'm a mile from my house. She comes down, and they're both out in the waiting room, and Stan's thinking the doctor's going to come back any minute and go, like that, and it started subsiding. And they kept me overnight for observation, but basically the doctor came in, he said, "Are you under a lot of stress?" I said, "Oh, yes." He said, "Do you eat a lot of spicy food?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you drink a lot of caffeine?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You've had, it mimics a severe acid reflux, gastrointestinal thing up in your esophagus." And that's one of the things that before I realized it is fucked with my voice along with screaming in the big arenas is it eats away at your esophagus. That's back when Zantac was prescription. So he puts me on prescription Zantac, and he says, "Avoid all that stuff." I said, "I can't. I work for fucking Jim Hurd. I can't avoid stress." So I took prescription Zantac, whatever, twice or whatever, 3 times a day until the end of the year when I quit. And a week later, and I never stopped. I stopped drinking the caffeine, but I never stopped eating spicy foods. And once I was out of there, I quit taking the Zantac, and the only time I had a problem with it again, it flared up in Smoky Mountain. Imagine that, stress. But it was the herd disease is what it was.
I'll ask you why.
Why what?
I asked Terry. I'm going to ask you why.
Why what?
Why the Red Rooster?
Oh my God! I've told this story so many times.
Did you tell it to us already? You can skip it if you did.
No, I'll
Okay.
I'll tell it again because it bears telling. It was you take a guy that patterned his career after Ric Flair, wanted to be Ric Flair. He was a light Ric Flair light, and he came in. Vince met him, saw him as a cocky, arrogant guy that thought he was a lot more than what he was. So Vince saw this cocky arrogance and likened him to a banty rooster, the cock of the walk, the guy, the rooster that walks around, and screws all the hens, and is always cocking and always doing this shit because that's what Terry did.
Okay.
In real life.
Okay.
So it was like, you're going to be the Red Rooster. You're going to be the cock of the walk.
That's where we go wrong. Because I get your metaphor
but if he had embraced it and gone out and been that cocky, arrogant rooster, and forget about the name, and forget about the red hair and all that shit and everything, if he had gone out and been that cocky rooster and had not interpreted as, they want me to be a rooster. No, we want you to be this cocky, arrogant. If this rooster were to come to life, what would it look like? It would look like you. So now, embody that. You walk around the dressing room, you walk around the arena as if you're the baddest son of a bitch out there, and you're the most arrogant, and there's nothing anybody else can say because you're better than everybody else. And you be that guy. He took it as, they want me to crow, woe is me, the gimmick sucks, I don't know what to do.
I get that.
But
do you hear yourself? You've been in this business so long. Do you hear yourself? Had he embraced having red hair and tried to be a rooster on television, he would have been over as an athlete.
Yes, if he had done it right. He would have, the gimmick itself, if he could have gotten the gimmick over, then he himself, what is he still known today as?
That's what he said.
The Red Rooster. Okay? So if he had embraced it, he could have made it anything that he wanted to make it. Instead, he looked at it as a rib and a joke. So
and it wasn't. You can say
it was not
unequivocally. It was not let's make him.
You're a businessman, right?
By Vince.
You're a businessman.
Try to be.
Okay, you're a businessman. Okay, so you would take something and you would invest a lot of money in television time on something that you think is just a rib and a joke to mess with somebody that you've never met before, you've never been around before. But you know what? I don't like the way that this guy ties his shoes, so I'm going to rib him. I'm going to make fun of him just because I can. But I'm going to invest all this television time in him. And I'm going to put him with my top heel manager because I think it's a goof.
You sometimes hear that about the Dusty thing with the polka dots.
Exactly.
Right. But Dusty did embrace that, and obviously it worked.
And that's the difference.
Right.
So you can embrace it and make it work, or you can take it as a rib and you can treat it as a rib, and that's how everybody else is going to treat it.
Perfect. Had to wind you up a little. I thought you were getting bored. June 18th, prime time.
The old man was nice. The old man, I don't think, likes his kid.
It's a fundraiser for Jesse Helms. It's in Charlotte. Flair is there, as is Stan Lane.
Yeah.
How does this come about, particularly Stan's involvement in this?
Well, the original George Bush was a friend of Paul Bosch's from Houston for years and was a wrestling fan. And I think Stan just went because Flair probably said, hey, you want to come out and go to this fucking, deal?
Was Stan a Republican, or he just wanted to meet the president?
No, he just wanted to meet the president.
Okay.
And Jesse Helms, Bob Caudle worked in Jesse Helms' office for years and years. Yeah, that's why when I first went there, I had no idea of this. And I called Bob Caudle because he had the red nose. I said, shut up, you old alcoholic. And David Crockett said, you called an aide to Senator Jesse Helms an alcoholic. I said, who the fuck's Jesse Helms? I didn't, But yeah, Stan just was hanging out for the fucking drinks, I'm pretty sure.
Did Ric Flair talk politics behind the scenes back then? Or?
No, because I didn't pay any attention to politics at all back then because the world seemed to be running well. I didn't really start paying attention to politics until Bush fucked us completely all up. But we never talked politics. We never talked anything but wrestling.
Had Ric Flair,
wrestling and pussy.
Had Ric Flair ever run, would you have voted for him?
For what?
President.
Oh, God, no.
Okay. Well, you're friends.
No, that's why I know he shouldn't be president. I shouldn't be president.
Very good.
That's
Some people still hold that office to a higher standard.
Yeah, part of the thing about knowing who to vote for is the best thing is when you know whether you should run for something or not. No, I'm not qualified to be the president, and I know that. I wish fucking Trump had that level of self-awareness. We wouldn't be in the fucking shithole we're in right now.
We've taken that anyone can be president thing to a whole new level.
Yeah, sure can.
Who was Amanda Ultimate Warrior?
She's just some kid out of the crowd.
Really?
Really.
Plucked from the,
Yeah.
not from Central Casting. It's just, yeah.
Cute little kid in the crowd.
Right. This is clearly an image change here. Right. See, well, the thing is, though, that you can kind of see, like, oh, okay, they're starting to see what Hogan had that he doesn't have, so let's have him kissing some kids.
Yeah.
Was it that literal? Was I right
It
with
was.
that?
It was. Let's try to make him a little more relatable.
19 years old.
Let's try and make him a little more approachable.
Yeah.
So if this little girl can love the warrior and the warrior can love the, but it was still it came across as disingenuous.
Yeah. Frankenstein bending down to the little girl by the lake. How was Jim with all this?
He obviously tried it on and did it, but it just came across as disingenuous.
What did Vince? Is Vince too stubborn sometimes in not being able to read the way the wind is blowing?
No.
Makes a decision and it's like, God damn it, I'll crowbar it into working. I'll make it fit.
Some things, yes. Some things, by God, he's going to show you it'll work one way or another.
Right.
And there was so much negativity on Warrior, I think, behind the scenes from talent, from other people that were like, God, why this guy? That I'm going to show you it can work. And I'm going to put all my effort into it, and you'll see. Bill Eadie had some heart issues.
Okay.
And Bill was going to be slowing down, and the idea was at that time maybe Bill becomes the the manager, but also to do the when they talked about it. Wasn't Crash, it was Crush. But this was Brian Adams.
Brian Adams, yes.
That came in. And Brian Adams was somebody that I'd seen in Portland that was a big guy. We had a tryout with him up in Portland. He was like the American Ninja Brian Adams or something like that. Well, for a big guy, again, he could move and he looked great. And so they brought him in as Crush. The other idea that was pitched was the Freeburg rule with them. So you got the 3 Demolition now. You never know which 2 you're going to have to face.
Right.
It would always be the working ones would be Barry Darsow and Crush, but you could throw Bill Eadie in there on TV every once in a while. But Bill, the health issues were the main reason.
Do you have to test him in like the makeup and the outfit to make sure that he visually represents what Demolition was? Or is it enough to just see him in the ring as another character?
I think that they saw him, and when they were looking for another huge guy to complement Barry, they thought Brian worked.
How did he fit?
I thought he would fit great. I thought it was a pretty cool team.
There's new music, there's masks now. Why?
Just to update,
Okay.
continue to evolve. You've got to continue to evolve and change.
How is Elizabeth at this time? You get to work with her.
Wonderful, man. This was just during the time that we were making our loop, and it was fun. It was usually me, Randy, and Liz, or me and Dusty traveling together, and then Sherry and Sapphire would travel together, and it would always be fun when we'd pull up to a hotel, and if I was with Dusty, and we'd pull up to a hotel, and Sherry and Sapphire would pull up, and Dream would look over and go, "Baby, I think they all sold out over here. The real nice Hampton Inn right on down the road. I called them. They got a room for y'all down there." And he just would be, it was brutal. But you talk about laughing and having fun on the road, being on the road during that time with Dusty, and God, we had fun.
Let's take a minute to talk about Dream here, give him a little tribute. How were his spirits up in the Northeast? He wasn't the bull of the woods in the dressing room that he was. Nancy was one of the boys.
Right.
Was he cool with that?
Yeah, he was making more money than he'd ever made in his career, so he was happy as could be. I think that he still missed being in charge. I think he missed being the top dog. But at the same time, I felt that once he resigned himself to that, and he grasped it and embraced it, he was fine with it. But we used to go to the towns, and Savage and I would kind of dress off by ourselves, and Dream would come in and sit with us, and he'd walk in and go, "Baby, I looked outside there last time I was here. Hogan was on top, and we got about double that out there tonight." Randy and I go look out the curtain and go, "There's no way that house was that shitty last time." but it was every night. It was something. We were constantly laughing and constantly ribbing each other.
You traveled with him so much. I have a unique opportunity here. Give me 30 seconds of being in the car with Virgil and 30 seconds of being in the car with Dusty. What's the difference? Give it to me. Go ahead.
Virgil was, pulling in. It's life is good. You gotta just enjoy it, baby, and take your time, and you gotta sip the beer, baby. I know it's a drink, but you just gotta sip it a little bit. Take your time and enjoy. The Dream was more, don't be intimidated, baby. It's just a dream now. Listen, this is what you got to do. You got to guzzle that motherfucking shit and take it all in. He was the Dream. I mean, it was, you always had the Dream. And I remember the first time that I was working with him, we were sitting in his office in Tampa, and I had my briefcase sitting on my lap. And I went to get up, my briefcase tumped over. And I remember Dust going, "Baby, Don't be intimidated. It's just a dream, baby. It's okay. Don't be intimidated. All right. We're going to be good.
He is scheduled to face Mr. Perfect for the Intercontinental title at SummerSlam. Was he going to win the title?
I don't really remember, yay or nay. Quite possibly. You never know.
What'd you think of Brutus? Is he easy to work with?
Brutus was fine. I mean, Brutus, pretty much what you see is what you get. Easygoing, and I never had a problem with him. He was just Brutus. Not much else, not a whole lot to him.
What did you think of the match?
It wasn't Flair and Steamboat, but it was close enough for, at the time, it was what we had. It did a 2.0 buy rate, 285,000 homes. I wrote after Flair lost the title, it occurred to people they'd rather see Sting chase it than actually hold it.
Well, I was going to say his run is considered a failure somewhat, and some people cite it when defending keeping him out of the Hall of Fame. Do you think that's fair?
No. The Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame or the WWE Hall of Fame or what Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I guess any Hall of Fame.
Well, no, not that. Nothing was going to draw at this point with this company and this level of fucking incompetence at the top. So that shouldn't be held against him. Having said that, at that time, Sting had he had been into business not 5 years yet. And all of a sudden, they want him to be the guy. Flair did a great job. As long as it was Flair, see, that's the thing. Here's another thing we didn't talk about. Hurd wanted to retire Flair, and Hurd wanted to have Luger versus Sting be the fucking top match, world title rivalry, whatever. When Sting worked with Flair, it was great. When Luger worked with Flair, it was great. When Sting worked with Luger, not only was it not great, but it didn't draw, because there was no leader, and there was no Flair was the straw that stirred the drink in that equation. And Sting and Luger were being put in the impossible position, with Luger having just been in the business same amount of time, 5 years, not even. They looked great, but Sting probably tell you to this day, he didn't know fucking, how to wind his ass from scratch his watch at that point compared to what the world champion should know about how to perform or how to talk or how to carry themselves or whatever. So you're trying to get young guys over, but it's a process, and you can't just say, that's why Roman Reigns, you can't just say, I want that guy to be the guy. The fans have to agree with it somewhat. Yeah. Has to have enough experience to be able to fucking get over and earn that spot, and
then sometimes it still doesn't work anyway.
And sometimes still doesn't work anyway. Right. So, it shouldn't keep him out of the Hall of Fame, especially considering, depending on what the Hall of Fame is, and some of the people that are in the Hall of Fame. That was another one of those grudge matches. We had a grudge against The Office. Imagine this. There's Tracy Smothers and Steve Armstrong, the Southern boys, coming out. They took the Confederate flags away from them, I think, by this point. But they're coming out to this. It's on pay-per-view, so it's this hokey-ass, generic, canned, what they considered Southern music or whatever the fuck. I don't know. There was train whistles, and I don't know what the fuck was going on. And the people in Baltimore wanted to see that like they wanted to see their mother hooked up to a fucking life support machine, right? And then we come out and they're cheering us because now that's the point where they're starting to cheer the heels and everything. But once again, we viewed it as a challenge. I said, this thing can hurt the fans' feelings and stink worse than a goddamn, maggot on a gut wagon, or we can, because they were great athletes. Tracy was tremendous. Steve comes from the Armstrong family. So Stan set up his karate spot with Tracy, which always got over. And Bobby set up the fucking double flying crossbody where he crossbodied both the Midnight after that do-si-do spot. And we got some heat together in our minds. And then Back then, when they gave you the finish, they said, okay, midnight over. And we worked it out. So I went and sat in the bathroom on the toilet for about an hour and figured out, all right, we got to take them on a fucking ride. So I put all the false finishes in. And the one thing Ole had said, none of that tennis racket bullshit. Make it a wrestling finish. That's why Stan won with the fucking kick to the back of the head from outside and blah, blah, blah. And we put that together, and they gave us some time.
Yeah,
because
18 minutes.
Because it was pay-per-view for 3 hours, they had to have something. So, tore the fucking house down. That's what we were supposed to do. We used to be rewarded for it when we did it for Crockett, but now we were penalized for it when we did it there because the herd didn't want that. So as a result of that, I don't know that we had 4 more matches on TV with this or paper, and never again on pay-per-view with Southern Boys, and maybe 3 or 4 short matches on TV, and that was it ever.
Why did this match work so well with Steve and Tracy?
Because they were good baby faces. They knew how to work. They knew how to work Southern style, and they fucking kept their ears open and their mouth shut, and they listened to Bobby and Stan. And I sat on the toilet for an hour and come up with a finish that would get the fucking thing over. It's not fucking surgery. That's what you do. It's just that nobody else was fucking doing it because they were more interested in how can I get over instead of how can we get the match over or how can we get the other guys over. Because if we get the other guys over, then some of that fucking sunlight will spread on us. And Dennis Condrey set that standard for the Midnight Express our first week in Mid-South. He said, boys, we don't worry about getting over, we get the match over. If we get the match over, we will get over. And that's what we always did. And that's exactly the right thing to fucking do. Now, I'm not even knocking zinc. You bring Vader in, what are you going to have?
Squash him,
Fucking
right.
15 minutes was goddamn, fucking Rudy Kazudi, and he's fucking even already with the,
What's your opinion of? Are you familiar with his work in Japan?
Yeah. I thought it was fucking brilliant that we actually got a guy that you could make a monster heel at that point in time. That's something that we did not have on the card. So I thought that was fucking excellent.
The entrance.
Yeah.
The rather dramatic entrance. You a fan?
Yes. I love the fucking, I wish he'd have had that in fucking WWF. It might have helped. Vince never got Vader. Vince, he didn't get it. Leon didn't do himself any favors.
No, I was
Leon
gonna say,
complained a lot and whined and attacked the guy in Kuwait and got detained and all that shit. But the whole fucking, it wasn't phony, funny, goofy bullshit. It was, what the fuck? There's a 400-pound fucking guy with steam blowing out of these goddamn things, and I'm fucking scared of his ass. And then he got in the ring and beat people up. That's what he did. That's why Shawn Michaels didn't want to fucking work with him.
When we worked with him, we asked him what triggered the mask to go off, and he said in one of our favorite quotes ever, a mechanical mechanism. We asked what it was filled with. He said, a liquid fluid. True story, both counts.
Yes.
Same show.
He used to actually have a guy early on that traveled with him that was the fucking gimmick minder. Because that thing was huge, and it's not like you could fold it up and put it in your fucking bag.
Yeah, how do you fly with that fucking thing?
It had its own seat.
Wow.
That's the thing. Tommy, bless him, was the hottest baby face in the business in 1979 and 80, but this was 1990, and sometimes you let lightning out of the bottle, you can't fucking chase it back down 10 years later and catch it again.
The decision for him to stop being an active wrestler, you guys?
It was his health. He had a bad neck, and he needed to stop actively competing in the ring.
Is his exit from performing on television what precipitated the coming downturn of the business?
Probably, yeah. I think
He's
I think you
unflappable,
can
folks.
mark it right there, and
Absolutely.
then from there, boom, right off the edge of the falls.
He
Don't mess with Hill. Don't mess with the country boy, country boy, country boy.
that was a classic. He would do a lot of work off camera too. What are the things he's doing for the company when he leaves television?
He went on to become a representative for Coliseum Video, and he would be the spokesman, and he would represent the company there for Coliseum Video. He worked directly for Coliseum.
What was the interest between Titan and Coliseum? Did they own a piece of it, or
They were partners. It was a collaborative effort between Arthur Morowitz and Howard Farber, who owned H&H Video and Titan Sports.
what else did they distribute? Did Coliseum Video distribute anything other than the WWF shows?
Well, Coliseum Video didn't, but H&H Video, they were in the porn business.
Oh, H&H Video. What's the
Yes.
relationship between H&H and Coliseum now?
Well, H&H and Titan Sports were partners. They made Coliseum Video. It was Howard Farber and Arthur Morowitz.
So Coliseum Video, as we came to know it, was not some external entity that would distribute. It was half Titan and half H&H Video.
Correct.
Made a new entity called Coliseum Video.
Correct.
So Coliseum was WWE.
Yes.
Half of WWE.
Yeah. And then Vince absorbed all of that. But you ever see the movie Boogie Nights?
Sure.
The Colonel in that movie?
Yeah.
Okay, the guy that, the old man that everybody kissed the ring. That was Arthur Morowitz in real life.
Shit. Had you replaced Hillbilly Jim with Christy Canyon, television would have been a lot more palatable.
When I hear MTV, goddammit, I think Jim Cornette
Yes.
and the Midnight Express. What the fuck's going
Well,
on?
they couldn't get any of the guys really on, in those days, on mainstream television and news shows or entertainment shows or whatever. And basically, I can't even remember, oh my gosh, I'll botch the guy's name, so I ain't gonna say it, but there was a guy that was trying to do that for WCW. And he got a chance, he had an in, got a chance to have somebody on MTV. And he told me this at least. He said, well, you can talk and you can have fun and your guys look good and, you probably do a good. And Stan was, China Cantner was one of the, Grace Slick's daughter, was one of the hosts. So Stan's hitting on her and, and she's kind of smiling at him and everything and blah, blah, blah. So it was fun. It didn't sell a goddamn ticket, but at least we got to be on MTV.
How was your experience in New York? Did this begin your love
Oh,
affair?
fucking hell.
with New York City?
Yeah, I believe that was that wasn't the time that Francis Crockett went with us. That was a time when we were first going up for the Bunkhouse Stampede before Crockett had sold the thing, because Francis Crockett went with us on a publicity tour for the Bunkhouse Stampede Nassau Coliseum pay-per-view, first of '88, and the limo that the second-hand fucking discount limo she got took us to a McDonald's in the middle of the worst neighborhood I've ever seen.
Wow.
And locked the keys in the car. So there I am with Bobby and Stan with that blonde hair standing out, and we were the fucking blondest, lightest thing in this fucking neighborhood. And I'm fucking scared shitless because it's New York and we ain't used to that shit, right? And I mean, this was not a good neighborhood, and we're locked out of, and we're standing next to a limousine that we're locked out of, and there's Francis Crockett. Looked like, goddamn, she dressed up like she had charged the Light Brigade. She was the world's oldest fucking hooker, and it just, it was fucking, what's the matter with you? I can't remember, I think that time is, we had a better time, and then we got out of there.
What did you think of this idea of him returning as the anti-American?
Absolutely loved it.
Really?
Yeah, because he had been the G.I. Joe, the All-American babyface. We had an All-American babyface. We had Hulk Hogan. And I think that people kind of were regurgitating that rah-rah American sentiment prior to that. Now, of course, you bring him back as a heel and we go to war and things like that. But
Yes, we'll get to that.
yeah, I thought it was great at the time. I mean, it was just a departure from what he had been doing, and I thought Sarge was always a much better heel than babyface.
Was Sarge okay with it?
Yes, loved it.
'Cause he made a whole secondary career, though, of being like a patriotic icon and getting extra work. And stuff outside of wrestling from it. Now he's basically going to have to forfeit that.
Well, you forfeit it for a time because the stronger, the better the heel, the better the babyface. And I think it was time, go back one way, and when you come back, he'll be an even bigger babyface when it's time to turn him.
He, as the Persian Gulf
conflict.
crisis,
Let's call it
conflict. I would
conflict.
say conflict is the word, not crisis. Conflict begins to flare up. He becomes really front and center in a very controversial angle in '91. What were your thoughts as that was beginning to percolate, getting to a dangerous area?
Timely.
Timely.
It was, it was timely, man. It was.
Did you fear backlash from the media?
As you're leading up to it and you are in the wrestling bubble, you are so used to the foreigner, the evil foreigner, and God bless America, and the audience knows that in the end the good guy's going to win. So they accept it. And they take an opportunity to get away from real life and then come into an arena and you get to boo the nasty heel and the nasty villain in their real life in this arena.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody thought we were going to war.
Right.
And the last thing on anybody's mind was that we would actually ever go to war. So we went into it thinking, okay, it's timely when we had conflicts with the Russians and Germans, and there was always a German bad guy, Japanese. We always had Japanese bad guys. That's how we looked at it. So you're going to have an Iraqi sympathizer who's a bad guy because we're at odds with them. Then it got real.
Yeah.
And people losing their lives and different time, different place, man. And 50s, 60s, 70s, you could do that.
Right.
But this was now the 1990s, and war had been so far removed from our common day. People had gotten comfortable with Vietnam not being in the news every night. You've gone now 20 years without war. It's a whole new generation, man, and it stung. It stung. It was time. I think that Vince, always wanted those guys. Going back to 1987 and really pouring the gasoline on Demolition, he had wanted the Road Warriors at that point to come in, and they decided to stay where they were, stay put. So he went ahead and went with Demolition, and it was just time. They had done their gig there in the NWA. They had run through everybody, and it was time to come up north.
Why no Ellering?
I don't really know. I don't know if Paul just wasn't interested or if they weren't interested in Paul, but didn't happen. At least not yet.
And why the name change? I mean, the
So Vince could own.
Warriors. Yeah, that's what I figured. But
So that's simple. The Road Warriors was going to be challenged by the movie studio, the Road Warriors. That was something that was owned, and quite frankly, luckily, they got away with it for the years that they got away with it. So Vince, wanting to own it, went with Legion of Doom.
they start right up against Demolition when they come in. Anything to two tag teams being too similar that you're looking at two rocks battling each other instead of maybe a boulder and a brush fire?
I think it was a natural rivalry, first of all. So, I mean, people wanted to go there. I was more shocked at, I didn't consider Demolition and the Road Warriors to be that similar as much as I did the Powers of Pain and the Road Warriors to be very similar. I just kind of looked at Demolition a little bit differently, and maybe that was just because being around them more and they were just different in my eyes. I looked at now Powers of Pain, that was more Road Warriors light. They were friends
Okay.
and looking for something for both of them to do.
So they pitch it.
They did.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was simply need something for Paul Roma, need something for Hercules, and maybe Roma was someone they looked at that might be able to become something at some point. And they tried a few singles deals with Paul. It just didn't work. Maybe a tag team, and maybe if he can get under the wing of Hercules, might get something there.
Was the name Power and Glory theirs?
I don't remember who the hell. It was probably a Vince and Pat deal.
How do we get a Von Erich finally?
Again, it was just time, and Vince always looked at the Von Erichs. There wasn't a whole lot of interest. It was funny. There wasn't a lot of interest in Kevin, but Kerry, I think, because of that tie-in with the movies and the fact that Kerry was considered for that Dolph Lundgren part, and Kerry was also considered for the Rocky III part. He had that look. He had that Vince look. So, God, got to have this kid. But he also had an interesting story to tell. And I think that people at the time, Dallas was on its dying days. It was relatively dead at that point. And Kerry didn't have that to fall back on. So, Kerry had the motorcycle accident. It was a great story. It was something that Vince felt that he could tell, and Kerry was willing to make a move because he didn't have Dallas anymore.
Right. How long after Kerry comes in do his demons become apparent? I mean, I've talked to so many people who, in the Texas days, Kerry had a legendary reputation for being in a condition at times, in the ring, in the locker room, and so how quickly does the WWF get treated to that?
I really don't remember Kerry coming in messed up, and the only times that I was really around him for the most part was at television. So he showed up to TV, he was there, he was coherent, he was there, easy to work with. Now outside of the ring after the fact, Kerry could indulge. And
That was half the roster, though.
Yes,
probably, yeah.
exactly. So that
But nothing in ring, nothing
nothing
on
in
TV.
ring,
Okay.
nothing backstage, but you did see it in the bars, and you saw it after the fact.
Okay. Doesn't use the claw.
No,
The tornado punch, for Christ's sake.
the discus punch, yeah.
Yeah. Whose idea?
Vince's and Kerry's, actually, because I think that the feeling was Claw was a little bit hokey,
Okay.
and he was a world champion discus thrower, whatever the hell he was. He held the record in Texas. He broke his dad's record for the discus.
Wow, that's
His
interesting.
dad had the record in Texas for the longest discus throw. Kerry broke his dad's record, which I always thought was cool as shit.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Who told us the story that he was going to do a surprise run-in under a hood? No one could know who he was. Todd. Todd Gordon sent him in to Kerry. No one can know you're here. You have to get under the hood, run to the ring, cover your body a little bit so people can't know. No one's going to know it's you until you reveal yourself. Guess what robe he put on to walk out? It's Ranger Ross.
That's right.
Wearing a mask and a full bodysuit to
Yes.
cover the fact that he's black.
Yeah.
Why not just get a fucking white guy?
He was
Huh?
he was one of them, as Burrhead Jones said one time, I'm a black Chinaman.
Yeah.
He was-
Yeah. What
I
the fuck?
I don't know what to say.
What is this?
Here's the thing, a lot of times Bobby and Stan weren't even on TV at that point. I was hosting an interview segment. So like in Gainesville, look, promos, see? I would have to drive a 420-mile round trip from Charlotte to Gainesville, Georgia,
to do promos.
to host the Louisville Slugger segment.
Right.
So I would leave at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'd get there about 1:30, quarter to 2, and I'd sit there for a couple hours to do a 3-minute promo, and then I'd turn around and I'd drive back to Charlotte. And the boys weren't even on TV. And I was fucking just goddamn. As a matter of fact, see, we're working house shows with the Steiners at that point. Then I had to fly back from Miami to Charlotte and get in the car and drive down to Gainesville to do a 3-minute promo and then back.
Maybe with the Pearl.
No, I didn't do it with the Pearl.
What was your take on the Pearl?
I don't even remember. I didn't even stay for the matches.
Right.
No, I
Did you
just
see him on
I did.
television.
I wasn't watching that shit.
Okay, good.
I did the fucking promo. I got back in the car and went back and fucking took my Zantac and fucking hated Jim Herd.
Bad News Brown's mutant Harlem sewer rats.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
How else are you going to battle? Okay, if you got a big snake, all right, that eats rats, you find mutant ninja rats that eat snakes. What the fuck do you do?
Look at you. You should be. Sean Spicer's job is in jeopardy. You're unbelievable.
What?
You justify anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's
So
wrong
he's
with that?
pulling possums out of a bag, right? Showing
Mutant
them,
rats.
Showing the mutant rats. Was Alan okay?
Hungry mutant rats.
And Alan
that
was
only ate
okay
snakes.
with the rabid possums that he's playing with now on TV? Okay, good.
There were some nasty beasts, man.
I can imagine. First of all, the smell.
Yes.
He leaves shortly after this. Were there issues, or was he just moving on?
He was moving on, man. I think Alan just kind of had run his course, wasn't really happy with the direction of where his career was going, and time to move on. God, you know, I can never remember a time that Big Fred ever had an ego.
Okay.
You talk about an easygoing guy, just kind of, I don't want to say he's a country boy, but he's just an easygoing, whatever you want. You know, maybe other people felt differently, but it was at that point in the summer. There was talk about, you know, as I've talked about on podcasts and we've talked about before, that it was going to be Fred that turns on Hogan to get to WrestleMania 7. And now Sarge is coming back, and you're looking at, you want a real anti-American that does have star power, proven star power, quietly just slid in and never made the, you know, the Iraqi sympathizer, a real American in G.I. Joe, Sergeant Slaughter versus Tugboat.
So he was a victim of the coincidence of real-world circumstance and Sarge's character happening at the same time.
Just Sarge coming back, yeah, right. Pretty much. And but he was going to be Sheik Tugboat.
I was just going to say, are the rumors true around this time that Ottman was about to become Sheik Tugboat?
Yep, sure was. To gear up for Hogan.
Right.
Iraqi sympathizer, bringing in Adnan and the whole 9 yards.
Right.
Because Adnan.
Why doesn't this happen? I mean, Adnan comes back.
It doesn't happen because of Sarge coming back, and Sarge just fit that role better.
Oh, this would have been in lieu of Sarge.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
And he was the one, and here you got a guy in Adnan Al-Kaisi, Sheikh Adnan, who was legit childhood friends with Saddam Hussein. They were friends.
It'll work.
No, it wouldn't work. Okay. Why do you say it's a work?
I don't know, just because, I mean,
I'd
it's
not
something
tell you it
that
was a
could
work.
be. No. But at the time, no, I mean, I'd heard that, but at the time, that would up my stock if I could tell you, oh, yeah, actually, that guy watching TV.
We had
actually,
pictures, I mean, and we
oh, he did,
actually,
okay.
oh, no,
you
we
verified it. He was,
Yes.
He was vetted.
Yes.
Very good.
What the fuck? The only good market we had at this point, it did $111,000, which was pretty much, once again, unheard of. But what's our date?
24th, yeah.
But once again, we were insulted because we get there. We are the U.S. Tag Team Champions, even though we never win a match. We're never on television. So we get there. We're working with Steiners. And it's, okay, you guys are going to drop the belts once again. And this time, we're not going to hold them up or anything, but it was an insult just a slap in the face that they didn't even bother to tell us. It was a cold match, no angle involved, no program. We've been getting beat by these guys in non-title matches on the house shows. And now, okay, now drop the belts to them. All right, but then the Steiners got hot because they didn't want the fucking things. Because then they'd have to put them in their bag and carry them around through the airport and everything. There's an extra fucking 15 pounds a piece they didn't fucking want. So we had a real good match with them, and they always liked working with us. But, you know, once again, it insulted midnight because they weren't even told until 45 minutes before the show.
So what
They're
do you
supposed
say?
to drop the... All right. Well, I mean, you know, what the fuck?
Who's telling you? Ole?
It was either Ole or whoever the agent was at that point. Don't even remember. And then we had to talk, they had to talk the Steiners. They had to do more convincing of the Steiners to win the fucking secondary belts that they'd have to carry around than they did to have us lose them. Yeah.
How were the crowds there? I mean, it's a big house, obviously.
well,
We
that-
won't be
that's-
offended. You can be honest.
Well, no, that was the only town we were drawing in.
I was at this show, and I have to tell you, a small Spanish man who was sitting behind me for the entire show yelled for an El Gigante run-in in every match, from the first match to the end. And at this point, when the Steiners won the title, he was sitting on the aisle.
Yeah.
He stood up and began to jump up and down. He fell down the entire flight of steps and cheered the entire way. Never once stopped to break his fall. His hands were going. He was so excited. So it worked. It worked for somebody.
One time at the Louisville Gardens in like 1975, I'd have no idea why, but there was a guy in the third row of ringside. Everybody was booing the heels. It was probably Lawler or whatever, and they were booing and cussing. And old fish meat face, this old woman was there with Coke bottle glasses, and she weighed about 62 pounds, and her face looked like it was made out of dead fish meat. That's why me and Bolin called her fish meat face. And she talked like that. The only thing you can hear, goddamn motherfucker. You'd only hear understand the cuss words. But this one guy was screaming, "Bridge on the River Kwai! Bridge on the River Kwai!" You remember the bridge over the River Kwai?
No, sure, yeah.
I don't know why. Anyway, right after, as a matter of fact, after the match we dropped the titles, that's when I called Herd before I went to Gainesville
You know what's
again.
going to happen now, right?
What?
You know what's going to happen now
What?
at WWE shows
Bridge on the
all
River
over
Kwai!
all over the country.
Before I went to Gainesville again the next Monday to do a fucking promo again and nothing else, I called Herd. And I said, tell you what, because now I'm not even doing color commentary, which I enjoyed doing with Jim Ross, but they've taken me off color because, remember, Ole didn't like, for a while he didn't like color commentators. But then he put a color commentator, for 2 weeks he didn't like color commentators, and then he put a color commentator on every show, but I wasn't one of them. And I'm hosting the interview segment. So I called Herd, I said, tell you what, I said, you could have 2 fucking local job guys on the cards doing what the Midnight Express are doing, and they wouldn't need a manager, and you could save the fucking plane tickets. So give us half what you owe us on the rest of our contracts, and we will fucking leave. You know what he said? I don't want to set that precedent. It probably wasn't 6 months later, Jimmy Garvin, who the failed experiment that was the new Freebirds, Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy and Buddy Roberts were a revolutionary tag team. I was a fan. They were incredible. They set gate records. They was fucking brilliant. Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy was a world-class wrestler. Michael Hayes was a world-class talker. Buddy Roberts was a veteran that could get things done. Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin was a worst fucking heel team I've ever seen in my life. Jimmy Garvin had spent 10 years very successfully being a chicken shit pretty boy heel, and suddenly he's 5'9" and 205 and on the sauce and trying to work like one of the Road Warriors. And it hurt people's feelings. It was so fucking bad. And then it got to where they had little Richard Marley, poor Rocky King, and then Hump was involved in the whole thing. And it was a mess because Michael was always in the office's ear, and Ole had drawn a bunch of money with him. But it wasn't 6 months after I said that, and he said, I don't want to set that precedent. They gave Jimmy Garvin $180,000 to get him out of his 2-year fucking contract to go home.
Really?
That's why he left.
Yeah.
They paid him off to fucking go home because he wanted out. But they had signed him 2 years, $150,000 a year by that point, so they saved money, but he wouldn't buy us out for half of what he owed us and just part friends. Well, we wouldn't have been friends.
Is he fired after a video game dispute?
They were mutually agreed upon, and
Okay.
they were like they had their dispute, and
agreed to disagree, and Jesse went his way, and that was it. And then Jesse decided to sue the company.
Right.
Yep.
Did you get along with Jesse?
I did, yeah.
What was his relationship with Vince like? Was it always tenuous?
A little bit, yeah. And here's I'm doing Jesse. This is Jesse.
Yes, it
all,
is.
all the
The
time.
legs
This
and
is
the- yeah.
Jesse. But the guy that you see on TV, man, that's Jesse. Those debates about politics and drugs and everything else. We used to have those damn debates in Edit One all the time. Jesse and Kerwin Silfies, our director, would have these just horrendous debates. God, you'd want to pull your hair out. And then Vince would walk in and they'd go to the booth. But that was Jesse. Jesse was Jesse.
Piper comes in to replace Jesse.
Yes.
How about him as a color man? Yeah.
I was a big fan of Roddy Piper as a color guy in Atlanta.
Right.
Back in the early 80s.
Right.
When he was Rod Piper with Gordon Soley. Sure. I thought that he was the best color man that had ever been. Fast forward to here, and I'm the one that suggested Roddy. I'm the one that really, really pushed for Roddy to do this because I knew he could do it. I knew that Roddy would be great at this. And it was tough.
Why though? It's from all
It's
appearances,
a different
it would seem
feel.
it should work.
It should. And you would think that with Vince it would be easy to do because there was natural friction there. There was a little bit of natural heat.
Right. Like the Jesse.
Just like Jesse. So I thought, guys, this can be real, this can be good. And I think that everybody put too much thought into it, if that makes any sense. It was, how do we make this great versus just letting it happen?
Letting them be. Right.
And I know Roddy was, what if we do this? What if we do that? How about this? You know, and it was always something else, something new. And then Vince had this guy that wrote copy. He did the Alka-Seltzer ad, pop, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. And so he wanted him to write the openings for the on cameras and stuff. And everything was a pun with him. And had Roddy talking about battling, bubbling bidets. And Roddy didn't know what a bidet was and didn't know how to say bidet. And then Vince is telling him to say it one way, and the other guy's saying it another way. And I'm sitting there going, it's an ass washer. And can I just say ass washer? No, it's battling, bubbling bidet. And shit like that.
Right.
And you took Roddy away from Roddy. And then you had everybody else just trying to be cute and funny. And the natural spontaneity just kind of gave way.
Ted DiBiase buys Sapphire, for God's sakes, on television in the modern day.
Is that bad?
Well, I'm going to ask you. Was it ever a consideration that, hey, wait a minute, this looks a lot like the slave trade? No?
But it was purchase. It wasn't a trade. It was an actual purchase.
The slave trade.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of bad, I guess, when you look back on it. Not probably one of the better things to do.
But I don't recall there being any kind of furor. Like today, there'd probably be a march on Connecticut.
Please.
But I don't recall any.
Can you imagine the apologies going on today from USA Network and different every organization being involved? And
I
you'd
can't
have to
because-
apologize to the women. You'd have to apologize to the NAACP. You'd have to apologize to the rich white people. You would have to apologize. There'd be a laundry list of people you'd have to apologize to.
They'd never do it, though.
No.
Too afraid of shareholder
No.
opinion. And, of course, because it's immoral, first and foremost.
Let's forget about the simple concept of buying another human being.
Correct.
Yeah, let's.
She's
but
gone.
he was a heel.
She's gone shortly after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd run her course.
Yeah, she had run her course and also being on the road. She was older and she just couldn't hold up on the road.
Right.
So it was time for her to
Partying
to go home.
and
yeah.
everything that she
Yeah.
right.
Al Perez was a good-looking guy. There was a good hand. Gary Hart had a lot of faith in him, but he somehow got the impression that he should be the world champion. And at one point, he demanded to know why that they weren't putting him over, fucking Flair wouldn't put him over, and why aren't they putting the belt on me, and et cetera, et cetera. He was fucking nuts, and I don't know whatever happened to it.
He's always, for me, been one of those mysterious characters that, like, has the look, good worker, like, why didn't he ever do anything? I mean, a little bit in Dallas.
Because he was nuts.
But it was him getting in his own way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, they tried different people as the Scorpion
Yeah,
in preparation for this. Randy Cully,
yeah,
Bill Irwin.
yeah.
You agree with this strategy of taking it on the road, seeing how it works before it gets to pay-per-view, trying different guys out?
No.
No.
No, why would I agree with that? It's the fucking stupidest thing anybody's ever done. Ole started a fucking murder mystery with a body and no killer. And then by the time he got to the last chapter where they were all gathered in the fucking drawing room, Mr. Mustard didn't have a candlestick because he didn't even have Mr. Mustard. It was fucking stupid. And now poor Ole, and like I said, I've made peace with him, and I love his brutal honesty and his fucking grumpiness, and he was one of the great promos of all time and made a huge amount of money. Ole Anderson was making $250,000 a year in the late 70s in the wrestling business, booking and working on top.
Yeah.
He was, his track record, but in the shape he's in now, I don't know whether he ever remembers what he had in mind for this, and I've never heard an explanation for it, but there was no Black Scorpion. And then they started needing a Black Scorpion, and he thought he was booking fucking, Columbus, Georgia for Fred Ward at that point, and he just put anybody under the goddamn, you couldn't do that anymore. And I don't know why all that happened. It made everybody, including Sting, that it touched, turn to shit. Man, I got to tell you the Master Blaster story. When were we in Detroit? Detroit at the Cobo Arena. Detroit, Michigan, Saturday night, September 15th. Pillman and Zink beat us. The original Master Blasters. Now, the second partner that Nash had was Big Al Green.
Yes.
Who Eddie Gilbert had named because of the original Don and Al Green, Big Al Green, But anyway, the first one, I don't know who the fuck he was. I can't remember. What was his working name? I don't even know.
Well, it was
matter.
Steel and Iron. Yeah, it was
okay.
Iron.
We're in the back at the Cobo watching the matches in Detroit, and the Master Blasters are working with Brad Armstrong and Tim Horner. Now, if you cannot work with Brad Armstrong, you need to he could have a fucking 4-star match with a paraplegic. You need to get the fuck away, right? And that's exactly what this guy did. And I wish I could stand up in this environment, but I can't. But we're standing back watching this fucking match. And the guy's in with Brad. And some way he shoots Brad off and he hits the right, and they're supposed to do a spot, but the guy fucked it up. And Brad grabbed him and got a hold and called it again and settled it down, and they go to do, and they fucked up the second spot. And Brad settles it down, and the fucking guy tried again something. And finally, I've never seen this before or since in a wrestling match in front of people. The guy was so over his head, so overwhelmed, so confused about what he was supposed to be doing in the ring that he just turned to Nash and looked at Nash and did this, like, what am I supposed to do? Where you could tell from the back of the Cobo that this guy's going, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. They got out of the match. The fucking guy got dressed and left the building, and the story that I heard, and I have no reason to doubt it, was that he went to the bus station and bought himself a bus ticket to wherever the fuck he came from, and he took that bus and nobody ever saw him again.
Well, I don't even have his name. We don't even know who he was,
No,
right?
we don't know. That's Ole was trying to find anybody that would work cheap, that looked like they had a good body, and put a gimmick on them and throw them out there. And that's what guys like Brad Armstrong and Bobby Eaton and et cetera, were expected to fucking make something out of. But yeah, we all popped in the back because it was so obvious. It was almost like that it was on TV and we could hear the guy say, "What am I doing? What do you want from me?"
Let's take Sherry for a minute here. She's someone who's also left us far too early. But talk to me about her mic work, her ability to transcend what the female manager valet typically was at that time and be a scary dude-like creature.
One of my favorite people of all time to work with. She was great. I mean, it's that simple. She was one of the great ones. She could do it all. And the boys loved her because she worked like a guy.
Right.
And she didn't mind getting in the ring, taking bumps, and she wanted to work with the guys. So she had a great gift of gab. She wasn't afraid of anything. She had no ego to her and could do any and everything that you wanted to do. So, I mean, a consummate professional, crazier than a just pet coon, as JR would say, in real life. But that unknowing, you know, when you look at someone and you're not really quite sure if they're all there or not.
Yeah,
that was the beauty. That was the beauty. Why are you looking at me?
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about the feud between Warrior and Macho that would go on. What do you think of that program and how it developed?
I thought it was good. I thought it was something that everybody felt that Randy, if anybody was going to do it, that Randy could kind of tame Warrior in the ring and be able to slow him down. Vince first thought Andre would do it. And Andre did, but only with Andre, when Andre and Warrior worked. But Randy, they felt, could not only slow him down, but could teach him along the way and maybe get him to adapt a more logical style and be able to work with guys versus go in and bulldoze guys. So pairing him with Randy was kind of a learning opportunity for Warrior. And it put Randy back in the spotlight where Randy belonged. So it was, to me, it was a natural.
How does he get involved with this?
Opportunity, I believe was it NBC?
NBC?
NBC, okay. And again, we were partners with NBC and did a lot with them. So when they're looking for a wrestler to do something on this show, Phil Collins was a fan and wanted Warrior. Warrior was the top dog at the time. So it was a way to get him exposed to a whole other audience.
How's Warrior with working with outside producers like that? Is it be easy to say, okay, now Warrior, you're going to dance to two
I don't
parts,
know how he
beat as
was on
one.
that. I will tell you that the Slim Jim people and the Slim Jim director, that was a nightmare because you're doing an ad for Slim Jim, and he had a spittoon on set where he would bite into the Slim Jims and then spit them out, and then bitch about how bad they tasted and how disgusting they were and how bad they were for you. While the Slim Jim representative is sitting right here off camera. And they paid him a lot of money to do that, and he would, shit, fat and disgusting, and pig intestines, and
Right. Kind of like when those
Snap into a
rock
Slim Jim.
stars were asked to do those "Say No to Drugs" commercials in the '80s.
Ole's idea, Bobby ran the gauntlet, which was a match on the Friday night show, a match on the Saturday night show, and a match on the Sunday night show. And if you won all three of them, you got some fictitious prize. Ole actually booked Bobby to run the gauntlet against heels as a babyface while he was appearing in the heel team as the Midnight Express. On this, yes, and even Bobby couldn't get a match out of Sid. Steiner.
Yeah, he does. I think he's the only one to successfully do this.
I think so.
Did they have plans for him to break out as a single here?
Once again, broken clocks right twice a day. Scott had the look, the body, charisma. He was an amateur guy that Ole would get into as an amateur, and he could legitimately fucking kick somebody's ass. And so, yes, they were definitely going to push him from the start. So, once again, that wasn't a bad idea.
His win over Flair in the Gauntlet match in a non-title setting, is Rick's stock falling, or is this something Rick would offer to help get Scott over?
I wasn't in the meeting. Possibly a little of both. That's all I can say, because I think Flair always at that point liked Scotty, and Ole, was probably going to do what Hurd was trying to figure any way he could to bury Flair, or marginalize Flair. So he would have been all for that. And that on September 10th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got Scott versus Bobby. Bobby. Got the heat, made a comeback. Stan tripped Scott. Scott pulled Stan up. Bobby ran. Scott moved. Bobby hit Stan. Scott shoots Bobby off. Bobby drops an elbow on the back of his head when he tries for the backdrop, gets a 1-2. I grab the ref, say, "What the fuck are you doing?" It should have been 3. Bobby throws Scott over the top rope, which should have been a disqualification. That brings Rick up. But when Scott went over the top rope, Scott skinned the cat, came back in. Rick distracted Bobby. Scott gave Bobby the fucking Frankensteiner 1-2-3. That was the match. Yeah, we put Doom over for the World Tag Team title. Then Bobby put Scott over. Then we beat the Southern Boys when the Freebirds interfered. That was the only win we got. And then on September 11th, we were booked in Dayton. September 12th in Canton. September 13th in Portsmouth. And you see, off.
Pissed off.
Pissed off. I decided, you know what? I don't feel good. And for the first time ever, I'm just going to say, fuck it, I ain't going to go. What are they going to do? Fire me? I wish they would. So I took 3 days off. Because we were supposed to do single matches. It was, Brian Pillman, and then Bobby was supposed to work with Rotunda, whatever the fuck. I'd forgotten about that. No, you know why I did it? I said, I like the fucking line. I didn't cuss. If you want to use that, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't fucking use it. I ain't doing it again.
Okay.
I remember that now. Well, look, fucking, once again, all these fucking matches, plus I'm out there, I'm sweating my fucking balls off. It's my goddamn birthday. And we do a fucking promo that I thought was good. And they say, oh, don't take out the inflatable date line and do it again. Motherfucker, no. I ain't doing it fucking again. Use that or don't use it at all. See you later. I'm done. That was that.
It was that.
No, it wasn't over a fucking angle. I knew they weren't going to do any angles I suggested.
When war broke out, there were questions whether or not the Super Bowl was going to take place. The government, if you remember during that time, everything's just kind of locked down.
Yeah.
And public places, they were being swept, and people were staying at home. There was fear of this attack that was going to take place in the United States turf, and so on and so forth. So here we've got an open air event coming up at the Los Angeles Coliseum. If you've ever been to the Los Angeles Coliseum, it's not like a gated, caged-in, fenced-in place where you can go in and park and you can secure. I mean, it's out in the open. It's basically in a neighborhood, and not the best neighborhood in LA. So the fear of security, and we went to the government and said, hey, can you help us secure this? The cost of securing the Super Bowl was astronomical. And what people forget is that the government footed that bill for the extra security and the flyovers and the extra metal detectors and the bomb dogs and all of those things. And that was the time that you really got a lot of that. You got a lot of the extra security at big events. But they were not willing to help us. They were not willing to pay that. And the cost to secure that facility and to secure that area would have far outweighed anything that we possibly could have drawn. And the thought of drawing 100,000 people to that event, at that point, that wasn't going to happen either. The attraction wasn't that strong, everything. But it was snake bit. And yeah, but it was astronomical.
Anyone there think this is a bad idea?
Everyone.
Yeah.
But Vince.
Except one guy.
Yeah.
With a big checkbook. What are you guys saying? When he walks by and goes, oh, WWF tomorrow night. Is anyone going, oh, Vince? Really?
No one got it. It's what's it going to be? We're going to have this WBF for those of us that didn't know anything about bodybuilding. All we knew was you have a Mr. Universe show once a year, and that's the pinnacle of bodybuilding. What do you do the rest of the year? It's a lifestyle. You know, like, okay, but look at me. It was confusion. Nobody liked it. No, it was horrible.
It got a lot of Vince's time and attention, though. And
did.
Did it piss off talent?
Tremendously.
That he wasn't bothering with the core product?
Not only that, but the rumors of the WBF talent being offered guaranteed contracts and some of the dollar amounts that were bandied about and so on and so forth for these guys to come in, and the perception, all they have to do is eat and train and they're getting a guaranteed deal. We're out here taking bumps,
Right.
And we have no guarantee. So yeah, it was brutal.
Did you ever try any Ico Pro?
I did. Sucked. Hated it.
How
Some
did-
of the most disgusting shit you ever. They had these drops you put under your tongue that tasted like bad licorice, and I don't like good licorice. So if you imagine bad licorice and the taste wouldn't go away, I did that shit once. The bars were good.
Was this like a Ralph Cramden thing where he bought a warehouse full of old shit and rebranded it, or did he commission the creation of a?
Dude, you had Fred Hatfield, who was Dr. Squat, who had like a world squat record or something, and what's the other guy? The Golden Eagle, Tom Platz.
Yes.
Gigantor legs and all this shit. But no, he had this Dr. Fred Hatfield come up with this IcoPro crap. And yeah, it was.
Did you
it was brutal.
Did he like ship shit to you guys like to take like with
Yeah.
boxes of IcoPro
Yeah.
showing up at?
Yeah, sent it to all the boys. Had these pants, the gear. Vince wore them on Prime Time. These really baggy
The
baggy
Zubaz
pants.
ones,
Yeah, but
or-
they were called Zero Boogie, and these were going to be the new clothing line from.
Was
WWF.
that his too?
Yeah,
Oh, I never
Yeah.
knew about this.
yeah,
Zero Boogie.
yeah.
That never launched, right?
No. Vince and Lex Luger were the only ones that wore them.
Now, Zubaz was
The Road Warriors.
animals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zubaz, Zero Boogie. Yeah, I see where that's going. General Adnan comes
I
in.
never thought of that.
The ZB. Get confused, you buy the wrong
Yeah.
one.
He was a legit Iraqi, and then when we found out his background and his friendship with Saddam Hussein, it was a natural. My God, got to have this guy.
Was he nervous about doing this on such a big stage at this time?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, and then when the heat got turned up and death threats started coming in, and there was some serious heat on him, yes.
Yeah.
But at the same
Nice
time, the
guy,
money was
very
good.
mild-mannered guy.
Yep.
He was panelists at our Ring Roasts 1, if you want to pick that up, the comedic tribute to the Iron Sheik. And you haven't lived until you've seen the comedic stylings of a stand-up set done by Adnan Al-Kaisi.
I'll bet.
Well, he wasn't
Sexual
put. He'd been
abuse.
doing that gimmick out there. It wasn't like he was put into it.
Okay.
Here's the thing, Art Barr, and as would be in the next 3 years when he had that fucking AAA run, would be one of the best heels in the business and a tremendous fucking performer. I managed his older brother Jesse when I was a rookie in Memphis. And it reads worse the way that you said that. But here's the fucking deal. Yes, he had some cocaine in fucking Oregon, and well, if you crossed everybody off the roster that had an issue or
Sure.
with whatever, then you wouldn't have a roster. And he was diddling around with some fucking rat in the stairway, and the rat's parents or whatever found out, and she happened to be underage. It wasn't like he was assaulting kids at the playground. It wasn't, he didn't force anything on anybody, at least the story that I've fucking heard. It was, once again,
It was a willing 11-year-old.
I got news for you. There was a fucking girl in Spartanburg, South Carolina, that at the age of 16 looked like Anna Nicole Smith. She was 6 feet tall and probably weighed 170 pounds. And if her mother had found out what she had done in Spartanburg, let's just say this, in 1986, Jim Crockett Promotions would have closed down. And I'm talking about everybody probably except Ric Flair. So
Everybody except Rick.
Except Rick, only because Rick had other business.
Okay.
So, that's that kind of thing happened back in those days.
Okay.
But it was in Oregon, and what happened was they brought him in. He was doing the Beetlejuice gimmick, and they called him the Juicer because they couldn't use
Juicer.
Beetlejuice. And then as soon as he starts getting over one of the bright spots, some fucking asshole that didn't like him sends the fucking newspaper clippings from Oregon about the old news, and fucking Herd, of course, fires one of the only fucking new talents that we actually brought in that could mean something.
The Juicer name kind of added to it a little
If
bit.
it couldn't be
What could you call it?
Beetlejuice, they just...
BJ? Beetlejuice? No.
Well,
couldn't
BJ
do
may
that
not have
either.
been... Yeah,
That
it may
wouldn't
not
work
have been...
either. I think we should have nixed the gimmick.
Stan and I missed the plane. Because
Going or coming?
Going. Because we had heard the stories about what happened in the Bahamas to the heels, right? And we're going over and work 2 fucking underneath singles matches. And so I went out with Jeff Bowdren and Dave Heath before he was Gangrel, and Tom Nash and some of the Florida guys, and Stan had lady friends in Florida. And we just somehow missed the plane, and we told Bobby what we were doing. We said, Bobby, don't go. He went. He said, Corny, he said it was outdoor stadium. He said the ring was so filthy it looked like they'd run fucking cattle through it. He said the fans threw rocks at us and cups of piss.
Yeah.
We had to walk from the hotel through this crowd with everybody fucking screaming and everything. And to fly through the Bermuda Triangle for these fucking people. And then Gordon Soley had something to do with the promotion. And when the next day or at TV on the Monday or whatever, he said, why weren't you guys? I said, Gordon, we missed the plane. Wouldn't you know who won the pony? Fuck. Everybody was percolating.
You say that with a wink and a smile. We missed the plane.
No, I said it with straight fucking face, because if he couldn't figure it out, I wasn't going to fucking help him.
Is this on the radar at the time? You guys seeing this, talking about this?
Yeah, it was, especially because it was based in New York.
Right.
And because they had that Sports Channel clearance. So there was definitely like, hey, they've got television, got a little bit of clearance, and they're in our backyard. But not enough to really have to worry about them.
Right. Did it bother Vince personally to see guys that were so identified with WWE doing, particularly like Bruno? I know they were on the outs, but Bruno doing commentary for another company, it's like heresy.
You know, Vince just kind of looked at it. I think the only ones that ever really bothered him were, Hulk leaving and when Steve left during those times. Those were the only guys that I ever remember really kind of getting to him. The rest of the time, he just looked at it as this is business and this is what it is. So,
Right.
Didn't take that stuff that personal.
You have any interactions with Herb Abrams?
I never did. Never met the man. Never knew him.
He met a mysterious end.
He did, all baby oiled up.
Baby oiled, covered in duck butter in the hallway of an office building.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hey, it happens.
Your average promoter.
Jim Ross had gotten more control on the booking committee. Because Ole, I think, was starting to lose interest. And I think they were starting to lose interest in Ole. And I went to JR and I said, this is fucking ridiculous. He won't buy us out. He won't let us go. I don't want to fucking, we've still got till next April. Bobby's got a family. To give us something to do. You're Giant. Jorge, Giant Gonzalez. Can we get the fucking Giant over? Put us on the Clash. Have a 6-man, because we'd been doing a thing on the house shows and et cetera with Southern Boys. I said, we'd love to work with the Southern Boys. I said, Herd shouldn't mind that since he don't like them either. So we'll just go out and have the best match on the show again. And go to the Clash with a 6-man, and I'll take a slam from the fucking Giant. And he can pin me and get the Giant over with the big foot on the chest, the whole 9 yards, get his hand up. Okay. So that was what was agreed to. We would have a 6-man tag. The Giant would give me the fucking slam. That was going to be the Clash. What was the date of the Clash?
27th.
That was
I'm
the
sorry,
pay-per-view.
I'm
The
sorry,
Clash
that's
was
the
in
pay-per-view.
November. It was November 15th, I think. Whatever
Okay.
the fuck. Anyway, we didn't get there. That's the point I'm making. Because I get the fucking booking sheets. This was right before we caused the riot in Altoona. I get the booking sheets the following week. And at that time, they booked house shows about 6 weeks out. We're in 6-man tags almost every night. Where if we go from not working at all and doing jobs for everybody when we do to working like fucking 6 weeks in a row every fucking night, and I'm going to have to take a slam from that big clumsy motherfucker every fucking night. I didn't goddamn, agree to that. So I'm already pissed off. Then we go to Altoona on the 19th, and we're having a match with the Steiners. We decide we're going to have a good match again. So in the process of having a good match, we're getting some heat. Guy comes over the fucking rail, tackles Bobby. Bobby fucking grabs him around the waist. He's going for Bobby's eye. I come around the fucking corner with the racket, and I fucking, the most perfect racket shot ever in history. Whacked him right here, boom, with the edge of it. I've still got the racket on my wall in my office. It's bent in. I actually talked to, who the fuck was it that said they were there? Son of a bitch, can't even remember. Oh, it was a guy at the show in Parkersburg, West Virginia. He was just a fan then. Now he's a wrestler. Imagine that. And he said the blood spurted, God, 4 or 5 rows. Looked like a Tommy Rich Buzz Sawyer juice job. So if I fucking knocked a guy goofy, the security's nowhere because it's rent-a-cops. There's not even any real cops. So they kick the fucking guy out of the building finally when they come down there. Because the Tommy Young actually got from the stage to the fucking, it wasn't Tommy Young, it was Nick Patrick. Got from the stage to the ring before the rent-a-cops got there at all. They usher the guy out the front door and let him go. He's now bleeding he's cut from asshole to appetite and he's bleeding to his boots. And they just told him, go away, get out, and turn around and walk back inside. So we're continuing the match and the people are fucking going and boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden Bobby looks behind me and says, watch out, Corny. I turn around and there's the guy doing the zombie walk. He's walked right back in the front door. Now the people are coming up because here's one of their own that we've juiced, right? And he's still spurting blood. And we got the Steiners down and stand called Sunset Flip. Whew. Boom. 1, 2, 3, we get the fuck out. We work Louisiana. We know how to do this. As soon as we get in the locker room, we grab our bags. We don't change. We head for the fucking car. Well, meanwhile, now the guy's down and he's gone into convulsions. So as we get in the car, we pull out of the front of the building and turn left instead of right. So now we're going away from the interstate instead of toward it. If we go about fucking 3 miles down the road and oh shit, we got to go around. As we go back by the fucking building, now 10 minutes later, now there's 5 or 6 cop cars in the front. There's 2 ambulances, everything but a helicopter with a goddamn searchlight. They're loading the guy. They said the guy passed out. They're loading the guy feet first into the fucking ambulance. The Steiners were on the stage of the Jaffa Mosque in Altoona trying to play with the police dogs. They're asking, where's the Midnight Express? So now, as we're headed to the fucking interstate, Bobby and Stan have towels over their heads. And I'm fucking driving. Here comes blue lights. I'm like, fuck, boys, we're cooked. Shoot right past us. We've been gone so long, they think we must be on the interstate now. They shot past us, can't find us. They even went to the hotel the next morning and pulled up in front of Tom's Inc. Are you Bobby Eaton? No. It made the Associated Press. Wrestling fan knocked out at ringside. His story was he was standing by the apron or by the railing taking pictures when I suddenly began clubbing him for no reason. So in the space of 10 days, I find out I'm gonna have to take 40 fucking slams from a 7'7" fucking klutz. We start a fucking riot where we almost go to fucking jail when the guy fucking hops the fucking rail and jumps us. It makes the Associated Press. Then we go to Halloween Havoc.
Let's talk about Rick, another guy, multiple incarnations over his time, always a solid hand. And what'd you think of the model thing?
Loved it. I thought that was the best incarnation of Rick Martel. I thought that it allowed him to kind of be somebody else, and he wasn't just Rick Martel. It gave him something to sink his teeth into, and I thought he was damn good at it, and it just kind of created this new persona for a guy that was a great technician in the ring, but never really had any more personality outside of the ring. And this gave him a personality.
Rick is such a nice guy.
The nicest.
If I saw this on paper, I would have said, he can't heel.
He did.
He did.
He did, yeah. And the trick to it was, in the very beginning, was we didn't let Rick do a whole lot of verbal. He wasn't the best on the mic.
Right.
Even with the model character, because he had that French-Canadian accent, and he just wasn't that great verbally. So a lot of it was voiceover, and a lot of it was just a few lines here and the arrogant stuff,
Right.
and the model. And we had him go out, and he would model and walk around the stage, and a lot of that stuff. Early on, a lot of that was Vince's old suits that fit Martel, and that he had tailored to fit him, and that was a funny little tidbit.
The arrogance cologne.
Yeah.
If Francis Ford Coppola were directing this, he'd say that there's got to be real cologne in there because the fans in the surrounding area, when he sprays it, should smell something.
Yeah.
Was there cologne?
No. Well, yes. I'll take that back. When we were spraying around for the people, yeah, we had just stinky stuff.
You
in
did,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Now you take a DDT here.
I did.
What is the key to taking Jake's DDT and living?
Pancake. Let Jake do all the work.
Just go completely
Simple.
flat.
It's absolutely the simplest bump in the world to take, and guys complicate the hell out of it. If you do it like Jake tells you to do it, you'll be fine every time.
Are you rolling out of it? Are you dropping
You just drop.
on your stomach?
Yeah, you just drop.
Okay. You say it like I should know. I know that the physique is confusing you. I've never worked in the ring.
Wore around for a little while.
Got to commit to it, right?
You gotta commit to it. Yeah, it was it was what it was. Going out and having Warrior get to manhandle you a little bit. He was just so damn clumsy and rough. And where some guys would be like this, he was like, ah!
Right. Right.
It
was just his adrenaline, right? He was always on 110, right? So it was, he couldn't control his body.
Savage was always 110, but he never hurt you.
True.
I mean, I'd go in the ring with Randy every single night. He would be intense as hell, but it wouldn't hurt.
Right.
And Warrior hurt just breathing on you and hurt. So, yeah, the dress stuff, that was good. It was a lot of fun. And
Pat's idea or Vince's?
oh God, that's Vince all over. Yeah. Put him in a dress. Yeah.
Bushwhackers are at a cheese factory cutting the cheese. This is high comedy. Luke served Butch some Fromunda cheese.
Fromunda.
Yeah. There's a sausage stuffing contest featuring the Hart Foundation and Jim Duggan against the Orient Express and Mr. Fuji, in which no winner could be declared. The contest was presided over by the genius Lanny Poffo, who Gene Okerlund called the Master Sausage Stuffer and an honorary member of the Sausage Stuffer Hall of Fame. Gotta love Gene. There's a dance-off, for God's sakes, between Slick and Neidhart. Alfred gets pie-faced. Shades of Starrcade '83. So for these
This was Frankenmuth. Yeah, it was Toledo's close to Michigan. We went to a little German town called Frankenmuth, and they had a brewery there, and it's an old German like village and shit. And they had people that would dress in lederhosen and come out, and they had these extremely expensive steins. We found out after the fact, but that day, I'm dead heading out to Frankenmuth with all the crew, and I had produced all that stuff. So I've got a day to produce all this stuff and get it done, and then have the food fight of all food fights at the very end of it. And we finished up like at 6:30 in the evening. We destroyed the one request they had was, look, these people, their lederhosen are very expensive. We ask, the only thing you do is don't get anything on the lederhosen or break any steins.
So you got to tell some wrestlers, right?
Yeah. Yeah. $27,000 later.
$27,000.
It was expensive. It was a good food fight though, and a lot of beer and a lot of craziness ensued. But I remember pulling up. And the event started, I think, like at 7:30 or 8 or something like that. And we're pulling up, and the traffic getting into the arena is so bad, we can't, like, we're never going to make it. And myself and Kerwin Silfies have to get out and run, me running, run through the people and had to cross over a ditch and run through the parking lot
Just to make it.
And
you're Bruce. You're not.
Oh, I'm Bruce,
brother,
and I'm covered, by the way, in beer and food and shit. And I'm in Zubaz and in a pink workout shirt, and Kerwin's
to be inconspicuous.
Yeah, and Kerwin's in a suit, and he's covered in beer, and yeah, that was a great day.
Gene with his Master Sausage Stuffer line. I mean, he's great. What's it like to work with Gene behind
Absolutely.
the scenes?
Exactly like you see in front of the scenes. That's Gene, and then you add a few martinis into that, and it gets even better.
Right. Even the voice stays like everything's an announcement, right?
Right.
Whoa, my hems are bleeding today, right? Like anything.
Exactly.
Right.
That's Gene.
Paffa, was he the Master Sausage Stuffer?
You saw it, didn't you?
Okay. Vince loves food fights, doesn't he?
Yes. Tremendously.
He's not unlike, with his sense of humor, when you look at the things that crack him up, he's not unlike an 11-year-old boy.
Still, today.
Still today, yeah.
Oh,
huh?
yeah. Farting, bathroom humor, food fights.
Right.
He's good.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys talk much?
Not so much. Okay. We text.
Why Brady Boone?
Vince had a fascination with Mighty Mouse, and he always wanted a Mighty Mouse character.
In keeping with our discussion about Vince. Okay.
So Battle Cat was going to be his Mighty Mouse character, and Brady Boone had come in, and Brady had been an enhancement talent from time to time, but he could do all the flip flies and flops, and Vince saw him as his Mighty Mouse character.
Then Bob Bradley replaces him. Why the switch from Brady Boone to Bob Bradley?
Because he was Bobcat Bob Bradley.
Get the fuck.
God damn, he's a bobcat. He's a natural battle cat. Arr. Yeah. I don't fucking know.
All right, this does not connect with the kids as intended.
No.
During commentary, Monsoon promotes the Hulk Hogan vitamins that are available. Must have been a lot of office jokes about the Hulk Hogan vitamins.
They're chewables.
Chewable or injectable, right? Yeah, I'm sure.
Easy, Tiger.
Right.
Come on now. Yeah, they were chewable. Right. Yummy flavors, too.
Did you ever take any of those?
I did.
Bet they tasted better than the Ico Pro.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, they did. Kind of like an orange sweet tart.
You enjoy this finish?
No.
Why not?
It was inventive. Barry Windham cut his hair to where he looked like Sting, but people didn't fucking get it. It just did. People didn't understand it. It was too cute. They understood it on television because the people. It was explained by the announcers and the camera work and etc. But the people in the building were like, "What the fuck? What?" And so it just if the announcers have to tell you that in that much detail what happened, I don't know. I didn't. But already, you know, I'd already had my jaw dislocated that fucking night and was pissed off anyway. So maybe I was just in a bad mood.
Remember why Elvira wasn't used on the show, but she was in the promos?
Because they didn't want to pay her to come to Chicago. She just did shit in the studio. They would have had to pay her to come, if she would even indeed to lower herself to come to Chicago and participate in that. Okay, we get there, we're supposed to work with the rock and roll. So okay, at least, well, once again, we'll have a great match again, won't matter, but they put it on first. So we're jerking the curtain on the pay-per-view. And this was back before it was like, we're going to start the show hot. It was just, this was the opening preliminary match. Mm-hmm. And that's when Robert hurt his knee. So it was Tommy Rich and Ricky Morton as a makeshift team. So Bobby Eaton, to get this fucking thing over, even does the rocket launcher onto the fucking wooden ramp. And boom, 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 we go 20 minutes with a makeshift team. It's never teamed before in their life, and no disrespect to either Ricky or Tommy. And then we put them over. And what some people said was one of the better matches on the show. Then try to juice this thing up, what we're supposed to do on the Clash with the Southern Boys. The Master Blasters are going to beat the Southern Boys, Blade and Steel. This time they got the new, along with Nash, who couldn't stick his thumb in his ass 3 tries, and this other fucking, and they're going to beat our opponents because I go out and, but these guys shouldn't even have been on television. I would have fired them. I'm not saying this because it's Kevin Nash. If they had been in OVW, I would have fired them because they were rotten. They were rotten for a wrestling school. They're on national TV. They're going to beat the Southern Boys. The Midnight Express just got beaten. And we're supposed to be going to the Clash for this big feature match. I go out in a Confederate general's uniform because it's Halloween Havoc and everybody's got to be dressed up. And in the finish meeting, Ole had suggested that after I caused the Southern Boys to lose, then they would take one of the jack-o'-lanterns
Put it on your head.
and hit me over the head with it, and I'd be running around with a pumpkin on my head.
Right.
And I said, Ole, I'm not putting a pumpkin on my head. I said, I said, we're losing, then our opponents are losing, and the smidgen of heat that I might get for causing the babyface to lose, then they're going to fucking wear it off with the, and they're not going to put a pumpkin on my head. And Ole always hated Tennessee wrestling, right? So he's like, well, why? That's something Nick Goulas would have done. I said, well, the difference is Nick Goulas drew money, and he didn't like that.
Oh, boy. Did you say it?
Yes, I said that. So I said, they can beat me up, but they ain't putting a pumpkin on my head. So then Janie Engel comes up to me, the girl in the office, right? And I love Janie. And she said, Corny, whatever you do, don't tear the general's uniform because it's rented, and we've got to take it back.
But that wasn't yours.
No, they
We
rented.
assume everyone in the South has one.
No, they rented it, and the pants were fucking like a size 2, and the fucking jacket was too big, and his fucking hat. I said, don't worry, Janie, I'll take care of it like it was my own baby, right? First thing I went to Tracy and Steve, I said, okay, rip the fucking jacket up the back off of me, and God, that thing was trashed, destroyed, whatever the fuck. Come back, oops, right? So they did that, and then in the midnight match, they had installed that ramp for the guys to come out because Vince used something
Yes,
like that.
yes.
So they have to do everything Vince did. So because of the ramp, when we go to do the spot where Ricky and Bobby are doing the crisscross, and then Ricky dives out and chases me, and I roll in, and Bobby's coming off, and I stand up, and he hits me with a tackle, and I take a big bump. Well, I can't go the right way I'm supposed to go because of the ramp, so I'm going the other way. Well, I'm going the other way. The floor cameraman gets in my fucking way. I have to go around him, so when I roll in, I'm late standing up, and I always tell Bobby, bring it, come full force, because we're going to hit shoulder to shoulder, and I'll just fly, right? It helped me. The harder he would hit me in the shoulder, the bigger bump I would take. I got delayed a second. As I'm standing up, he's coming, point of his shoulder in my chin. Bam! Dislocates my fucking jaw, busts me open here, that little scar under there. So now they said no blood on pay-per-views, and now I'm bleeding down my fucking tie, and Stan's like, Corny, you got juice. I said, good, maybe they'll kick this fucking thing off the air. So, the next day, after I go out with my in-laws that night and can't chew my dinner, the next day, guess where WCW, the second biggest wrestling promotion in the country, the fucking national TV attraction with all these major stars, guess where we run? Farmland, Indiana, where we put the Southern Boys over.
Big house?
Oh, sure, $11,000. That was almost 1,000 people. Then the next day we fly back to Charlotte. This is the beginning of the end, and then we'll finish out the year. We go back to Charlotte, and then we get in the car. We can't go home. We're only 10 miles from the house, and we haven't been fucking home, as you can see, in 4 or 5 days. So we can't go home because we got to rush to Anderson, South Carolina for TV, where we find out that a couple weeks ago we had 5 matches in one night. No matches. Stan's working a single match with Steve Armstrong. Bobby's not working. Nobody bothered to tell him. He could have stayed home with his family, but now he's in the car with us, so he can't come back. He's got to sit there all fucking, and this was before all the guys just had to go to TV. If you weren't booked, you didn't have to go to TV, right? So Bobby sits there like a spare prick at the wedding all night. Stan has one single match, which he loses, and then we drive on to Atlanta because we got center stage the next day.
That is true, and Rick felt, that he should have been compensated, and the fact that he probably would have been compensated had he made the towns.
So he never even went?
No,
Okay.
he never even went.
Okay.
So that, I think, was the rub, and Vince probably paid him something, but didn't pay him main event pay. Had he actually gone to the towns and made an appearance and then allowed someone else to substitute for him, he probably would have gotten that pay, but Rick refused to show up at all.
Was there more for Rick here, or was this about it?
I think there was. I thought Rick Rude was a tremendous talent. I thought that Rick could have done a whole lot more in the company over the years. I just thought he was an extraordinary talent.
Does he just not show up again, or is there a confrontation where he walks in and throws his tights?
I think that once he no-showed and made his demands and they suspended him, that was it.
But why not just redo it at another time? Why renege on the title change and then never give him the belts?
He just changed his mind. It's like, we can't use that match. And so they went forward and then decided, well, we'll just keep the titles where they are for right now. He does that. He changes his mind.
As this is happening, is Vince around you for TVs when something like this happens, the ropes break? What is he doing? Is he...
Well, at this time, probably, he was in the back, but, before, we used to do a lot of the VOs and shit there in the arenas. At this time, we were doing them back. We were doing voiceovers in the studio. So Vince was probably either in his office and just running around doing what Vince did. And he produced a lot of the pre-tapes, all those inserts that used to be during the match. All that was Vince, and he would do that throughout the night. But he was not like he is now, where he sits a gorilla and watches every single match.
Okay.
He was kind of all over the place.
Was he Was he one to sell it in front of everybody if something goes wrong in the
No.
ring, or no?
Absolutely not. I
Pull
mean,
you aside
yes.
privately and say,
Yeah.
never again, or
Yeah.
whatever.
And then in later years, it was the dreaded Bruce the Gorilla.
And then you'd hear what? You'd get there and he'd say,
It would start off with kind of,
the disapproving uncle.
what the fuck was that? And then just pick your poison from there. But it was, there was a, you just smeared shit all over the entire business.
Is there any talking to him when he's like that, or should you just sit there and take it?
I picked my spots, but I'm a smart ass at heart. So I just sometimes wouldn't know when to shut the fuck up, and I would have to poke the bear. And people would sit there and go, God, man, why did you? Jim Ross would go, God damn, boy, all I had it's like you got a goddamn sharp stick, and you're just gonna sit there and poke that goddamn dog, and you know the dog's gonna bite you. Oh, sorry, man,
It's your nature.
it's probably, I was there 22 years, and Vince and I fought for 22 years. We have different philosophies, but I was never afraid to tell him no, and I was never afraid to tell him what I truly thought. So I dare say that's probably why I lasted as long as I did. Sometimes I could have chosen my words better, and I could have done it in different ways at different times, and age, age brings that wisdom to you. But especially when you're a kid, and especially at this time, I was so cocky and cocksure that I had all the answers. But it's just a different world, and I had a different relationship with him, in that we could tell each other fuck you, and nobody took it personal.
Right.
We could hug at the end of it and everything was fine. But other people would look at it like, oh my God, how do you talk to the boss like that?
Right.
It wasn't that I was saying fuck you to the boss. It was how I expressed myself.
It was for the benefit of the business. You weren't insulting each other. You were both,
Right.
and it was the competition for creative ideas.
It was passion, and it was like I said, in the effort to make the best product possible.
We get that.
I
Please.
quit because I'll fucking get up that day thinking I can't take this anymore. And we get there, and what do we see on center stage on the lineup? 4 tag team matches, and we're going to lose every single one of them. So I fucking go into the dressing room Ole used for the office and to give finishes and everything. I said, Ole, what if we post-produce everything now? Bobby couldn't spend a day with his fucking family yesterday because nobody told him he wasn't working. Now we're working 4 times in one night. We couldn't have done 2 of those yesterday. He said the magic words, and I will never forget this, is ingrained in my mind. It was the nicest thing I ever heard. He said, if you don't like it, go home. I said, Ole, that's the best idea you've ever had. I turned around. I said, I'll see you later. He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going home. He said, well, you'll be sorry when you're back in Memphis with that dog and pony show. I said, no, I won't. And I slammed the door. I said, Stan, give me your keys. He said, why? I said, I'm going fucking home. He said, what? I said, I'm done. He said, hold on, I'll go with you. Because he had a paternity suit at the time, and he figured they were going to get some of his money anyway, and he was fed up with these fuckers. But then we both looked at Bobby, and Bobby's got 3 kids, and Bobby's got a wife, and so we had the little meeting, and we said, look, it was like the end of Casablanca. We'll all be together again someday or whatever. Because we figured in April, May, his deal will be up, and I was already probably going to have Smoky Mountain Wrestling well on the way at that point. And he said, guys, I know you got to go. He said, I got to stay. I said, yes, we do. So, and we, had the team fucking meeting, and then me and Stan got in the car. I felt like I'd been paroled from prison. I have never had a ride so happy in my life. And Stan started about halfway to Charlotte. He's kind of like, it was $120-something thousand or whatever. I said, fuck it. I quit on more than that. So Bobby said about an hour or two later, Ole came to him because he's got 4 fucking matches, right? He said, where are those guys? And Bobby said, Ole, I think they're about halfway back to Charlotte. So when are they coming back? And Bobby said, Ole, I don't think they are. And we didn't. And basically, I sat home for about a week.
I like on the page after the I quit.
Yes.
You're off.
Well, see, we were originally off anyway because that was a day that we were booked off. But look, see here, I've crossed all these out.
Right.
But real briefly, sat home for about a week and then Herd called me on the phone. Said, well, they sent me this letter first. There was reports to me indicates that there was a misunderstanding involving you and the booker Ole Anderson. I've had further conversations with people close to you that indicate you've been quoted as saying you will not return to WCW. The company must take the position that if you do not make your scheduled commitment starting on November 1st, blah, 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 you will consider you in breach of your contract and no further monetary compensation will be paid to you. And if you have a desire to try to resolve this issue, please contact me. And he had called and left me a message. So I called him back. I said, Jim, I ain't coming back. I said, and you can give me a release or not. He said, well, I'm not going to just let you go walk right into the WWF. I said, I just got finished with one cartoon wrestling promotion. I'm not going to another one. I've got some things I want to do because I knew I was going to Memphis probably to do something short term, and I was going to set up Smoky Mountain. I said, you can send me a release or I'm going to do what I want to do anyway, and you sue me, and I don't give a fuck. But I'm not going to the WWF, and I'm not coming back there because I'm done with you. You can take that fucking company, shove it up your fucking ass. You've been wanting rid of us. Well, you got rid of us, and I'm rid of you. And I think we're both going to be happier that way. And he sent me a release and never even excluded going to the WWF, which he said he was going to do. But it was I could do anything I wanted, but I wasn't going to the WWF anyway. So he couldn't even write a release right. Fucking moron.
You know, hindsight's 20/20. There's probably a lot of things that you could have done, but business overall and entertainment and everything was down. So the economy was down. The state of the country was in flux. They didn't know, what's going to happen. Oh my God, we went to war. We did all these things that hadn't happened in so many years. I think people were afraid. And they're guarding, they're holding on to their money. It wasn't as bad as people taking all their money out of the bank and hiding in their mattress.
Right.
But they were holding on tight.
Cautious, yeah, sure.
And they didn't know what was going to happen. So the last thing that you're going to do is that entertainment dollar, that's not as frivolously spent anymore.
Right.
So we're going to take a hit, and creatively, you can second guess that all day long, but at the time, we did what we thought was right. And we did what we thought was best for the business. And just the downturn of everything else around it, that new gas station opened down the street, there's 1,000,001 excuses, but it was a different time and a different place.
Right. After cutting the expenses of the C-show travel and whatnot, is that enough to stem the bleeding?
It does, but you still have this surplus of talent that you got to find something for. And they made cuts and let a lot of people go and things of that nature. But you've still got an office staff. You've got a large office staff, and you have people that you've got to support and figure out something. The C-towns were losing money, and that was a drain on the business because those were used primarily to go out and service the smaller towns where a lot of the economy and all that's where it was being felt the worst. So they're not going to come out. In addition to that, we were using it as a training ground as well for new talent and different people to get exposure and get experience. So you add all that up, and it was a money loser.
their decision to do this, does it have anything to do with their acquisition of the NBA contract that year?
Well, yes, because all of a sudden they hadn't had sports in a while during that time, and they were in a weird quagmire, if you will. So it was the ratings weren't what they were when they first started. So anytime that, especially in the television business, you start here and then you go here and you go here, and when you get to here, man, they're like, oh, something's wrong. Even though here is better than where they started here,
Right.
they're still like, well, they were up here. Maybe we do something else that's going to get us there. So they look to adjust to make changes. And that was one of the ways that they felt, we'll cut it back to a year. 4 times a year is too much, and maybe an hour and a half is too long.
Right.
We'll do an hour once a year.
What effect does it have on you guys in planning creative as far as having blow-offs or things to further angles? You could always count on once a quarter being able to do something a few weeks before WrestleMania or SummerSlam or whatever. Now it's once a year.
Well, it definitely changes things because you have to look at other avenues and you have to look at your syndicated product, which is what we relied on the most to sell tickets. The cable was simply something that was viewed as, it's cheap entertainment and people will tune in. It wasn't that valued real estate that it is now.
Right.
So USA, those were all considered secondary shows to the syndicated shows that promoted your house shows that made you money on advertising and everything else.
Do you remember the blow-away diet with Playboy Buddy Rose?
Very well. Love that. Are you kidding me?
Good.
Just blow it away. Sprinkle it on. He's an ordinary house fan. And then watch just blow away.
The white powdery substance.
Yes.
That blows. Am I wrong to be looking for double entendre?
The fact that it was Buddy Rose's idea, it was.
Was it really?
Pitched to us in a Denny's.
And Vince goes for it.
Loved it. We laughed our ass off. And he left. I said, we've got to do that. And we did. And we discovered that when, we had like these big, giant industrial fans. And so he puts all the powder on and shit. And we turn the fan on, and of course it doesn't blow away. And so we're like, shit, how do we get it to blow? And Buddy starts like trying to brush it off and shit. When he does that, it's all starts blowing, and that's it. So we go, okay, let's go get cleaned up, and then we'll do it again. And this time, rub yourself. And
If I'm not mistaken,
blows away.
the phone number was 1-800
Lard
LARDASS.
Yes.
I mean, it might have actually been it was better than Captain Mike, I thought, and he got some heat and he had the suit and everything, but basically, Vince just took it and did it much better. IRS.
Right.
So, and Terry, Terry was the makeup girl.
Right.
At TBS. And she was beautiful and gorgeous, and she'd been around the guys long enough to kind of pick up things, and I don't know whose idea it was, but they made her Alexandra York.
Very conservative character, a far cry from what Terry ends up doing in the WWF later.
Well, that's because Shitstain wasn't involved yet.
Which is closer to the real Terry?
I don't know if either one was really close. Terry was a normal person. She wasn't this bitchy, conservative, buttoned-up businesswoman, but she certainly wasn't a cigar-smoking fucking, whatever Marlena was. But Marlena worked a whole lot better. Let's put it. Have you noticed that Vince can take? He turns Mean Mark Callis into the Undertaker. He turns fucking Michael Wall Street into IRS. He turns Alexandra York into Marlena. Vince McMahon could take guys that were right under their fucking nose and just instantly. That's one thing. I mean, and Vince had some misfires too, but it was almost like it was a game where he could take fucking guys that they couldn't draw 15 cents in Chinese money with and make something out of just by tweaking it just a little bit that you would think would have been common sense.
the Ultimate Survivor.
Ultimate Survivors. Used one time, never seen again. Guess you didn't like it.
Sucked.
Right.
It made no sense. Ultimate Survivor, but there were 2 survivors. It was Hogan and Warrior at the end. So if you're going to have an Ultimate Survivor, how the fuck do you have 2 of them?
Ultimate Half Survivors. Yeah.
But also, you got baby faces and heels, and it just was the modge podge of. When I first heard the idea of, and then we're going to bring all the winners back and have an Ultimate Survivor match, I thought it was going to be like a battle royal and just have one guy at the end.
Yeah.
But instead, it was like, well, baby faces get together and heels get together and battle it out, and Hulk and Warrior win.
This is back when the show still took place on Thanksgiving night.
Right.
Was it tough to be away from family on holidays?
Yeah, I didn't have any family there. It's fine for me.
Okay. Well, later on. Workers
No,
complaining? Anyone complaining? No, we're just.
You know,
that's
people
what
that
it
were
was.
that had been in the wrestling business traditionally for a long time.
Right.
Thanksgiving was a huge money night, and people were used to working on Thanksgiving, Christmas. That's when you made your money. So, for a lot of people, to Vince, it was a big deal. They had never run holidays in the Northeast. That was taboo, man. That was family time. So to do this, and then the success of it was like, okay, maybe there is something here.
All right.
The Undertaker gimmick was essentially the black to my white. I wanted a character that was pure, unadulterated evil. And because I viewed myself as pure as the driven snow. So to counteract that, the yin to my yang was this nasty beast that was just, black, pure evil. And I had always been a fan of Mean Mark from when he broke in Dallas simply because he worked like Don Jardine, the original Spoiler. I loved the way they worked and moved in the ring. So I thought, man, this guy would be great. Coincidentally, Paul Heyman calls me, and Paul Heyman was working in Atlanta and managing Mean Mark at the time. And says, hey, this kid's available. His contract's coming up. Is there any interest? I said, oh, my God. I've got an idea. This guy would be great. Now, I had pitched the idea to Vince. And then I pitched, and by the way, I got just the guy, this guy Mean Mark. So we set up a meeting, and it's the meeting is the day after a pay-per-view, a WCW pay-per-view, where Mark was working with Lex Luger. Vince saw the match. Mark had a dislocated hip. He's working with Lex Luger. The match sucked. Vince has no interest. So I got to cancel the meeting. Fast forward a week or two, and they're in the Meadowlands. We get Vince and Mark together. They meet, falls in love with him, and Vince kind of broadly describes my idea to creative services. They send back a bunch of drawings, and one of the things that they send back was the drawing of The Undertaker. Didn't call him The Undertaker. Vince looked at it and said, God damn, it looks like an old-timey Undertaker. And his original name was Kane, first man to ever commit murder.
Right, Kane the Undertaker.
So his brother Love and Kane. And that was my idea of, that he would be just simply one word, one name, Kane. And then Vince saw the outfit and liked it, and he'll be Kane the Undertaker. And then we eventually dropped Kane, and he simply became the Undertaker.
How well formed is the concept when you first pitched this to Vince?
Not
Are you
formed
doing
at
the
all.
whole he's the undead?
Oh, no.
Sits up from the finish? No.
None of that.
Okay.
None of that. It was simple. I mean, it was as simple as what I just pitched to you. The yin to my yang, the black, first man to ever commit murder. This guy is pure evil. We dress him all in black, and I did not have that vision of what you saw as the Undertaker. That was something Creative Services came back with, and then from that, Vince saw an Undertaker, and then Kane, Undertaker, Brother Love. Oh my God.
Now, how much is Mark here too? Because he must be obviously his in-ring stuff, the move, the way he would move, and the
That was something that he adapted and he came up with. And the other thing that we did that was different was I would keep a log of his matches, of what moves he did. And his matches were laid out because in those days when guys had TV, they had their TV matches. No matter who they worked with, because they're only on once every 3-4 weeks, what have you. Whoever they worked with, it was the same match. We made sure his were different. Finish was the same, but the match was different. He did different things, and we'd always do something new each week or each time that he worked. So it was plotted out. It was planned out. But so much of the Undertaker and what you see, that's Mark Calloway, and that's him taking that concept, that idea, and that character, and making it his own.
The entrance, the music, it all contributed to creating that milieu of the Undertaker. Jim Johnston. Johnston. Talk about him for a minute here. Does he get the credit he deserves?
No, Jim was a musical genius. He put up with a lot of a lot of brutality from all of us, because it's very easy to critique something after the fact. It's very hard to start off with a blank piece of paper and create something from this to then build it and see it on camera and on screen and actually bring it to life. And that's what Jim had to do with every piece of music. So Jim Johnston is an unsung hero. I thought he was great at what he did because he would take concepts and he would get a feeling for that character and try to put music to it.
Who's the original manager of The Undertaker?
Brother Love.
Right.
Yeah.
Take me through that and the transition out of that.
Well, it was simply the yin to my yang, and for him to come in and be my powerhouse, my enforcer, and somebody for me to manage and be more involved in storylines and be more involved in the show. It reached a point, though, that the character was so strong that a road attraction, him being out on the house shows, if they weren't getting the total package, because I wasn't going out on the road.
Right.
Now he's going out by himself. He's got to take his stuff off by himself, and he's doing everything. That package, they're only getting half of it.
Right.
So Vince came to me and said, you need to choose. You can either stay in the studio and do what you're doing, or you can go out on the road and be a package with The Undertaker. And I chose to continue doing what I was doing. And Percy Pringle was looking for a job at the time, came in. Coincidence, they're interviewing, so what do you do? He says, well, I'm an actual real-life mortician. When I'm not in the wrestling business, that's what I do. I'm like, oh my God, we've got it.
Right.
And then Road Warrior Hawk came up with the name. How about Paul Bearer? While he was taking a shit in New York, I kid you not.
All right, give it to me. Was it always supposed to be this?
Yes.
Yeah, really?
100%.
There he is again, the White House press secretary.
No, 100% it was supposed to be.
So from
Why
day
in
one,
the fuck do the facts piss all you people off? You always think it's because the rumor and innuendo, because of the dirt sheets. They said it's supposed to be Ric Flair,
No,
it's
I
supposed to be
didn't
The
read
Undertaker,
that.
it's
It
supposed to be
has
this guy,
nothing
it's
to
supposed
do
to be
with
that guy. It was always the gobbledygooker. It was always designed to be a mascot that Vince wanted to have, similar to the San Diego Chicken, that could go out and entertain people at the house shows and sign autographs and do things and go up into the stands and get people excited and give away T-shirts and all this stuff.
but look at it. I mean, but the thing was that it has nothing to do with the dirt sheet. It's just that you look at we were baited. I was baited. I was a fan at the time. Okay, so we're baited. We're strung along. We watched the striptease, and she gets down to the finale, and there's an out of control Bush. It's so anticlimactic, proportional to the tease. That's why it seems strange. You want to be a crazy...
It's a gobbledygooker!
Exactly. Vince what? Vince what? make it I don't know. So it was always supposed to be this thing.
It was always supposed to be the gobbledygooker, and he was excited as hell about it.
Jesus Christ.
He was. They're gonna love it. Hey, he's gonna dance. And the other part of the thing about it was Hector.
Yeah.
Bless his heart, man. Hector Guerrero was the gobbledygooker, and Hector was a gymnastics teacher. So part of it was that he was going to go out and do all these great gymnastics things, but all he could do in that outfit was a forward roll. That was about
Right,
it.
so this was not taken into consideration that all the acrobatics are going to have to be done in the confines of this
Right.
giant thing.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, we're fine.
With this head.
Right, we're still
Yeah.
fine, you're right.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so he was never going to wrestle or anything. It was just...
Well, that was the other beauty part about it, was the mascot was out in the arenas every night, live shows.
Right.
Okay, and he's out doing all his things. But then El Bandito, Hector Guerrero,
Yeah.
could work a match during the night and then be the gobbledygooker. So you get kind of double duty.
But Gooker was never going to, hook Savage's leg to help the babyface.
No,
win
his damn
or anything, no.
gobbledygooker. He was
Oh.
somebody the kids get their picture taken with. Their, I want to go, Mommy, I want to go see the gobbledygooker. I want to go see the gobbledygooker. Didn't your kids say
Right,
that?
Except no kids did.
Try to find something for Wayne to do, and Vince had been successful with the three-man booth with Jesse and Bruno. The reason Jesse and Bruno worked is Bruno never spoke until the very end on the analyst, but that's why it worked, because it was really a two-man booth with, so Bruno, take us to the replay. Well, Vince, he hit him with, and that was it. That worked.
Right.
And then Jesse could say, shut up, Bruno, and you move on.
Right.
Honky had a big mouth.
Yeah.
Piper had a big mouth. Vince had a big mouth. It was a train wreck.
Right, yeah. What the hell was going to become of Rhythm and Blues? That's what I was worried
There's a
about.
honky love.
Why the decision to split them? Why a singles babyface run for Virgil?
Vince wanted to see, Mike was, Virgil really wanted to work and wanted to be a wrestler. So let's give him an opportunity.
Did you have faith that he could pull it off?
We did until the bell rang. And then, that what always happens.
No, that's
man,
a lie, because that would mean that the promo was okay.
Well, we were counting on Ted to talk him in,
Right.
but yeah.
What's the process getting jobbers to do television? Are they just showing up, or is somebody, teachers called to send their better students?
At that time, I believe Jay Strongbow was the contact. Jay Strongbow, Terry Garvin were the contacts that orchestrated getting all the extra enhancement talent there. So they would kind of go through a vetting process. You would have guys in different areas that had either students or ran independents that knew guys that were decent hands that they would recommend to come in and work. So you'd get quite a few guys, maybe have one or two. Different sources from around, so you would have different enhancement talent in different parts of the country.
This results in an expensive lawsuit, which is settled out of court, I think, for $10 million with Chuck. Do you remember what went wrong in the match? Usually if someone gets hurt, something has gone wrong.
It wasn't, they gave him the rocker dropper,
Right.
and he just landed on his head, and it was a freak accident, and broke his neck. It ain't ballet. It's a physical sport, and sometimes those things happen. Extremely unfortunate, horrible, but the guys, I don't know that they knew he was hurt and turned him over, and he was stiff as a board, but yeah, it's just one of those horrible accidents that take place that, is unfortunately a part of our business that transpired.
Do Sean and Marty get any heat for this?
They did it every night. You know, it's kind of like draws and deload. They did that same spot every night. And on that one night, in that one ring, in that one town, there was something askew that landed wrong, and you know, unfortunately, the poor guy's paralyzed for the rest of his life.
Is AWA so far gone by now that we really shouldn't even consider it?
Yeah. Well, they were just
viable
at that
territory?
point. They were just doing TV tapings, and in a lot of cases, at that point, except for maybe a few people at the top, Larry probably would have been one of those. The deal was, if you flew yourself to Las Vegas, you could be on the AWA taping. They weren't even buying guys plane tickets in a lot of cases.
Wow.
So, what? Once again, be the AWA champion was like being the fucking, I guess in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. But Larry wanted to see out of both eyes.
What'd you think of Larry?
I like Larry. He's funny. He was a great talent in his day. He wasn't the cup of tea of a lot of the smart fans because he was a heel, and he wasn't worried about work rate. He was worried about getting some heat and getting the fucking match over, his stalling and shit, and it worked, and he was a master at it. But to this day, he was the biggest drawing house show program and fucking house of all time in the WWF for that thing with Bruno. It was the right place at the right time, fucking masterfully done. Everybody carried off their part.
Hated it at first, but grew to love it.
Because of Jacques?
Well, I hated Jacques or just hated the gimmick?
No.
I didn't get the gimmick at first because I'm an American. And to me, there was no reason to have heat with Mounties. I didn't really care. So, but Jacques made that character, and I thought it was an awful lot of fun.
Do you remember whose idea the gimmick was?
It was either Vince or Pat's. Yeah,
Were you producing the vignettes?
I did.
Look, he always says that.
I did, yes.
Were they, let's talk about the vignettes. Were they effective ways to get characters over at that time? Should we be seeing them in their natural habitat, a
think
Mountie,
so.
a hockey player, a plumber, and then meeting them as a wrestler?
I think so, because it gives the audience a preconceived notion of what they're going to see when they come out. It gives them an opportunity to get familiar with the music, it gets them familiar with the face, and so when they come out, they have a predisposed emotion towards that character.
It gets banned in Canada, doesn't it?
The Mountie gimmick, yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys have to do to work on? Can Jacques just not work there, or does he work as Jacques Rougeau that night?
He worked as Jacques Rougeau, but he would have to wear a modified gimmick, yeah.
Hurd was willing to be sold that, and I'm not knocking Pat O'Connor, but because of his St. Louis connection. Okay, the Pat O'Connor Memorial Tag Team Tournament will mean something. But the fucking teams, read that list of teams.
Take it.
Colonel de Klerk and Sergeant Kruger from South Africa, Rey Mysterio Sr. and Conan from Mexico. Bobby called me one time when they brought Conan in. And I'm Conan, I love you, I'm not knocking you, but Bobby told me, he said, I worked with that fucking Conan. What the fuck? He said, Corny, he shot me off and I hit the ropes. I'm looking and he's doing a forward roll. And he leaped up and he said, you can't, Bobby could not get anything out of him. And, Conan, Mexico's a whole different animal than the United States. Anyway, Chris Adams and Norman Smiley from the UK, Rip Morgan and Jack Victory, they're decent. Victor Zangiev, if that's how you pronounce it, and Hashimakov, they were really legitimate Russians and had been broke in from Inoki when Inoki got the Russian, sort of like Trump does now, had the Russian connection. And Danny Johnson and Troy Montour from Canada, who I don't know who the fuck. I don't know if anybody else knows what the fuck. So the Steiners won that tournament over Muta and Saito from Japan. So that was one of the most prestigious tournaments in the history of, and
International flavor.
that was Starrcade. We went from Starrcade in Greensboro to that. The fans brought the tickets back they had bought the previous week. That was so fucking bad for a refund. And then Ric Flair was the Black Scorpion.
It was never supposed to be Flair from the beginning, right?
No, it just what the fuck else they gonna do?
Flair cut
Go back to Flair
Yeah, well,
because, you know,
it works.
It's as Lawler said one time on Memphis TV when the director got fucked up and the shots were, he said, just put the camera on me. It's a safe shot every time. You fucked up, just put Flair in the ring. He'll try to straighten it out.
He cuts his hair here, though.
Well, that was also part of what Hurd insisted, that because Hurd thought, oh no, well, you know, he needed to be Spartacus. He was going to make him a gladiator at one point.
Rick.
Yes, Hurd thought Flair could cut his hair and fucking get a gladiator outfit and be Spartacus. So he cut his hair partially to get under the fucking mask, but also because Hurd wanted him to have an updated look instead of being so fucking old-fashioned. Like cool is somehow dated. With the product that WCW was presenting at that time, to have a working agreement with New Japan Pro Wrestling, which at that time presented wrestling pretty straight as a fucking sport,
Right.
is kind of like, well, I'm going to date myself here by saying, but Vanessa Del Rio, a famous porn star working with
Yes.
Mother Teresa. You know, Vanessa Del Rio, whose
Got some
famous line in one of the
16
movies was, "My asshole wants to suck cock," should be tag team partners with Mother Teresa. That's what WCW and New Japan working agreement was like. And then
Did you ever
and then
borrow for your promos from Vanessa?
when you borrow from one thing, it's plagiarism. When you borrow from many, it's research. December 29, 1990, Tom Zink wins the TV title over Arn Anderson.
Yeah, what do you have to say about that?
Why not?
So if you had to sum up the year of 1990 in your entire career, were lessons learned at least? I mean,
I made a
is there
lot of money.
something
I made a lot of money, and I've never
that
been more
works.
miserable in my life.
Yeah.
And it was the 1989 WCW. You could look back on as there was Flair and Steamboat, and they still had some of the talent, and the fans were still willing to work with them and give them a chance. 1990 is the year where Jim Herd destroyed WCW, its talent roster, and its fan base to the point where, for the next 6 years, because remember, it wasn't until 1997, right, that WCW made a profit. So basically, for 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and most of 96, Vince McMahon had an unobstructed chance to be basically be professional wrestling in the United States. So when you look back in history, that was a lead that was insurmountable, and Bischoff did it for a couple of years. They made a profit when he took the NWO and and did that whole thing. Didn't know how to follow up on it, couldn't sustain it. But Vince had pretty much from the time that Turner Broadcasting bought Crockett out in 1988 until late 96, early 97, no competition whatsoever. The opponents were jokes, wide open field. He became wrestling in the United States. By 1997, he was even drawing in the Carolinas. WWF Wrestling never drew in the Carolinas, in Tennessee, in Georgia, or certain parts of Texas because they were used to good wrestling. That ended because a generation passed. So if you want to talk about who won the wrestling war and why, ultimately it comes down to Jim Herd starting the path for WCW to not be any competition for that 8 years, and they gave Vince an 8-year head start. It was impossible to catch up. Jim Herd is the reason why that we now have sports entertainment instead of pro wrestling. And 1990 was the year that cemented that.
Well, as troubling as it might have been, I thank you for your trip down memory lane. That's for Jim Herd, I guess.
You know he's still alive, don't you?
Not only that, but today...
He's fucking still alive. He looked like he was 80 27 years ago.
Today, we tweeted a page of the script the page about the Pepsi heart attack.
Yeah.
And I said, guess we'll be talking about Jim Herd tonight with Jim Cornette for Timeline. And somebody retweeted it and tagged Jim Herd.
That's a fake account. It's not really him. On Twitter.
Are you sure about that?
Look it up right
We're
now.
going to investigate it.
I've seen one. I've
for-
seen one that's a
for
that's a
joining
rib,
us.
but it's a fake account.
And we're gonna.
But if it's real, please let me know because I will fucking torment him until the end of time.
We're gonna tweet Jim
If
Herd.
anybody
now.
wants to know who the Grinch that stole wrestling was, it's Jim fucking Herd. And if you're in the St. Louis area and you can find that 87-year-old cocksucker, please slap him in the face for me. You know how I was going to quit before it ended up happening that way? I'll tell you this and I'll let you
Do
go.
tell.
In the car with the Midnight Express driving up and down the road, I said, boys, when I do quit, I'm going to take a blank pistol, one of those starter's pistols, and I'm going to kick the office door in of that motherfucker's in CNN Center, and I'm going to fire 4 shots
say
at him.
that. Don't say
No,
that.
I said I'm going to fire 4 shots at him. You know what Bobby Eaton said? He said, Corny, he said, as many motherfuckers as hates that asshole, don't you think he's got a real one in the top desk drawer? I said, shit, I never thought of that. That's why I didn't do it.
Fake account.
There you go.
No one would say of themselves, former manager of Pizza Hut, head of World Championship Wrestling, recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, because believe me,
Not
he
recovering?
ain't recovering.
Are they everything we hear they are?
Yeah, nasty.
Yeah, a handful.
They were a handful, but they at this time they weren't that bad.
Okay.
They got worse, but they definitely had a reputation. They were definitely talked to ahead of time. You got guys, a lot of that shit's not going to be tolerated here, and they were fine for the most part when they first came in.
Did they get put with Jimmy Hart so he can keep them in line?
I think that it was just a natural fit with Jimmy at that time, and I thought it just was a good fit.
They are card-carrying members of the Friends of Hogan Club. Does he bring them in?
No, these guys, I don't remember if Hulk did or not, but I know Vince liked them, and it was a unique gimmick, and they were unique characters, so he loved that. He loved guys that were different.
Right.
And that had a strong gimmick and you could identify with and kind of go, ooh, that's different, weird.
Speaking of different and weird, we thank Bruce for his time today, getting in the time machine. If you like this young man and it's your first time seeing him, where else can they see you, Bruce?
By God, you can check out my podcast every single Friday, Something to Wrestle With, Bruce Prichard. You can check me out on Twitter, @BrucePrichard. And if you like one of these really cool shirts, by God, just go to brucepritchard.com and get you some nice Bruce Prichard swag. But it's been my pleasure.
Love working with you.
Thank you, sir.